everything's coming in on one panel. This is on the outside of the house. And when you do this, there's just absolutely no reason for lightning current to come in. It's only path. It's trying to get to ground. Screen's a little bit small. So yeah, here's the ground system wire here. But because any lightning energy coming in wants to come back down through here, it has no reason to go in here and then back. So all the current basically comes into this panel and then back out this wire. And if you happen to have a house like mine where everything can't come in at the same location, then you need to start doing something like this image where you've got a bonding wire going between 2 points, and you've got a ground rod here and a ground rod here. And if you can, you want to wrap this around the house. But this is the way my house is currently configured, is that the house that I started and where I learned about lightning, I'm not at that house anymore. We moved to a different house, and the new house, you just couldn't, it was a 1963 build, and things just come in at different points on the building. There's just nothing you can do about it. So in that case, you wanted to use multiple ground rods with bonding wires. Resistance is futile. It can be both a friend and it can be an enemy. Lightning protection sort of breaks down to Ohm's law. However, you have to consider inductance as well as plain resistance. It's impedance versus just resistance. Sorry about the mess up on the display here. For example, a half-inch coax, 100 feet long, has 51 microhenries. A tower is about 5 microhenries per 10 foot. Joint resistance is 0.001 ohms. Here's a good papers on grounding if you want to look some more. And I should mention that the last slide in this presentation has a QR code on it. If you take a picture of that QR code, it will take you to the PowerPoint presentation I'm doing today, so you can download it, then you can click on the links. I mentioned that the ground's not a perfect conductor. Here are some examples of surface resistivity. Surface soils tend to be 100 to 5,000 ohms per meter. Clay, and it tends to be 200 to 10,000. So you can see depending on what kind of soil you have, resistance is just all over the place. Now the National Electrical Code wants you to have less than 25 ohms to ground. The IEEE standard 142. Okay, so this is another problem with I don't know what happened to the display here. Okay, so here's IEEE standard 110 is 5 ohms. Motorola standard R-56 is 10 ohms. Verizon is 5 ohms. And the typical telecom switch, they want less than 2 ohms. For calculating ground resistance, this is a formula out of the military handbook. Once again, you can once you download the PowerPoint, you can get to these. But here's some typical calculations. For example, if you have a 50,000 ohm per centimeter for a case for mild sand, and the rod diameter is 1.73 centimeters, which is basically our typical ground rods, and your ground rod length is basically 8 feet. The resistance to earth is 206 ohms, 206.7 ohms. So that's not a very good, very resistive. If you pass 10 kiloamps through that, you have 2 million volts basically at the top of that ground rod. That's something to get excited over. So how many of you are excited about 2 million volts sitting at the top of your ground rod? So the next thing is if your resistance is more in the area of 5,000 ohms, which is probably close to what most of you have to deal with. Now you're down to 20 ohms for the ground rod resistance. So if you have 2,500 ohm per centimeter resistance, it's down to 10.34. So if you're down to 100 ohms, then that one ground rod will, at the top of the ground rod, will be at 4,135 volts, which is still something to get excited over. If you happen to have 3 ground rods, you're down to 1,300 volts, which is one of the reasons why you want to have more than one ground rod on a tower. And keep in mind, this is the top of the ground rod. The tower will be at a higher potential. So here's how you can improve things. Like I mentioned before, you can wrap a bonding wire all the way around your house, which is shown in here. This tower has multiple ground rods on every tower leg. So there's like 3 ground rods on each of these coming out. This is a very simple one where you still have 3 ground rods, which at the house I had in 1980, I had 3 ground rods on every tower leg. So my tower at that house looked like this. Current house, I don't have a tower yet. So this is, they didn't blow up like they're supposed to. But like here's a ground wire that comes over, it comes over 90 degrees, it then drops down 90 degrees, another 90-degree turn, and then out to the ground rod. So it's got like 1, 2, I think it's got like four or five turns on 90-degree bends on it. Because of that, they're very inductive. They're okay for DC, but not at RF. Anything above 100 kilohertz is an issue. So based on I figured there must have been 6 of them according to this. And with 6 of those 90-degree bends, the top of the ground rod is the tower, the bottom of the tower is at 900,000 volts. This is an example of how your inductances can come into play with tower legs. This is a tower leg coming down. These are ground wires going out, or tower guy wires. One of the things you want to watch is I've seen a number of towers where people, for whatever reason, put isolation, ceramic isolation, so that their guy wires are not grounded. If you're using your tower for an antenna, that's fine. But if you're not, and if you're doing that, then you need to have a spark gap across it so that if there is a lightning strike, the lightning can arc across it. But if you're not using your tower as an antenna, then you need to ground the ground. The ground wires need to be constant, and they need to be tied to ground so that they're also helping get the lightning out of the tower and into the ground. And here's once again, this is out of the ARL book. It's a simplified method of grounding the tower. What gauge wire for grounding? Well, I always thought it had to be big. Well, turns out the NEC says at least 10 gauge, but for antennas, they say 14 gauge is okay. And I looked at that, I thought, boy, that's got to be crazy. Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. Polyphaser says 10 gauge. Ward Silver says he likes to use 6 gauge or 2 gauge. Motorola recommends at least 6 gauge. Mike Holt's got a really good page on the National Electrical Code. He says 6 gauge, and my local electrical company seems to use 6 gauge. I currently try to use 4 gauge. I've been bouncing back and forth between stranded and solid. But you must include skin effect and impedance because we're talking about RF. RF doesn't travel in the wire, it travels on the surface. So anyway, Al Torres, KP4AQI, he's now an SK, generated this Excel spreadsheet that goes into the melting point of copper as a function of current and time. So if you come down here to like 14 gauge wire, it can actually handle 187 kiloamps, which that's one strike for 10 microseconds. So if you happen to have a couple fast strikes, you'd be in trouble. But that's why the NEC recommends 14 gauge because of its current carrying capabilities. But it doesn't allow for the voltages involved. This is a good start. It's the problem is these are there's a lot of inductance in here. They're not the wires are not really as straight as what they could be, but at least it's going to ground, but it's not tied to the electrical ground. What I try to do is on towers, I try to run the coax down between two legs, mainly because the fields between the two legs cancel. If you run the coax down the leg of a tower, there's no field cancellation. So you can inject more current onto the coax. Protectors, you use lighting protectors on your coax. Polyphaser, Nextech, Alpha Delta, or Industrial Communications. I think there's another one nowadays. The only thing I will comment is there's one of Alpha Delta's I do not like. There's one of theirs that the arc protection is from the center coax to the ground rod. It's not to the shield. The problem with that is it means it allows the shield and the conductor to have a significant difference of potential. You want something that a lightning protection, you want it to go from the center conductor to the shield and then to ground. That way the inside of the coax and the outside of the coax are all at the same potential. For VHF, 2 meters and 440, I like to use quarter wave shorting stubs as long as it's a single band. So I've got a repeater and we have a quarter wave shorting stub for a protection. The advantage is it's a short to everything except for the frequency of interest. So it can take lightning strikes all day long and survive because it's just a very low resistive short. So it doesn't have a gas tube to fail. It just keeps ticking. You also want to use AC line protectors. Use only Tripplite or SGL Weber. I'll go into why you want to use. I don't know the SGL. I believe Tripplite bought SGL Weber, so they may be pretty much the same thing nowadays. Only use fillers, AC electrical strips that have been certified. Don't use anything. Don't use cheap stuff. For AC line protection, you can drop something in on the service panel, but of course that has to be installed by a licensed electrician. Okay, so typically, like this is sort of back to why my house was suffered damages. The lightning will come in through the tower, go through the radios, and then go to the ground rod. In that case of that house, the electrical lines were buried. So it came in through the tower, went through the radios, and then to the ground rod. Once I had all the stuff connected outside so that everything was bonded outside, it stopped the damage. These are some more examples of bonding and grounding. Here's some pictures of useful accessories. You can, up at the tower where the coax comes off the antenna, you can use little clamps like this. These are from DX Engineering. Copper strapping like this is much better than number 4 wire because it's got lots of surface area. It's got a much lower RF resistance. Ward Silver's book on grounding and bonding for the ham radio operator available through the RRL is good reading. The Polyphaser book you can find out on the internet. It floats around out there, but you can usually find it. You can use these to weld your coax so you don't have resistive connections. You're not avoids using clamps. It welds things together. So the things I try to do is I try to put drip coils or drip loops at key points to add impedance. I try to take coax off below the connections to the ground rods. I've seen arguments that that's not good, but that's the way I've done it. Like I say, use quarter wave shorting subs on single bands. You can't do it at HF because it's just the coax is just way too big. I use Tripplite localized protection at every cluster of equipment in the house. So like TVs, the TV audio center, it's got a Tripplite. The TV in the bedroom, it's got a Tripplite. So every cluster of equipment in the house has got Tripplite. Even my plug-in hybrid has got a Tripplite filter on it to be filtered. Single point entry. I couldn't do that in the current house, but that's what you should do if you can. Whole house protection if you can. I always ground all legs of a tower. Yeah, on the last house, I actually put a 4-foot ground rod into the ground before the concrete was poured. I'm not really convinced that was a good idea, but that's what I did. Usually the ground rod's right at the tower. I try to put them at a slight angle. That way they get a little bit more access to earth versus concrete. Like I mentioned, I run the coax between two legs of the tower. Single point entry, bonding is a good thing. Lots of ground rods. Minimize resistance. Use 6-gauge or a larger wire. Ground every leg of the tower. And ground guy wires. And get out of the shack during storms. Think safety. This really only scratches the surface as it's very complex. And apparently I didn't put my stuff about Tripplite in here. I'll bring up the other one real quick. This is I mentioned the books. So at the new house, on June 25th of 2015, this is the power transformer that goes to my house. The wires going to my house go right down there, but that literally was knocked off the grid by the lightning strike. I had no damage. And the next couple of pages are links to this. If you download the presentation, these are links to some of the stuff. And some more links. And like I said, download the presentation and get to them. A bunch of educational information. And here's the QR code. If you scan that, you can download the presentation. And I'm not sure why the presentation, it's got all the, it looked fine on the home screen. It doesn't look good here. So I got about 6 more minutes before, 15? 6 more minutes. Let me pull up the Tripplite information. Okay, so this is a picture of the inside of a Tripplite power strip. And this is why I like the power strips. You'll notice they've got toroids in here. There's MOVs, there's capacitors. I believe that's a capacitor. There's inductors here, coil there, and a coil. So they have anywhere from 40 to 80 dB of isolation or suppression. It's 40 dB at the lower frequencies down in the kilohertz range. It's up to 80 dB of isolation up at 6 meters. So one of the things you run into is at HF and below frequencies, most of the interference that's created is from RF that's driven into the power wires. So by putting one of these at all your sources that might be generating noise, you're keeping the RF off the power wires, which helps reduce the amount of RFI emissions. So that's why I have one of these everywhere, plus the fact everything at any one particular center, like on my bench, I've got one power strip and everything's plugged into that power strip, which helps keep everything at the same potential. The back end of my radio bench also has a bonding bar, and everything's tied to that bonding bar. I understand ABR is now offering ground bars again, or I shouldn't say again, they're going to be offering grounding bars. I haven't seen them, I don't know what they look like, but if they're doing that, that'd be a good thing to have on the back end of your radio bench. But like I said, I even have my PHEV plugged into one of these to help keep its whatever noise it generates when it's charging out of the AC wires, which helps keep the HF spectrum clear. So this is, it provides lightning protection and it helps lower your RF emissions to interfere with your HF activities. So okay, I was surprised I got through that a little faster. I have about 3 minutes that I can answer questions. We do have a remote microphone, or like I say, you can, if you want, you can catch me at flea market spot 7138 if you want to have a longer discussion. Okay. There we go. The mouse disappeared. Oh, come on. Ah. Okay, there you go. Let me get a.
Could you explain what a quarter wave grounding stub is, or shorting stub?
You know what a quarter wave?
Right.
You cut it like for 2 meters, 19 inches basically. What you do is at the end of a 19-inch piece of coax, you put a dead short on it. And a quarter wave with a dead short on it reflects back as an open at the frequency it's cut for. If you leave it open, it reflects back as a short. But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Yeah, it reflects back as a short at the frequency of interest. But if you short it, it reflects back as an open.
So if that's a T off the
yeah, just take a piece of coax like RG8 and cut it to 19 inches and short it. Now, Nextech actually sells quarter wave shorting stubs. So that's what I usually use for making my own. But literally, it's just a 19-inch piece of coax with a short on it. And then it shorts out everything except for the frequency you're interested in. So it's pretty good because it's a dead short, and you know it doesn't fail like an arc tube. I think I saw another question.
You talked about towers. What do you do with a wire antenna?
For a wire antenna, you can't really ground. All you can do is bring it in through a lightning protector. So you bring it in through a polyphase or one of the others, and alpha delta, and you have it grounded right at the service panel where it comes your entry point. You got the ground rod right there, and you could tie the lightning arrestor to the ground rod. It's the only option. It's not really ground because because you've got balance and such in there. It's not really a good ground target for the lightning. So it's probably not as likely to be hit as a tower. A tower, because it's tied to ground, even through the concrete, it makes a really good lightning target. But a dipole, through a balun just isn't that much of a target. But putting the lightning protector on it at the entrance is what you want to do. And that's what I've done with mine. Whoop. I haven't seen Gary yet.
So I have multiple buildings, and my ham shack is in a barn. Everything is polyphasored. I've got 3 grounding rods. Everything's grounded well, but the power to the barn comes underground from the house. And all my ground rods at the barn are tied together, but I still have that power line going back to the house. The house is grounded at the panel outside, or at the meter outside. Am I safe with that as far as, this is something I,
That ground rod connected to your other wire.
yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. And I don't know how I'm gonna get the ground rods at my outbuilding connected to the ground rod at the house. That was a concern that I had.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Those two should be, there should be a ground conductor going through that cable where they are tied together. There should be, the cable that goes from your house out to the barn should have a ground wire in it, and they should be bonded together already. I would have expected them to be bonded together. Yeah, try to get that done. Is Gary here yet? Oh, there he is. You can go ahead and get your stuff set up. Okay. I'm going to go down. Well, yeah, okay.
Question. How do you attach the quarter wave coax to the antenna?
A T connection,
Okay.
coax T connection. You know, if you have T, you can buy the T kind of connections. You just plug it into the center part.
You don't hear a lot of discussion about lightning protection at the top of the tower for the center conductor of the driven element. So the center conductor of the coax at the top of the tower connected to the driven element, how do we protect that for the length of the tower? You've got a big inductor there for the center conductor and high voltage potential down to the grounding at the bottom. You can ground the shields at the top of the tower, but we don't hear a lot about grounding lightning protection for the center conductor of the coax.
Usually up at that level, there's not a lot of current going through the actual center conductor. And it's hitting the lightning is hitting the bigger part, the grounded part of it. And so the center part doesn't really see a lot of current. It's the shield and the stuff that sees the current. And so then with the little brackets at the top of the tower, so the shield of the antennas are grounded to the tower. And then having the coax grounded at the top of the tower and the bottom of the tower helps keep it's more current pass, so there's lower voltages across the whole thing. But the center conductor to the antenna up there, it's just airspace arc. It's not that big of a deal.
But if the impulse carries enough energy into the driven element, you would have higher voltage differential for the length of the tower.
Well, they both should have, well, I would expect them both to have about the same potential at that point. Yeah. Oh, I said.
No, okay, no, that's good.
Yeah, you ready? Okay, our next speaker is Gary Bishop, NQOV. There goes changing O's to zeros to O's again.
Yeah,
I don't know why I do
PowerPoint can't
that.
figure out how to put the slash through the zeros, so we have to put up with that.
If you need to go out and ask questions, you just push this button, turns it on and off.
Okay, thanks. You want to just leave it on the table?
Yeah,
and-
leave it on the table.
Go amongst them. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for braving the gridlock to get here. That was quite interesting. I had a very good bus driver this morning that winded and wild through an apartment parking lot, and she got me here on time. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Amy. I am Gary Bishop in Q0B. My talk here is what's all this generator and inverter stuff anyhow? And this kind of relates to standby power, things you could use camping, or certainly what may be coming up very shortly is field day. So this is kind of what it relates to. My presentation is focused on things that you can pretty much carry around or with a handle or something with a wheel. I'm not talking about standby generators for a whole house. I'm not talking about anything that uses diesel fuel, anything like that. So this is in the portable generator arena is what I want to refer to here. And I like to make sure we kind of use some definitions because there's a lot of loose terminology out there. I'll also admit guilt of being rather loose on some terminology too, but usually you have an engine or a motor that uses fossil fuel for internal combustion. So that's our starting point for a lot of our portable generators. And it could be using gasoline, propane, or natural gas if you have that available. Another name for it is also called a prime mover. So it's the thing that's making the main movement of the generator. Another definition is a generator set, and what that is a prime mover, which is an engine or a motor, and it's mechanically coupled to a generator head that produces AC. And in this case here, I really have to appreciate the handiness and the make-do of this particular situation, lashing that together like that to create a useful generator set there. Some more definitions here. The generator head is a wound coil that has a rotor and a stator. And so it can produce the AC power you're using directly, so that the wires that are coming out of this thing down here eventually find their way onto a plug, and you can plug in a light or a power saw or something. The two main pieces of a generator head is the stator is the outside piece of this that doesn't move, it's stationary. And then the rotor is the inside piece that swings around, and that is called a rotor. So just kind of keep those in mind. There's two main pieces to it. Inside this generator head, there's usually a lot of other things it takes to make the thing go. You've got brushes, commutators, regulators, surge suppressors. There's all kinds of other things it takes to actually produce the final voltage. The rotor has two poles usually. That's the most common at least. It has a north and a south pole that's going to swing around and then generate electricity inside the stator. And if you see over here, this is got two pieces to it, two pieces of laminated steel. And on one side would be a north pole, and the other side would be a south pole, and you can see the windings in there that produce that electromagnet. So that's where we get our magnetic field to start with to generate the electricity on a generator head. For a non-inverter kind of a generator, the generator is almost always directly driven by the prime mover. In this case, I kind of wanted to show that exception because, again, the craftiness of the person that put that together used a pulley setup. And so I can certainly appreciate how that was useful in maybe a pinch. There's a lot of, I'm very sorry here. This is quite touchy. Let me back that up, folks, and see if we can get that back up here. Come on. There we go. I'll keep my hands away from the machinery here. The generator head's made a lot of steel, a lot of copper, and that means it's a lot of heavy. The generator head's quite heavy. One thing that is a characteristic that will be in our favor, however, as the rotor is rotating around, it has a lot of inertia. And inertia is one of the things that provides a surge capability out of a generator. So it's the inertia of the rotating device, which in this case is that rotor thing right there. And this is just a traditional head generator. For a traditional generator head generator, the engine runs at one and only one speed, and that's 3,600 RPM. And that's based on the design of the generator itself. Now, certainly internal combustion engines run at that speed, all the generators do, but there are certain drawbacks if you have to constantly run an engine at that speed. noise, fuel consumption, things like that. We'll get into that. The generator head being the fact that it can only run at one speed, then the engine has just two considerations: generating power at 3,600 RPM and can you start it easily. Those are two sometimes conflicting requirements, and they're also at the different ends of the RPM spectrum on an engine. So the designers of the engines for these traditionally powered generators have to accommodate those two concerns. At no or very low loads, the engine is using considerable fuel simply to keep the rotator spinning and all the engine parts moving at 3,600 RPM. Therefore, there's no opportunity to slow the engine down to save fuel. On a traditional generator head generator, 3,600 RPM is all it's going to do. I want to move on now to an inverter generator, which is a 20-year-old design or so, and it brings with it quite a few advantages. The part that generates the power you use is called an alternator in that case, and that's a very similar kind of a device that you'll find in your vehicle. The alternator produces very high frequency AC, sometimes in the many kilohertz range, and it contains between 20 and 40 poles, depending upon the design. Here is an actual car alternator, a blow apart of a car alternator, and then here is a generator and that uses an inverter style. And you can see there's a lot of similarities there. In this particular case, I even recognize the housing there. I think that came from a late 1990 Chrysler product. I had to replace that once. So that very high frequency and high voltage that comes out of the alternator can't be used by loads directly. It has to be massaged, it has to be changed, it has to be inverted into the AC that's supplied to the loads. And what does that is a collection of electronics over here that produces a perfect sine wave. Most of the inverter generators come out with nearly perfect sine waves there. On some generators, you may see a specification called a harmonic distortion, and in inverter generators, that doesn't really apply. In a traditional generator head generator, there is the possibility of some harmonic distortion. Where you really will see harmonic distortion is if you buy an inverter that you say connect directly to your car battery, and then it produces some kind of AC you might consume that way. So that's where you'll get a term called harmonic distortion. Let's clicky. Here we go. This is a typical efficiency curve of a generator, and this is how the generator converts shaft horsepower into usable electricity. And there's a lot of little details here which are really unimportant to us. What's really important is this is about a 5.5 kilowatt generator, and notice where it's most efficient at. And it's about mid-range, just about mid-range here. So the difference between what comes in on the shaft and what goes out on the wires to your load is heat. Heat is all it is. And let's see, where did our mouse go? There it is. It's hiding down there. This is kind of a stab at what the electronics looks like inside of an inverter generator. We have the prime mover, the engine over here. It's gasoline or propane powered. And then here's this alternator right here. And again, it's made of copper wire with a magnet swinging around inside the field, but it's very high frequency and very high voltage compared to what you might have in your car. So there is the opportunity to drive the alternator through a pulley that is not one-to-one. And the reason why you might want to do that is to match the maximum efficiency of an engine to the maximum efficiency of an alternator. And so with a pulley arrangement, you've got a handle on that. You've got options. Certainly an alternator is much lighter than a generator head. It has much less steel lamination in it and a whole lot less copper. So it is quite a bit lighter than a generator head. As I mentioned, the alternator produces very high voltage and high frequency. The frequency that comes out depends on the engine speed. But because we're not going to use what comes out of the alternator directly in terms of trying to connect a load to it, then that's where the inverter comes in and starts to work its electronic magic. The very first thing that happens as you come out of the alternator is that we full wave rectify it into a high voltage DC. And that's across these rectifiers right here. So what comes out of there is a fairly high voltage. It's typically in the range of 240 volts, but it could be anything relatively high. The next thing that happens is, I touched the mouse again, and let's not do that. The next thing that happens is there's a storage capacitor on the output of that rectifier. And that storage capacitor is there for two purposes. One is to smooth out the ripple so that the inverter can do its job relatively efficiently. And the second is to provide surge capability from the inverter. We have a collection of electronics here. We have all kinds of transistors. We've got controls, probably a bunch of ICs, and plenty of other, really handy things that are going to convert this very high voltage DC out here into something that we can directly use out here at our plug, 60 hertz AC. There we go. Click. Okay. The output frequency and voltage are monitored by the electronics. Here's a current sense operation here, so the electronics knows how much current's being drawn and how hard it may have to drive the switching transistors. And there's also a voltage divider here that feeds back what is the output voltage of this system, so that the electronics again can maintain the voltage 120 volts AC. There's also another thing that happens here I'll talk about shortly. Notice that the voltage monitoring here is directly across the output plug, and we'll see an advantage of that here in just a moment. Click. There we are. Certainly a current sense is an important item there because we have transistors that are producing our power output. Transistors can be rated at fairly high surge capability. However, the economics say that you don't want to add a whole lot more transistor than you really need to supply the load. And so to protect those transistors, there's a current sense in here that will shut the inverter down completely before you get to a point where some of the transistors may be damaged. So the inverter generator set, because the speed of the alternator no longer determines the output voltage or frequency now, the engine can be slowed down or idled when there's low or no load. And those are called eco modes or economy modes. And that is a really, really big benefit of an inverter generator. When low loads are present, then as the load is reduced, the engine can slow down to idle. Well, that greatly reduces fuel consumption, and it also allows the opportunity for an engine to be very, very quiet with very no loads. Here is what that voltage divider did a couple of slides ago. It senses if there is any AC already present on that output plug. And if there is, the internal electronics will synchronize its generation to whatever it sees coming in that plug. What that allows is the paralleling of two generators. So you can have two generators of similar ratings, and you can literally tie the outputs together in parallel. The electronics figures out who was on first and which one was creating the voltage first, and synchronize to whatever it finds out there on that plug. I had one more point I want to get back here. Inverter generators have very, very low harmonic distortion. Again, it's kind of a term that you see kicking around out there in the generator world. It's a little more applicable if you have a DC generator you're plugging into your car. There are some inverters that you can buy out there that have really nasty square wave outputs, and the harmonic distortion of that is horrendous. On an inverter generator now, the engine can be designed to provide peak efficiency at whatever is efficient for the alternator. And that does not necessarily mean 3,600 RPM, and in fact, it's most likely down in the range of maybe 3,200 RPM or so. A pulley can be used to match the peak efficiency of a gasoline or propane engine to the peak efficiency of the alternator. Again, that will provide minimum fuel consumption, which is certainly an advantage of an inverter generator. And the alternator output is relatively insensitive to speed in terms of voltage. The output voltage is just kind of stays high. The output frequency does vary directly with the engine speed, but for the alternator case, we don't care. We're just going to turn it into DC anyway and then start switching on it. Well, I see it. It's touchy this morning. Come on. There we go. From direct experience and the things I've been able to glean from others that have some connection with generators here, I wanted to give you some rules of thumb, some ideas on how to size generators or how to use them, or some just takeaways that maybe are not, you know, formulas or exact equations, but they give you a general idea of some knowledge on how these are going to serve you. If you need 1 kilowatt of load, an AC load of 1 kilowatt, you're going to need about 1.5 horsepower of engine to drive that. And that doesn't matter what kind of generator you use. Many of the engines now are rated in CC displacement because horsepower numbers are kind of relative to the United States. Everywhere else in the world they use CC. So a 1 kilowatt output from a generator or an alternator type inverter is going to need about 30 cc of engine displacement. Again, that's not a stake in the ground, but it is just a generalization there. So for an example, if you have a 5 kilowatt generator for an output, expect it to have about a 7.5 horsepower engine on it, or between 150 and 200 cc engine. So, you know, it's just it's a walk in the ballpark, just trying to tell you approximately what to expect. Small generator sets, like at 2 kilowatt or less, may have 2-cycle engines on them. And I picked this tailgater here. I believe that's available at Harbor Freight for very little money. That's a 900-watt generator right there. For a 2-cycle engine, you have to mix oil and gas. And so there's some knowledge. You have to have some confidence that you can do that correctly to properly mix the oil and gas for this generator. However, when you do that, though, it does make this generator much smaller and lighter than an equivalent 4-cycle engine. And the analogy I like to use is basically this is just a big chainsaw. Instead of a chain, it's got a generator on it. So you have to still mix oil and gas for this thing. One drawback to that, however, I do want to point that out, is because not only you're burning gasoline, you're burning oil. And so that does cause quite a bit more hydrocarbons, and it does cause somewhat more pollution than just burning gasoline by itself. However, this is kind of like a point solution, as the name implies, for tailgating. If you have just a very small load, infrequent, you're not trying to power a big house or anything, that could be a good solution for you. Another rule of thumb is that if you've got any kind of a generator that's rated at approximately 6 kilowatts or so output, it's going to be pretty hard to start because it's going to have a big engine on it. And so at the 6 kilowatt range, you really should start to think about electric start, which means more weight because now you got a starter and a small battery that has to go with it. That's also going to add to the weight, but it will save you from having to use the strong arm method over here trying to start it. Just kind of a gauge here is don't select or go out and try to buy the biggest humongous generator you can find just because it's on sale and you only expect to run relatively small loads. That's going to be a waste. It's going to be a waste. You're going to waste fuel, you're going to waste money, and you're going to have to tote this thing around. So that may not be really the best choice. So you need to do just a little bit of homework, stand back, decide what do you really want to run, and then kind of gauge the generator or the inverter or the power station, as we'll see shortly here, to the expected load you're going to do, and then add a little bit of gap. Have some margin in there in case you forgot something. Some more rules of thumb here, back for fuel consumption. The companies that sell the generators and the inverters, most reputable ones, will give you a chart, or they will give you a rating that says, our generator consumes X gallons of fuel at half load. and X is whatever, it actually uses. They'll measure it in test conditions. So why do the generator companies specify at half load? Why do they say half load? Well, if you recall that particular chart I had here several slides ago, a generator is most efficient at half load. So if you're going to put a number out there and you want your number to look good and you want market speak to work for you there, you're going to specify your generator at its most efficient point, which is half load. So when you look at half load readings, and that's why they're rated at half load, is they're most efficient, and it's going to look like a better number. For fuel consumption, there's always the concern if you're going to use it, say, for backup or for longer term, for camping or whatever, how much gas are you going to need if you're using gas? Or how much propane do you need if you're going to use propane? I'm from Florida, and sometimes we have to contend with these power outages for these minor disturbances called hurricanes, and you have to decide how long do you want to run your generator. One particular hurricane, I think it was Hurricane Irma, I didn't have power for 8 days. Now that was kind of a challenge, but really the only thing I needed to keep running was the internet, which was minor. The fridge was important to me, and a few fans. And so that didn't really require a big, massive generator when that happened. So at very light or no load, the standard generator head style generator is still running at 3,600 RPM. You can't slow that down. It always has to run at that speed. When you compare how much gas a generator head style generator is going to use with no load on it, don't plug anything into it, it's going to use about 1/4 of whatever that peak number was on the chart, or whatever number the company gave you as how many gallons of fuel it uses at half load. So these are, this is still in the rule of thumb. I mean, there's a little tolerance here. So if you have a great big generator, a generator head generator, and it's just going to idle, it's going to use about 1/4 of whatever that spec number was. If you have an inverter style generator, and especially one with an eco mode, with very low or no load, it's just idling. It is just idling. And so in that case, expect the fuel consumption of an eco mode generator or inverter to be about 1/10 of that number that was the half load rating. So right away, you can see one huge benefit of an inverter style generator, because the output voltage and frequency are not dependent upon engine speed. Here's the opportunity when there's light load, just let the engine idle. It just sips fuel under that condition. At full load or nearly full load, the generator head style generator will consume about 2.5 times whatever that spec number was that the marketing people may give you, or that's on their spec sheet. An inverter style generator will be approximately 2.2 times that much. And you'll ask, well, if half rating is this, if I double that, why not just double the number? And the answer is, as you go up in load, the generators become less efficient. That curve trailed off toward the end. So for a generator head style generator, figure 2.5 times whatever that spec was for half load. For an inverter style generator, figure it's going to be about 2.2 times that. I want to move on to noise. Any generator set can be designed to be quiet. Any generator set can. However, usually more quiet equals more cost, and that more cost is going to have to be borne by you eventually. Quiet is very difficult to add to a generator afterwards. It's a lot of messing around, it's a lot of money, might be trial and error. So trying to make a generator quiet after you buy it is going to be a challenge. You'll have some interesting outcomes from that. Some of the examples that could be used, however, are things like building some insulated boxes with fiberglass or foam or something that'll help baffle noise. Tuned exhausts, that could work. You could use an isolated shed, something that provides a gap between you and the generator to cut down the amount of noise. Certainly something that does work is to just simply put more distance between you and the generator. However, there are practical limits. I mean, you can't put a generator, half a mile away, obviously. And for the further away you run this generator to make it quiet, you're going to have a longer cord to get that juice up to where you want to use it. And because of the losses in that cord, the cord's going to have to be big in terms of copper size. because you don't want to lose a lot of your power down a skinny cord. So as you start to move a generator fairly far away, it's not just a normal extension cord. You're going to have to use a fairly heavy-duty cord with some pretty big copper on it. Well, that's going to cost you a lot of money. Maybe you might have been better taking that money and putting it on the generator to start with. It was quieter. But I mean, all situations are different, but that's just an outlook there. There are plenty of hoaxes on YouTube. Some of them are very entertaining. I've seen several ways that folks try to make generators quieter. I've seen one where a guy tries to put a car muffler on there. It looks funny, but didn't do anything. I've seen several where the generator or some surrounding is wrapped with foil and fiberglass insulation, the same that you might put in your roof. That can have some effect, but if you're winding it right around a generator, you got to be very, very careful about things like airflow and heat dissipation. So, you know, if you want to build a box with some insulation in it, well, you can do that. It will help, but now you got to carry around a box or store it or figure out what to do with it. Or there was one situation where some fella just put headphones on and he put meters inside the headphones to see how quiet the generator got. There's a lot of entertainment value out there on YouTube. I'm going to now talk about fuel sources, and I'm only going to discuss two main types, and that'd be just gasoline or propane. Certainly there's natural gas out there if that's available, but that tends to be something you're going to plug into a house, and that's going to be kind of fixed. And so I want to go more toward the portable end of generator scales here. So I'm going to start talking about gasoline first. Gasoline does have a very high BTU content. That means you get a lot of heat value and a lot of power out of a gallon of gasoline. It's universally available. There are gas stations on every gas corner, or every corner now, even though it is $4.50 a gallon, but it's out there. For a consideration down in Florida, though, after a storm, you have to think, well, how much gasoline is going to be available? Do I have to store a lot, or can I go out and buy it afterwards? And just kind of as a stake in the ground, and in Florida, gasoline is usually pretty available, even after some big storms. It's more a consideration of how much aggravation do you want to put up with driving around town looking for the gas stations, and you got debris all over the roads, you got traffic lights that aren't running, you got flooded cross sections and things like that. So gas is around, but do you want to go hunt for it? But just be aware that that may be something you might have to face. Freshness degrades, obviously, after a few months of storage without any kind of treatment, so you might have to carefully consider when you want to purchase your gasoline, how long you might want to store it versus when you think you might want to use it, or if you're not too worried about storms and this is more for, say, camping or some spot usage, then you just buy the gas you're going to need and it doesn't matter at that point. However, longer-term storage gasoline does require some kind of treatment. I use Stable, but there are plenty of other good gasoline treatments out there. Even with treatment, though, about 1 year would be about the limit you want to store gasoline. So if you use the normal mix ratio for Stable or another product, you only want to store that gasoline for about a year. So what happens at a year? Well, the gasoline is still usable. If it's not too far beyond a year, you can just pour it in your car and burn it. It'll burn just fine. There's really nothing wrong with it. Any older than that, though, if it smells like turpentine or it has, really a harsh odor to it, or it's starting to look brown or slimy or whatever, in Florida, we're able to recycle used and old gasoline at the household hazardous waste portion of our solid waste management system. Now, that may not be universal, but there are places out there where you could indeed get rid of old fuel. One thing that you should not ever do with it, though, is try to use it as lighter fluid for a fire, because gasoline doesn't burn. The vapors explode. The vapors explode, and they will explode at some distance. So never, ever use gasoline, even old gasoline, as any kind of a lighter fluid. Dispose of it properly. If you have more than just 1 or 2 cans of gas, let's say you want to be prepared for a big storm, or you found some place that's $3.50 a gallon instead of $4.50, and you want to stock up, you want to label your containers so that you can rotate your gasoline, so you can keep track of when things may be getting a year old. And that's just like they do at the store. They put the, you know, the oldest stock in the front so it moves before it expires, and the newest stuff in back. Same kind of thing. Propane and certainly natural gas never goes bad. All the stationary generators use either natural gas right out of the pipes, or they have very, very large storage tanks for propane. It never goes bad. So it's always there instantly, which is a beauty of propane. Propane has, though, slightly less BTU content than gasoline, just slightly less. And as I show in the chart there, propane's about 90,000 BTU per gallon, and gasoline's about 110. So it's slightly less. However, one thing that kind of mitigates that is the fact that propane is slightly more efficient burning in an engine. And the reason for that is it's already a gas by the time it gets to your engine. When it's injected with air, it's perfectly mixed, completely mixed. Gasoline has to go through this clanky, cantankerous thing called a carburetor to turn it into a mist before it gets into your engine. And that's a relatively inefficient operation as opposed to injecting vapor from a propane tank. A standard propane tank you might see on your barbecue holds about 4.5 gallons, just as a stake in the ground, just as a number. Even though propane never goes bad, again, you may want to face the choice of how much do you want to store versus how long you think you might run your generator. Well, even though it never goes bad, if you use it up, you got to go get it refilled, or you have to go exchange tanks. If there is a fairly significant storm and people are using propane for their generators, those kiosks outside the hardware store are going to be empty. Everybody's already bought their propane. So you may want to consider locating places that will refill your tank. And that would be places like a farm store. I believe U-Haul does that. Some hardware stores do that. So you might want to do a little bit of homework and be aware of places that will refill your can rather than having to exchange out and buy new. Again, the same thing might apply here after a storm. Do you want to run around and have your tank refilled, or do you want to have enough tanks on hand to keep you going through whatever emergency or gap you're trying to plan for here? And there's no answer to that. It's just you'll have to kind of make that decision and make that call. Maintenance, any internal combustion engine is going to need maintenance, and there's some maintenance that's common to all engines. You're going to have to do oil changes. You're going to have to do the air filters, routine maintenance like that. Fuel filters are important, obviously. Spark plugs and adjustments. And one adjustment that I found in my experience that is not done regularly is adjusting valves. And it sounds like that's going to be a great big hairy thing for a normal car engine. Yeah, that can kind of be involved. For a small internal combustion engine on a generator, it's a fairly easy thing to do, fairly easy. You do not have to be a mechanical wizard to properly adjust the valves on a small engine. And in this case, pay attention to a few YouTube videos, ones you might trust, and they'll show you how to do it. It takes just a couple of simple tools and this thing here called a feeler gauge. So as the valves wear on an engine, it's going to lose power, it's going to lose compression, it's going to consume a lot of fuel, and it's going to be harder than heck to start. And I've seen many, many generators where people have had the thing, used it for a while, and it just kind of runs downhill, and they've done all the usual stuff, all the easy stuff up here. Oh yeah, I changed the air filter. Yeah, and they did. They changed the oil. Yeah, they did. But they never adjusted the valves, and it's a fairly simple thing. I don't want to turn everybody into a mechanic. I just want to make sure it is a fairly simple thing to do to keep that generator tuned and to keep it running for a very, very long time. It's an investment, so that's one thing that'll help pay you back. I mentioned that you shouldn't store gasoline for more than about a year. Let's see. Don't store untreated fuel for more than about 4 or 5 months. Again, if you're getting to that limit and it's untreated, the horse is out of the barn. Don't go pour stable in it and expect it to go for another year. If it's 4 or 5 months old, put it in your car and burn it. Your car will burn it just fine. I do get a lot of questions about alcohol in the gas because almost all the gasoline you buy at the pumps has at least 10% alcohol in it. Alcohol is very, very hard on gaskets and on the very soft material used to make carburetors. And so if that's all you can find to burn, go ahead and burn it, but flush it out. There are additives out there you can put in alcohol gas to negate their effects on components. I personally have not tried those, but they would be worth trying. I just want to point out, if you have to use alcohol gas, if you can, get it out of the system of a generator as soon as you can. Now I'm going to turn into power stations here. A power station is a battery and an inverter inside a box with a handle on it. Sure. No, I haven't used it. Well, so it's already been treated. It must be something much higher octane than gas. So as it gets old, it starts to fade a little bit. Could still be used. I've never used it. The gentleman was asking about engineered gas. It's the things you can buy on the shelf in the stores, and I think it's fairly high octane. And they've put a lot of good additives in it, I assume. I've never used it myself, but it is about like $40 a gallon if you figure it out. If all you have home is like a little engine, maybe a chainsaw or something, small little baby engine, leaf blower, that might be the thing to do rather than worry about storing gasoline. But overall, it would be a poor thing to run in a generator just because of cost, if nothing else. So I'm not going to talk about power stations, which are the new kids on the block. And that's a box with a battery and an electronic inverter inside of it. That's all it is. The battery is usually lithium because of very, very lightweight, and it's universally available. At the moment, the economical point of buying a power station is in the 3 to 4 kilowatt range. Certainly there are a few that are bigger than that, along with their price. And the frontier of the maximum power on generators is going to continue to increase. So that would be something to look for. Of course, it's got a battery in it. Eventually, you got to recharge this thing. Well, how do you recharge it? They make it easy. If you have electricity, just plug it in the wall. It figures it out. If you have any kind of solar panel, you can plug it into this thing. It'll recharge it. And that's kind of particularly important for me down in Florida because we may not have power for a while. Also, there are cords that you can just plug it into your vehicle, 12 volts, and start to recharge it. So that'd be another source. Of course, you have to run your engine every now and then so it doesn't drain your battery, but you can recharge it directly from 12 volts in a vehicle. Big advantage of these things are they are quite lightweight. They are lightweight. And costs are coming down daily because the electronics is getting more efficient, manufacturing processes. So this is the new kid on the block here. Well, they're rated in kilowatt hours. You could buy one that's only 1.5 kilowatt hours. It'd be no bigger than half this podium. A 4 kilowatt hour one would be, so it just depends on the size you buy. There's no one universal size for an inverter. Of course, the big advantage to power stations, there's no gas or propane involved. There's no fuel whatsoever. So that means you can store these things as long as you want. You can store them anywhere you want. Long-term or multi-day use of this, however, would require a planned source of how you're going to recharge it. Having solar panels, a modest solar panels would be a pretty good choice, or indeed planning on recharging it from the 12 volts out of your car or truck. Because of the beauty and the considerable advantages of these, the power stations are displacing generators and inverters at the lower end of the kilowatt range, and I'll have a slide on how that's where that is. So the power stations have no maintenance whatsoever. There's no fuel storage concerns. There's no fumes. You can store these things anywhere. Put it under your bed, put it in a closet. You can store it anywhere. There's no exhaust, so you can operate it anywhere. So it sounds like the ideal thing, and in many cases, it is. It's a really a fantastic thing to use because of those kind of concerns. So here's a kind of a chart I ginned up to give you an idea of the kinds of considerations you may have depending on what kind of load you plan on using here. So down at the lower end, I've got this bubble called light camping, and in that, I'll explain that in the next slides. Then I've got camping and maybe for small RVs. Then you got larger RVs or a cabin, hunting lodge or whatever. And then you got whole house, which I'm not going to really address. So I want to talk about each one of those individually, and I'll put that slide back up so you can see where your load may fall. Light camping is any small or a spot load, which would be tailgating, you know, you're going out to the game or whatever, or you're having a party in the park. Portable tool use, you have to use some kind of an electric tool out in a field or in a park or away from where an AC plug may be available. You can bring a small generator with you to run an AC tool. Or for, say, temporary lighting would be another possibility there. Camping or small RVs, as the name might imply, you could run something on the order of a coffee pot, a small electric heater. You certainly could not run an air conditioner for generators that would be in this load class here, or anything with a heavy motor. You might be able to run a very small refrigerator, though, or like a thermoelectric cooler, certainly, to keep things cooled down. For large cabins and RVs, could be hunting lodge, fish camps, and the generators in this class most likely could run a relatively modest air conditioner. And so that usually is the break point between small and portable, and things are going to get big and heavy, is whether it can run an air conditioner or not. Air conditioners are really hard to run. So coming back to this chart then, I kind of wanted to put where the power stations fall into this now. Light camping at the bottom end, small RV camping in the middle, starting to climb up a little bit, large RVs, cabins, things of that sort, and then that would be the break point right in through here somewhere where you'd be able to run an air conditioner, and then here's the big whole house generators. Right now the power stations are pretty much supplanting all of the small generators. It can do anything that a small generator in the 3 or 4 kilowatt range can do. And so they're very, very popular, and it could be a very wise choice depending on the kind of load and how long you want to supply a load and how you can recharge it. Back when I talked about generators that you can parallel generators, one of the great things about the electronics in the generators is that they can be paralleled, and almost all of them are designed to do that, the inverter style generators. The manufacturers would tell you to only use 2 of their generators of identical size to parallel. And okay, if I was a manufacturer, that's sure what I would recommend too. Buy more of my generators. The bottom line, however, is that it is possible to parallel moderately unequal inverter style generators, and even from different manufacturers. And you can even find that on YouTube, but I've done it too. So you do not have to have identical style generators to parallel. I have heard rumors of even 3 unequal generators in parallel. I've never tried it. I'm not recommending that, but it might be possible. I don't know. A quick chart to kind of give you an idea, well, why 2 small generators rather than just one great big one? Well, first of all, the weight. You know, if you have a fairly large load, but it's not all the time, if most of your loads are small, but you want to have the capability for a large load, 2 medium-sized or smaller generators may make more sense than just one great big one. Certainly in terms of weight. Certainly in terms of weight. A great big wheel-style generator, you're not going to pick that up and put it in the back of your car or put it in the back of a pickup truck. 2 of these suitcase-style generators, inverter-style generators, you certainly could do that. Cost, well, okay, you know, you got to pay the piper here. A big generator is going to cost you. 2 smaller generators probably going to cost you about twice as much. Fuel consumption. Now, this is a big advantage where having 2 smaller ones and only really needing to run one for most of the time can save you a lot of fuel. It can buy you a lot of options and possibilities. So if most of your loads are moderately light, you can get by with very small fuel consumption. But if you got a big load that comes along and you have your 2 generators ready, well, it's going to take some gas to push that. Noise, obviously, a big generator's loud, and 2 smaller generators can be managed. Now, you might think, well, where does that apply? Who'd ever have a situation like that? And the RV folks have figured this out. Some of the bigger RVs, they'll actually, the operators will use 2 smaller generators. For normal use, a small fridge, light, fans, TVs, whatever, they'll just need 1 generator. And they'll kind of alternate between the 2 to kind of even up the usage of 2 small generators. But they get to the point where they have to kick on something big like an air conditioner, tie the 2 in parallel, and then they can run their air conditioner. So they have some options if they have 2 smaller generators as opposed to 1 great big one. So that's where this 2 versus 1 has come about. It's not universal, it doesn't apply to everybody, but it has found a lot of favor with the RV folks. Well, that's certainly, yeah, you know, having 2 of the same thing has got a lot of beauty to it, most certainly. Back to storage of gasoline here, plastic cans, pardon me, they have to breathe during temperature changes here. And it is best to not tightly seal a gasoline can. Now, that may sound like heresy, but let me explain my point here. If you see both of these cans, right here, you see this has been dimpled and it's been sucked in and buckled, and the same down here on that one, and that's because that has been tightly sealed and it's gone through a bunch of temperature changes. And when it does that, the plastic's going to bow and move in and out, and eventually, if it bows and moves in and out enough, a little point like that down there is going to develop a leak. And so what I found is that if you can tighten down the lid on a gasoline container just to the point where you can just barely smell gasoline right at the container, that's about right. That'll prevent damage. That has enough capability to let vapors in and out that you won't buckle a plastic container like this. But it has to be just the very slightest hint of gasoline, not on the other side of the garage or anything. And I said that they expand due to temperature changes. Certainly, repeated stress like that is going to cause failures, and I have seen that. That's happened to me. Not with gasoline, however. That will happen with any liquid you store in a plastic container that sees temperature changes. I've seen it done with antifreeze. I've seen it happen with oil. I've seen it happen with water, just plain water. So it's nothing unique to gasoline that you're going to get expansion and contraction. It's just with gasoline, you have to contend with just the very, very slightest bit of odor to make sure it's properly vented. So if you press on the sides of a plastic gas can and you can just barely start to hear a little bit of the vapors start to leak out, that's about right. That's just about right. Another thing you have to do when you do that is make sure that there's no fancy venting inside this plastic can that could prevent it from breathing and also could cause a problem like what you see there. Another thing to realize is that with gasoline, you can smell the gasoline vapor long, long before there's a flammability issue. It's just like natural gas. They add an odorant to natural gas that you can smell down to like molecules per million or something in natural gas to detect it. Gasoline has no additive to it, but it has a characteristic odor that if you can barely smell it, that's a long, long way away from being an ignition source. Some gotchas you got to be aware of is when you're looking at your loads, you got to pay attention. What are the surge requirements on your loads? The surge requirements may determine how big a generator you're going to have to purchase or to use, as opposed to what just the steady state loads are. One thing that happens is that there's a lot of loads that they don't say what their surge rating is. Some, it doesn't matter. A lot of loads, it does matter what the surge rating is. So in those cases, you're going to have to do some homework. If it's not listed, you may have to compare to similar devices out there that do list their surge ratings and use that. Anything that has a compressor or a pump is going to be really, really hard to start. And you're going to have a huge surge on that, big surge. So and as far as ratings, the surge, almost all the generators and inverters are rated at steady load and what is the surge. And so just pay attention to that, because an 8,000 watt generator sounds much, much more powerful as a surge rating than a 6,000 watt generator continuous. So just pay attention to that. They do have to state that clearly, but you know, so you got to know which 2 ratings you're going to deal with. So here's just a sage advice from experience, and I think it's, you know, all over the internet too. A generator is going to last a whole lot longer and consume a whole lot less fuel eventually if you just use it at only 70 to 80% load. You know, give yourself some margin there. So eventually that means that you're not going to use it right to the, you know, right to the limit just because your car can do 120 miles an hour. That doesn't mean that you drive it that way all the time. It's a similar situation with a generator. Make sure you have some margin in your rating, and it allows you for some slight additional loads as they may come along. I think, Jim, I think that gets to the end here. Are there any questions? I'll come on out with the mic so that you can hear the question and the answer. Any questions? We'll start up front here. Yes, sir.
Do you have a website or anything that we can benefit from?
I do not, and I don't have a good place at the moment to put this. What I'll do is I'll confer with Jim, and if we can find a place to put it, then we will. You know, I don't want to hide this. I want to have people look at it and benefit from it. Okay, good. So it is being recorded. Okay. Okay, I wasn't where you're recording it, but I see the machine back there now. So, and there are a lot of YouTube videos for the Dayton Hamvention. So it's probably out there. Yes, sir.
You mentioned putting generators in parallel. How do you keep the output in phase?
You don't. The electronics figures that out. The electronics exactly synchronizes the output of one to whatever it finds on the plug. Exactly. Exactly. So basically, you don't worry about it. You just plug them in and they work. It's like magic.
Sorry, I came in a little late. You may have covered already the topic of RF generated by either the, you know, straight gasoline powered or by the electronics in the electronic controlled ones.
No, I actually didn't touch on that, but from experience, the inverter style generators tend to be a little bit more quiet. I have had the generator head style where you do get some noise and hash out of it, and we've had to like line filters and stuff on it. But my experience has been the inverter generators are pretty quiet. That's what our club uses at field day, one of the little suitcase inverter generators, and we have absolutely no problems anywhere on the HF band. Yeah. Okay, Jim, is that about it? Am I getting the hook here? About time? Is that about time then? We're all done?
Yeah, we got 2 more minutes, but I'm not sure who's up next, but okay. If you didn't hear it, the Hamvention for the last couple of years have recorded these sessions, and they place them out on YouTube. So you can find, like, because Ward Silver wasn't here doing his inside lightning protection, you can actually go to last year's Hamvention YouTube videos and see what he presented last year. And I'm pretty sure they're going to record and put out on YouTube what was done today. So they're relatively easy to find. You just have to do Hamvention and whatever subject you're looking for, and you'll probably find it out there on YouTube. Thank you all for attending today, and have a great Hamvention.
I'm gonna put y'all on the spot and ask you guys.
the PowerPoint to the correct screen.
We need somebody under the age of 40 that knows how to use it.
We've already done that. The issue is whenever you go to put it up, it insists on this, and I've.
Have you gone to presenter mode? Go up here.
Okay.
Click on it, and I think there's a way to. Oh, it is a monitor. Click on monitor.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
It says automatic, so maybe
Yep.
change it from automatic.
Yeah, we'll switch that. I just need to. I need to just swap this now because I already changed something. Thank you.
Awesome. We're good.
There we go. My apologies.
Oh, you're crushing it. Thank you.
There it is. Ta-da.
Perfect.
Do you have any audio clips that
No,
you need
I
to
don't.
test?
I don't.
Okay.
Everything's great. Thanks for your patience. I had to find somebody younger than me who knew how to use a computer. Hey guys, as we're all coming in here. Thank you so much for turning out. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to put my splaining glasses on. My name is Walt Hudson, K4OGO. Many of you guys know me on YouTube as Salty Walt. And I've got a couple books out now, a new one just released from the ARRL, but my first one, Salty Walt's Portable Antenna Sketchbook, was meant to be a book, mostly wires, a lot of verticals, but just to get people encouraged to get out and build antennas. So as we get along here. So I live by the sea. This is across the street from my house. I live in the harbor of Norfolk, Virginia. I live on the Portsmouth, Virginia side. And I found out a long time ago at a very young age, I'll do this without the glasses, that there was just something about living by the sea and living by salt water and what it did for radio signals. I know as a kid it was a tough life, but my second floor bedroom window looked out on the beach. And I was really stumbled across, I mean, back in the 70s, AM radio was a big deal. And I discovered way back then that when I was home in my second floor bedroom listening to AM radio, I could get just amazing signals. And it turned me like at age 9 into a DXer really quick. I do have a little YouTube channel, Coastal Waves and Wires, and I do a lot of experimenting on the channel with building antennas. And if you're here, you probably know that. You probably follow me or have seen my some of my videos. With that said, living in the Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads, Virginia area, I'm surrounded by water, and I love portable ops. So the theme of that first book was really to grab a bucket, throw your equipment in it, get out and build antennas like I do. And not just by the sea, but I was trying to encourage people, even if you were in Nebraska, it didn't matter. It's all about getting out there and building an antenna. First book was, like I said, very successful. It's still here. If you don't have it or you're interested in it, the ARRL has them. I think there's a few vendors that have it as well. And I was just overwhelmed by how popular and how the book came across. Quick story on that. On my YouTube channel, I started I'm a field engineer, so I work in the shipbuilding design industry. And what I would do is when we build a ship, I'd be in with the engineers and the designers on the beginning stage and, work now in this day and age, computer-aided design and drawing or whatever. But as the projects would mature, I was the field engineer. They'd send me out on the waterfront in the shipyard to get yelled at by everybody because the drawings wouldn't work. And what I would do on the fly was I would sketch up the solution. And I really just love sketching things up. So we'll go back to about 6 years ago. Before I had a YouTube channel, I was on all these antenna forums on Facebook. And we know how everybody has love, peace, and happiness on Facebook on these antenna forums. So I would sketch my antennas up, as you see here behind me on the picture, and I would post them on the forum going, hey, I'm going to build this or whatever. And, you know, there was all these experts that was always telling me that I was an idiot and I didn't know what I was doing. So I thought to myself, my boss came and tapped me on the shoulder one day. He said, hey, next project is a land-based project, but it's by the sea. Would you be willing to go to Kauai, Hawaii for a little while? And I didn't even, yeah, that's not a problem, boss. So the wheels start turning, and like I said, this is before the YouTube channel exists. The wheels started turning, and I was like, you know, all these guys on these antenna forums that tell me that I should be using a dipole by the ocean and not a vertical. I was like, I'm going to prove them wrong. So I went up on Google, and I just started a YouTube channel, and I had no videos. I said, when I go to Kauai, I'm going to put a vertical up on the beach, and it's the first video. It's still on the channel, and it was a success. I took it just to film that video, and then I could share it on these antenna forums on Facebook that I was at and go and say, nah, 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 nah. So that was how the channel started. Well, I didn't know that I shared it on these antenna forums, that the first video, like, immediately got close to 1,000 views, like in no time. I was like, wow, this is awesome. So did a couple more videos there in Kauai. I'm a medium wave DXer, so I had some loop antennas, did that. And then I get back to Virginia Beach, started doing QRP on the beach, and the channel grew and grew and grew. And if you've been with me that long, you'll know shortly after that, I got sent to work in Poland for 2 years, which is one of the greatest things that ever happened to me, because I learned that propagation was different, bands were different, everything was different. And I would go over for 6 weeks, come home for 4, go for 6. Me and another guy would overlap. And I did this for a little over 2 years. And I really grew as an antenna builder, as a YouTuber, but really as a ham operator, HF operator, because it was just what an experience. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if you ever go on vacation and you go anywhere in the world and you can take your radio, it's amazing. It really is. I've got some stuff planned later this year, but so that's kind of how the channel came to be and how the sketching came to be. I'd sketch this stuff up. So go about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, I mentioned on my channel that people were messaging me, say, can we get all those sketches together in a PDF file or whatever? I said, guys, I was in Rhode Island working at that time. I said, all right, I'll do it. I'll put it all together. This was like, I think I posted, it was a channel update. I posted on like a Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, my phone rings and it says, I call our ID, it says ARRLHQ, Connecticut. So I answer the phone, and you know, it's Mark Dirtz there, and he says, hey, I'm Mark from the American Radio Relay League, and I'm an editor there. He said, and David Minster saw your video last night, and he was wondering, would you like to do a book for us, your sketchbook, as a ARRL book? And I said, give me a second, let me think about it. Yes, I will do that. I was really excited. And from there, it just really took off. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm so grateful to David, Mark, and everyone at the league. They are really who make this book, the first book, and the new second book look so good. In my opinion, it's a great looking book, and it's thanks to them. All I did was the sketches and wrote up the text and sent them pictures, and they just put it together so well. So they're incredibly awesome. And in that first book, like I said, pretty simple. Quarter wave verticals and a lot of vertical stuff. I also did dipoles and fed half waves and what have you in that. But and I try to make it simple for the people, for the newer ham, but also even if you had been a ham for 30, 40 years and just didn't get out and enjoy building antennas, it would kind of encourage you to do so. Fast forward now to what just was released this past week. My second book, Salty Walt's Next Level Portable Antenna Sketchbook. I wanted to, with that said, continue the learning myself. When the league said, "Hey, you ready to do a second book?" I said, "You know what? Yes. What I want to do is there's so many antennas that I haven't built that I want to build." And I mean, I'm talking just crazy ideas that I had in my head, stuff that I wanted to do, like a portable rhombic. People like, you can actually make a portable rhombic. That antenna takes 2 football fields, but I did it, and that's in the book. And a lot of different antennas like that, using directors, reflectors, all with simple, cheap wire like I did in the first book, but expanding more into the world of manipulating the signal, beam forming. I know I had a half square, bobtail curtain, stuff like that. So that's really what the second book's all about. So for me, everyone thinks I'm an antenna geek. Really, to me, an antenna is just a tool to explore propagation. That's really all an antenna is. Fortunately for us as hams, it's the one thing that we can really experiment. And then we all now, everybody, me included, you want the new ICOM, or you want the new Yaesu, or you want the G90, whatever. We're all into that. But the one thing that really depends on us is that antenna and that tool for propagation. I almost cringe, and I know we've all heard this one, when someone says, and you don't have to use end-fed half wave here, you can put any antenna in this quote, but my go-to is an end-fed half wave, and it's all I use and all I need. All the hair on my back rises when I hear that. It's like, okay, and I'll tell you why. I mean, the other one we hear as well is I only use resonant antennas. That's another one that really gets to me, and I'll explain why. And why I think that's the biggest mistake we can make as ham radio operators. So everybody thinks I'm just this fat guy that sits on the beach and takes advantage of salt water and get great signals or whatever, and then leave it and go eat a lot of seafood and get fatter. Yeah, so really, I'm kind of that, but really in my heart, I'm an HF propagation geek. I love the fact of what's going on propagation-wise, and we've really been, probably hasn't been the best cycle, but 25's been decent at times, and it's been, I know because of COVID, we had so many new COVID hams that got to get on the on-ramp as we were going up into 25 and experience it, and they, with antennas and what's going on, those days when we're in G1, G2 events and radio is horrible or whatever, get to understand that. But that's really what I am. I'm not really an antenna guy. I'm a propagation guy. The antenna, as I said, is just a tool. So with propagation, to me, one thing that I really I want people to understand this with my channel. Everyone, I hear guys all the time goes, yeah, go, why don't you go 100 miles inland and get away from that ocean? Let's see how that antenna works, big boy. You know what I mean? I get that all the time and stuff like that. But what I think in propagation and a lot of hams, all we look up is at the sky in the ionosphere. And there's so much science that we still haven't uncovered, unwrapped yet on the other side. I mean, yeah, ionospheric, what's going on with the ionosphere is the bigger part and the important part. But below our feet is really where it's, I think people don't pay enough attention to. This is a map, this is the FCC map of ground conductivity. If you're a broadcast engineer or into AM radio, all the AM radio towers in the United States have to go through this map as part of their design and what have you. Because as we know, if you talk about how many radials, how many counterpoise wires or whatever, the ground below you is very important. And if you look at this, like for me, where I live at, the ground has got 4 millisiemens per meter. But if you look right out there on either Pacific or the Atlantic, you see that 5,000. And it's just a general thing, 5,000 millisiemens per meter, which means that you're, getting roughly a 10 dB gain by just being on the water or by the water. But there's more to that. NASA has a salinity group. Through earlier in this decade, it ended the decade before us, they had a satellite and they went around the Earth looking at the ocean, the salinity of the ocean. And that salinity, what they found, changes all the time. Like take a season when there's a rain runoff in the Amazon, the South Atlantic Ocean, the salinity goes way down. And then, same with up you know, the Northeast, everywhere where I live, Chesapeake Bay. And I think that part of it is understudied. And really, as I've tried to discover more about propagation as far as what's going on below us, I've found more information from oceanographic, you know, oceanography text than I have in the ham radio world. And it's kind of where I'm at as a ham. I really want to discover more, go to different locations, do different things. Yeah, I'll go inland as well, away from that. But I think the ocean and the ground is something that's grossly understudied in the radio hobby. All right, for me, if you're familiar with my channel, I like to sit on the beach early in the mornings here on the eastern, or over there on the eastern United States, and talk to the other side of the world. One contact I make all the time are the VK6s in Western Australia, mostly around the Perth area, which is almost halfway around the world for me. And people always go, well, how do you do that? What is it you do that? Well, anyone can do that. And you can even do it if you're in Nebraska. It's just finding the right time in the right place and understanding propagation and what's going on and building the right tool. So we're getting back to where the guy goes, my only antenna is the in-fed half wave, and that's my go-to and all I'll ever use. Well, you're never going to talk to Perth, Australia and Nebraska with an in-fed half wave. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And it kind of, where the second book is and what it's all about is focusing on, let's form a beam. Let's take that, just take that RF and get it and shoot it in a direction with a wire, with something as simple as what I had in the first book, simple wire antennas. You know, I get up on in the mornings and go down to the beach, and I get on the Southern Cross Net, and there's guys like my friend in Pensacola. This is Stan. He is Kilo Echo 5 Echo Echo. There's a reason why he has that call sign, because I'm in Virginia, and every time he keys, I hear the echo, 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 because he's going all the way around. That's with this setup. But funny thing is, what he does, he talks around the world as a DXer, and I'm not joking, the guy's amazing. But what he does with this incredible antenna farm in his backyard in Pensacola, Florida, I can do on the beach of the Outer Banks of North Carolina or Virginia. He's got a kilowatt maybe, or 1.5 kilowatt. I can do it with 5 watts and a wire, you know what I mean? And it's because I understand propagation and I understand what's going on with the water below me, the ground below me and what have you there. So I kind of want to, I'm saying this because I might be by the ocean, I may be by salt water, I'm getting that effect. But no matter where you're at on planet Earth, if you can understand propagation and understand which tool to use, and it doesn't have to be a resonant antenna, because we talk about the antenna, the one I use a lot, the Ribicoff antenna, multi-band antenna. The cool thing about that is, with that antenna at certain lengths, especially in the higher bands, the takeoff angle starts going down. Going back to that map where I talked to Perth, for me, my takeoff angle, try to get it down around 8 degrees. That 8-degree takeoff angle, my first skip hits the ionosphere heading west and comes down and lands in the Pacific Ocean. I don't hit land until I get to Australia with that takeoff angle. And that's kind of where I'm trying to, in the second book, you'll see what this next level antenna is. No matter where you're at, you don't have to be like me, by the water or whatever. You need to manipulate your signal, change that takeoff angle, form that beam, whatever you got to do to make that type of contact, the type I make all the time. And it can be done, and it can be done affordably, as you see here. I mean, that's a $250 radio, and I've probably got the $99 DX Commander pole and $16 worth of Walmart wire on it. You know what I mean? It can be done. So that's really where I'm going in the second book. So to kind of phrase it all up, it's all about the surface below and near me or near you, the ionosphere above, but most of all, it's about the antenna and building the right antenna. I jokingly say there's a lid for every pot. You know, your infed, and I keep saying the infed half wave. I like that's a great antenna, but your infed half wave is not going to get you DX if that's what you want. If you're a POTA guy and you're just trying to make 100 contacts and you don't care where they're coming from, that's the best, that's the lid for that pot. You know, me personally, if you know me or see me, I do a little POTA, but not much because I'm a DXer. I love to see how far I can get a signal to go and how low a power I can do it with, and sometimes how much, 100 watts or what, if it's what it takes, but I like to do that. So in the next book, you might have to buy a couple more poles or whatever, but as you can see here, I got in the little baggies. Those are Walmart baggies with Walmart speaker wire in them, and I built a beam antenna, a simple 2-element vertical Yagi antenna with 2 poles. What I do is I take a piece of PVC pipe. After I extend the pole, I take the bottom off and just slide it down on it. And now suddenly I have a beam, and it's so easy to do. And I kind of, like I said, really want to get that into the second book. If you bought my first book, I've heard this today a lot. Hey, I bought your first book. I built that 17.5 antenna. I built the Coastal 20 or whatever. It's awesome. Okay, this is even going to be more awesomer than that. Trust me. I'm trying to encourage people that are into antenna building like I am that it can still be done very easily, very affordably, as you'll see in the book. With that said, too, you take a wire, as I've done, a simple 2 wires actually, putting a balun up on a pole, and you build a half square. I built this antenna. This is my local park in Portsmouth. I'm up away from the water. And with this antenna, I was running 100 watts, but I was talking to my friends in Australia, and all of a sudden I heard a ZS call, and he was in South Africa. I was like, wow, he should be off the side of this thing. So I called him, and he came back to me. He said, yes, I'm beaming to Australia, so you're obviously long path. So with a simple wire antenna, half square wire antenna, 2 poles in the ground, with 100 watts, I'm sitting there in my park talking long path to South Africa, over Australia and all the way back around to him. And it can be done. It can be, and that didn't require salt water because I was pointing away. I was nowhere near it. And it's things that can be done anywhere. It's just putting the right lid on the right pot, as we say there. Taking that into account, I was like, okay, something else right now, especially as we're kind of high in the cycle, the 10-meter band. I was like, you know what? I want to go even farther. Okay, I like the half square. Now I want to stack a half square. So I built what's called a bobtail curtain, which is basically 2 half square antennas together with the feed in the middle, and went out on the beach. This beach here is it's called Ocean View. It's in Norfolk. So I'm facing due north here. I put this thing up middle of the day on the 10-meter band. And I was talking to the United Kingdom and Ireland and in that direction, which I knew that's where I was trying to do. I was beaming right at them. And I'd had guys coming to me and said that they were running 500 watts or more or whatever. And they were like, 5.2, 5.3. And they were like, Walt, you're 10 over. You know what I mean? So I knew it was working. I was taking beamforming and sending my signal there with simple wires and 3 poles, as simple as that. So the second book, that's really the idea, and really what I'm trying to do is to get an understanding for newer hams that have built the verticals, that have built the random wire antennas that are in that book, to understand, okay, we've thrown the RF out there in that one. Next level, let's take that RF and send it where we want to go and improve on antenna building. And that's really what the next level is all about. I've built some pretty interesting antennas. I told you the portable rhombic that I built was a lot of fun. The corner-fed cubicle quad, that's an antenna that's most people think it takes an elaborate thing to do. I just stuck 4 poles up and measured it and put the 2 squares by each other, put it on the ground. And I was actually in there's a high school near me that was torn down. I went out in the field where the high school was torn down, so I'm literally 3 or 4 miles from any water, and built the cubicle quad, and was working some amazing DX with that. So that's kind of the theme of that second book, or the new book that's out now, is if you really want to start getting into beamforming, you don't want to go spend $1,000 or $800 or $900 on a hex beam or whatever. That was really the idea and what I was wanting to get out there in the next level book. But some people don't want to build antennas. Some people want to buy them, and that's cool. So what I also did in this book, you'll see is sharing with it, is I went out and found affordable type antennas Like I found it's called the POTA beam. I cringe when I say POTA beam because there's the POTA commander, the POTA general, the POTA, everything. If you put POTA, I guess people think if you put POTA in front of the name of an antenna, it's going to market and sell. But this was a little 10, 11 meter hex beam. That thing was amazing. I learned a lot by using it. The MAMO beam from the ARRL, 6 meters, I put it up in the backyard. This is my backyard, and 6 meters wasn't even open, and I was making 6 meter contacts 30, 40 miles away. I just called CQ, and they're like, wow, someone's on here. I go, yeah, I'm on here, and we chatted. So with that, the Alex loop, smaller antennas like that, towards the end of the second book, I give my experience with using this type too, because I know there are people that like, hey, I like the looks of the antennas. I don't have the time, the patience. I don't want to cut, wires and stand up poles or whatever. I just want to get an easy portable antenna and get out and use it. So that's in the book with my experiences with that as well. One thing different though, everybody, I was amazed a minute ago when I showed the picture of the seafood boil there with all the seafood in it. Everybody kind of liked it. But the second book, what took place in the seafood in the second book is my collection of radios. I'm a hoarder. My wife thinks I only have 25 radios. I've got a lot more. So I have a lot. I have a lot of radios. Fortunately, being a YouTuber, I have gotten blessed to be able to use some of them. Some of them are cheap. They're not good. Some of them are. But so in this book, also throughout each chapter, I review one of the more popular and affordable, in my opinion, radios that I've used portable. I can give a rundown on them as well. So that's what the book's all about. So I wanted to talk about the book and building antennas, but here's what I want to do, and it's working out perfect. Last year in the forum, I talked a whole hour, and there was so many people that wanted to ask questions, and I didn't get to everybody. So I thought I'm going to make this shorter because I really want this forum to be about us, me learning from you and you learning from me, or let's just chat and talk antennas. So I'm going to finish the forum up. That's the slides. And I want to talk, and I want to take questions, and I want you to you can challenge me if you like or whatever. Let's talk about portable antenna building. You can ask me my experience on it. I'll be honest. If I don't know, I'll just say I'm a dummy. I don't know that or whatever. But that was one thing last year in the forum. I felt so bad that I didn't get to answer everybody's questions. So with that said, let's talk antennas. The floor is open. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a good question. The South Africa, for me, I get up in the morning. So as 20's opening on the East Coast, it's in the fall, and that was in the fall, somewhere around 6:37, right after the sunrise. So I'm somewhat in the gray line, okay? And remember now I'm beaming to Australia. They're going into night, and they're also in summer, and I'm in are coming, the warmer time of year. So they're getting a little bit more daylight. So I make that, that contact in. So it would have been for South Africa, he would have been middle of the afternoon for him. So it was probably, say 7 to 8, 9, 10, 11. It was about 1100 GMT, so about 7 a.m. at Eastern time when I did that. Yes. That's a good question too. That antenna, he follows me on social media. He saw the nighttime pictures of me building an antenna, probably. I get in there pretty early. Some of these antennas in the second book take some effort. Putting up that half square, and I've done them all by myself. I even used if you guys are familiar, I put a chapter in the book about it. The ML&S, Martin Lynch and Sons over in the UK, have a vertical Moxon that you put up on 2 poles. I built that by myself. I would not put any of the video up because it looked like an episode of the Three Stooges. It was tough. But the half square, I think it took me probably 45 minutes, maybe an hour to get it completely up. So I did get there very early. Yes, sir. Right. Is that Cowboy? You talk to Cowboy? I talk to Cowboy all the time too. He's cool. Yeah. Usually New Zealand, that's a good one too. For me, I have trouble with New Zealand in the morning. Because if I get on the beach, if 20 doesn't open up fast, the ZLs and the ZLs are gone for me, and then I get the VKs. So that is another thing DX wise is there. But in the afternoons on the higher bands, like I can talk to Cowboy, and he's near Auckland. I can talk to him like on 12 meters, really. Yeah, he's 100 watts. Yeah, and he sounds great. I mean, he does. So yeah, and that's another thing. You kind of think that the ZLs and the VKs, New Zealand, Australia are kind of one and the same. There's like a 4-hour time zone difference between them as well. So as the gray line and the sun's going down for them and coming up for us, if 20 meters doesn't hurry up and open, like when I wake up in the morning at say 3 or 4, and I get up early, I'm up 3:45 every morning. I get up. First thing I do is I'll go look at the maximum usable frequency, and if I see like right over top of me it's a 7 or 8, I'm like, it's going to be blah whatever. But if I see it's already 13 or 14, I'm like, I better get to the beach if I want to make a ZL contact. I can do it. Today's that day, and that's understanding what's going on, as I said above, with and what band conditions are like that day. Yes, sir. Second time that question's been asked today. It's a good one. What's the fastest and most effective antenna I build? For me, like I said, being by salt water, that antenna is the half wave vertical for 20 meter band. I'm a really heavy 20 meter band guy. I mean, that's for DXing, it's my band. I can get, roughly 32.5 foot of wire, tape it to my 10 meter DX Commander Expedition pole, put a 49-to-1 on it, and I use 5% of a wavelength, so about a meter long, one little pigtail counterpoise. And with that antenna, I've made numerous 5 and 10 watt QRP contacts going back over to VK as well. What's that? I've done a vertical dipole, in-fed half-wave vertical. So like I said, it's just a half-wave vertical fed at the bottom with a short counterpoise wire. Yes, sir. The favorite antenna that I built? All of them? No, I got to think about that. Honestly, as you'll see, there's a video on it. I did it. It was a cold day last October, November, but I built that portable rhombic. I was amazed with that. So what I did is I took 2 10-meter poles, and everyone knows a rhombic antenna shaped at a rhombic, it should be flat. Well, I thought of a way I could do it was I would slope it. So I have the V going up and the V going down, and I used two poles. I took about a meter-long pole at each end, and I put the feed at one end and a terminating resistor at the other. And that was a really cool antenna. And because of for me, the nostalgia and the history of the rhombic antenna, I mean, if you look at the ARRL logo, that's a rhombic. I mean, it's that antenna, people say, won the war of World War II. I mean, it was such a big antenna for its time. So that was rewarding-wise, that was probably my favorite antenna. It was a great reward. Yes, sir. Great question. Great question. So he said, I don't know if you guys hear me, he said 20 meters, I want to put up an antenna and really perform. What I want to be at the water or 400 feet from the water. Going back to that graphic I showed you with the ground conductivity underneath it, I have found I've done it both. In summertime, getting down by the water in the daytime when everyone's laying on the beach and surfing and everything else, it's impossible. But I've discovered that when I get just in the wet sand, everyone thinks you throw the wire into the water. I'm just trying to get over the wet sand because that wet sand is really becoming part of the surface of the salt water. And night and day. I probably should do a video on that. I can experiment. I can be down in that wet sand with my 1 or 2 counterpoise wires on it. And if I move 300 or 400 feet away, I know for a fact, big difference. I mean, I'm still getting a real heck of a great advantage being by the water back away, but it just like amplifies it when I'm in that wet sand down by the water. Yes, sir. Yep. I would suggest putting up something like a random wire with a 9-to-1 if you're going to throw it over to trees. And that's what, I mean, infed half wave you can operate. Last weekend I went camping in Virginia Beach with an infed half wave, the spool antenna. I threw it over to the canopy of trees by me and sat there and operated on 40, 20, 15, 10 wasn't open, but I did that and that was fine. But for me, you know, an infed with a 9-to-1 and use a random, there's nothing random about a random wire, but you know the length of the so-called random wire lengths, put that up. And a tuner, I mean, that's when that slide I showed earlier, I only use resonant antennas. Yeah, and you only use one band at a time then, you know what I mean? That answers that question. So, and that also, if I wanted that same question, like what I should have done last weekend camping, I was right on the dune, is I should have put up something like the Ribikoff with a 4-to-1, you know, 7.6 meter or 25-foot wire, because that'll tune. I've tuned from 40 to 6 meters with a tuner. And everybody goes, yeah, but all the loss by tuning it. Yeah, but all that beautiful takeoff angle by tuning it and getting my signal. I'd rather, if I'm running 100 watts, I'd rather get 75 of them off at 8 degrees, skipping me around the world, than running 100 watts on a dipole that's not doing that. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I would do. And that spins in my head every time I go camping. What am I going to do this time? You know? Yes, sir. For Ribikoff, I first built the Ribikoff. I was in Poland. Up, you know, in northern Poland, and I was nowhere near the Baltic. And even so, the Baltic salinity is very low. I was probably 15 kilometers, 10 miles from the water. I had put it in the backyard. I used five radials on that, only because I had enough wire to do it. You know what I mean? I was living out of a bag over there, and I did 5 about 17 feet or 5 meters long each. They didn't have to be resonant, and that thing was an awesome backyard antenna DX wise. I mean, I made some, you know, South America contacts from Europe with that antenna over there with 5. Now I've done that same antenna, you know, at the beach and just thrown one. I mean, I call it when I'm in the wet sand, I call that one counterpoise wire, like everybody knows the Bounty, the quicker picker upper, or the extra absorbent 3-ply, whatever. I put that one wire into that wet sand. Suddenly that whole area of wet sand is just getting absorbed as a, you know, part of the ground plane below me. All the way to the back, yeah. Sure, it's a good question. SolarHam, I don't know if you guys know solarham.com. I watch that really hard. I don't trust that, and it's not their fault. They're just regurgitating all. They're gathering it from everywhere and sending it out to us. I do watch SolarHam. The number one thing I mentioned it a minute ago. I wake up every morning. I look at it's just Google MUF 3000, and it'll give me the maximum usable frequency. You know, the whole world. But I can really, if you sit there, I know times I'll drink coffee, and it updates every 10, 15 minutes. I'll watch it, and you can just watch the bands opening, coming across the ocean here in the States. But those are the two. Matter of fact, if I pull my phone up right now and went to my browser, those two are still there because I watch them all day long. It's SolarHam and the maximum usable frequency site. That's good question. Yes, sir. You know what? I haven't. I'll take it back. I have once. When I was in Rhode Island, I had like 6 telescopic whips. So when I was a kid, one of the first antennas I had on top of my house, my mom yelled at me. I went to Radio Shack because it was all I could afford. If you guys remember CB back in the day, Radio Shack had the $14.99 quarter wave ground plane for CB, and it was just 3 radials and a thing. So I wanted to recreate that for like the 20 meter band, and I did that with raised radials. I think raised radials, as I said earlier, there's a lid for every pot. I don't think raised radials are for me because I'm on top of that sand and that wet sand or whatever. Now, I think people that are really smart and know what they're doing with raised radials, if you're in the middle of, North Dakota somewhere, that would be the option, you know, to maybe get what I'm getting, you know, just put enough of them up and. Right. Yeah. That's the other frustration I think I would have with raised radials is that's just another part you have to tune. You know what I mean? It's just more work. That's my thought. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it, but when I get down there, man, I'm like, I want to make, let's go. You know what I mean? I don't have enough patience. So, but yeah, it does. It works. I know it works well too. Yes, sir. Right. Right. Great question. And that's kind of why I didn't write this down. I just had it in my mind what I wanted to talk about. It was one thing I did want to say about that. As we're going into solar minimum, as we're coming down, you're going to see that like the amount of time when the 10, 12, 15 meter bands are open is going to reduce greatly. 20 and 40 meters are going to become your favorite band in solar minimum, but that doesn't mean that those bands won't have their opening, especially 10. They have your sporadic moments and stuff like that with 10. But yeah, we're and I worry about that. I mean, we've really gone in ham radio. We've really gone through a great, you know, COVID. One thing COVID did do, it brought a lot of new hams into the hobby, and I just hope they don't get frustrated as we start going into solar minimum. And you don't have to be. It's just as much fun. There's just as much we can do, you know, as we go through it. I'll tell you something. It's in this month's, in the June issue of QST. A couple months ago, I did the article. The article I did is in this month, but I think it was a month and a half ago when I wrote the article, was the Virginia QSO party. And I said, you know what, I'm going to build. I'm not an NVIS guy. I'm not going to build NVIS antennas. I don't do a whole lot. I wanted to know. I was like, I wonder what that salt water, that wet sand underneath an NVIS antenna would be like. So, I had my friend Tim N9 SAB has these little nano 40-meter dipoles. I called him up and I said, Tim, I want one of them, but can you cut me a wire 5% longer overall than that? And so I went out on the beach with 2 poles and I strung the dipole over it. And then I put, you know, right underneath it, just like 3 or 4 meters underneath it, I put, in the wet sand, I put the reflector underneath it, right? Just so happens the day of the Virginia QSO party, we were in a G2 solar event. It was horrible. I mean, horrible conditions. And I was kind of frustrated because, you know, I'm in my mind, I'm like, I'm not a contester. I'm not, you know, it's cool, but I'd rather make a DX contact on a Tuesday morning than one in the middle of a contest. It just means more to me. But I said, you know what, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to win because no one in Virginia Beach, hardly anyone, it's coveted. Everybody wants that, you know, you're 5'9", VBX, you know, I knew I'd be like, I would be the hunted if I did it. So I go out there and I put it up and now we're in G2 and horrible. The bands were just absolutely horrible. I said, all right, what the heck? I'll call CQ. So I call, you know, CQ, Kilo 4 Oscar, Golf Oscar, Virginia QSO party, Virginia Beach, on 40 with the NVIS antenna. And suddenly I'm hearing, like, down in the noise, I'm hearing like 4 5s and some 5 1s, and I'm pulling them out of the noise. And they're coming back to me, you're 5'9", you're 5'9", 10 over. And I'm thinking, they're just being nice, whatever. But I was getting all these great reports. So it made me go, I'm like, what the heck happened here? It didn't make sense. Were people just being kind? And they were all like within a 400 or 500 mile radius of me when I built this NVIS antenna. And that prompted me to do more research. And what I discovered by building that antenna and going out and doing it is that when we're in an event at a G1, G2 level, when it's like not quite radio blackout, but it's bad, that the D layer is the absorption of the signal that's going on. The D layer absorbs when you're coming through it at angles, but when you penetrate it, like an ionoson does when it measures, when you penetrate it straight up and straight down, you have less absorption. So what I was doing, I was getting these people that were coming at me at angles and with a vertical antenna or whatever, and I was shooting straight up to the ionosphere and coming straight back down like you know, like a satellite signal almost, whatever, an Invis, and it was working. So I discovered that when band conditions are really bad, let's say you want to go make a POTA run, and we're in the middle of really horrible band conditions, i.e. what we're going to be like at solar minimum, there is a lid for every pot, and that lid could be an Invis antenna at 40 meters, you know, I mean, and it just worked for me. Anybody else? Yes. How often I use vertical what? I'm sorry. Vertical monopoles. A lot. I'm a vertical guy pretty much, mostly. With me, it depends. If I'm at my park, I try to get 4 or 5 radials down, but by the water. Here lately, I've just been using 2 long. I've got really fallen in love with this res system I got is telescopic. I can put it up really quick. And with them, they have these 33 feet or 10 meter long radials. I use 2 of them, and I get up right at the edge of the wet sand and I angle them down in the wet sand. And those 2 radials, I mean, it works. That's basically what I do. Just a couple by the water. But like I said, if I was like in the mountains or way away, like here, if I was here in Ohio, I would 4 or 5. The idea is to get, from what I understand, I've learned this is something from watching Callum McCormick, DX Commander, is to get an entire wavelength for the lowest band that you want to use on the ground. So let's just say I'm working the 20 meter band. I want to get at least 20 meters worth of wire underneath me as a counterpoise works. Yes, ma'am. That's good. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Seriously, I'm that guy. And that's a hard question to answer, but I'm going to give you my opinion. So I live in a historic neighborhood in Portsmouth, Virginia. It's called Old Town Portsmouth. Our homes were built anywhere from 1690 through the 1800s. I live on an old historic home that's been converted into condos, and I have the 3rd floor. And with me, I have the fire escape out, and I put a vertical up. The problem with that vertical is that verticals are horrible for noise, but it's all I can have out my back fire escape. If you're somewhere where you could, put up a dipole and move it around or whatever, or even, something with some form to it, I don't know HOA-wise, if you have a problem there, you can do anything. This might be where that in-fed half wave might be the answer to your question. You know what I mean? That might be the antenna for you. I mean, and manipulate it, move it around. Sometimes, like when you see me talking to Australia, that frequency that Southern Cross Net's on every morning is 14.238. Where I'm at in my home, I don't know which neighbor it is, what he's doing, and what he's got, but 14.241 is right through it, that signal. And what I did was, it's what turned me into a Yaesu fanboy. I got a FT710, and I can narrow it, and I can get rid of that noise and operate at 14.238. That's another answer. Is you're going to have to fight noise reduction. But antenna-wise, you're going to have to play around until you find that antenna. And I don't think, as much as I love vertical antennas, if you got noise, the vertical is probably not the answer, because those things, as people joke that they receive, they radiate horribly in all directions. They receive horribly in all directions as well. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding. That's a Virginia joke. I'll go say. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wow.
And the HOA bylaws say I cannot permanently affix anything to the building. What would you recommend?
I would recommend that you get a couple different ununs and some of the thinnest, most invisible wire you can, and throw it off the side of your balcony after no one's looking, and operate, and then run out there when you're done and reel it all back in. That's how I would operate. I said that when I was in Poland. I was up my backyard. I had a bedroom, and my stuff was up on the 2nd floor. I called it urban portable. So I would consider going urban portable. Play around with different wires. Find something. You might find something that that is great. But hey, if you operate for 2 or 3 hours with it, I don't know if you got a car in your parking lot. Maybe you hook it to the bumper of the car and then up to the balcony or whatever, and play around with it and have fun. And that's the beauty of experimenting with antennas. You keep playing with different things, you're going to find the right thing. And then when you're done, reel it in. And then when the HOA president knocks on your door, hey, I want to see your antenna. What antenna? You don't have it. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Well, I mean, what bands do you want to work? Like 20, 40? Yeah. That might be, I mean, you got enough space there where you could build, like the antenna I talked about earlier, a half-wave vertical, and you don't really, half-waves don't require the radial field. If you understand the way the RF's moving in it, I use 5% of a wavelength, which is a 1 meter long. I call that the cul-de-sac. And so what's going on with it as it's going on is like it's hitting the cul-de-sac and turning around and coming back up. So I would try something like that and play around until you find things that work. And maybe you put one up for a little while, you take it down, you put another one up. I mean, if I were you, 10 meter band, one of the best 10 meter antennas I've ever did, you got enough space to build a vertical dipole for 10, try that, something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's worth a try. You know what I mean? That's how you discover things. Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. If anyone in here can model a slinky in antenna modeling software, I'll pay you. It's tough. It's tough to really know. I do know that it's probably very similar to just a wire. You know what I mean? Or a coil. You know what I mean? If you model a coil, in other words, I just take the coil and expand it. But the thing is, unlike a coil, where your electrical length is all kind of combined in there, you're spreading the coil out. I don't want to say that Slinky's a gimmick. It's a fun gimmick. I've had a lot of fun with it. You know what I mean? It's hard to say, but I'm sure it's radiating in a donut just like any other, vertical antenna is. The question is, what is your takeoff angle? I don't know. I just don't know the answer to that. Yeah.
How about a 40 short, mid-size coil?
Yeah, that's a great. I like that. I'm gonna tell you why. He's talking about a shortened 40 vertical with a coil. I'll even go one better with that. I have made one daytime, I say daytime, like 8 in the morning contact to Australia from the beach was with that antenna. I had, it's the JPC, whatever it is, I put it up, had the coil and then the vertical above it, and I tuned it to, to 7,150 or whatever. I was on 40 with it. But when I say I had one better, I bought the little cheap capacitance hat and put on the top. And people say I'm crazy, but I think it helped the takeoff angle. And it was the only time I've ever talked to Australia when the sun was out, was on 40 meters, was with that very antenna.
Seems to work pretty well. 40 and the 20 on the same.
Yeah, they're great. And everyone knows if you raise the coil, like so many people have, like I do, the Wolf River coil or the slide one or whatever on the bottom and then put it up. If you raise that coil up, you're still extending the antenna electrically, but you're bringing the donut, instead of it doing this, it's coming down more. You're lowering the angle. Yeah, for sure. Yes, sir. outside my apartment, hold the end back at the end and use alligator clips with the coax to it, right down your radio. The wall board does add capacitance to it. You have to adjust the length a little bit to them, but they will work and they will get out. Right. No, that's great. And, that's really kind of the whole theme and what I'm trying to do with these books is like experiment. People ask, what antenna would you recommend? I recommend you try things like foil tape inside the house as a dipole is genius. Yeah. Just keep playing around until something, what they say, throw enough stuff at the wall and see what sticks. You know what I mean? And that's kind of I love that. I really do. Anyway, yes, sir. I haven't done much summit work, I'll be honest with you, other than, unfortunately, the summits I've been on have been cliffs that overlook beaches. So it's kind of, that's a hard question to answer. But I'll tell you, I've got some plans. In November, I'm going to Australia and then New Zealand for quite a bit for a few weeks in November. And I was thinking when I was especially when I'm in New Zealand, I want to do a summit. I'm going to do the place is so beautiful, and we see them, what it's like there. So my idea is I will probably get up there. Being that I'll be in New Zealand, I'm also thinking I want to make contacts on the other island in New Zealand and then probably over to Australia. I'll probably get up on the top of the summit with something like an infed half wave. The antenna I've been beating up all day here, but something like that, because I know, it might be the perfect antenna for me to reach the surroundings of Oceania where I'm going to be at. That's my thought right now. I'll probably change my mind 5 times before I go, but yeah. Yes, sir. What's that? Yeah. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Lady next door, the 5 kids running around over there, looked at it and said, "What are you doing?" I told her, she says, "Well, I heard that stuff makes you sterile."
You should have told her by the looks of your kid, you need to go stand by the antenna. Yeah, that's right. So, man, I tell you what, G5RV, I built one in Poland. I didn't build it, I put one up, I should say. My friend Tim, N9SAB, sent me over with one. And my other Tim friend, over in the UK, he was telling me, Walt, you got to try this antenna. You got to try, G5TM. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Tim. He's a YouTuber. He was telling me, you got to do it. And I put one in the backyard over there, and that was a great. That antenna and an off-center fed dipole as horizontals, I really, because they're multi-band, I loved both of those antennas. They were great. I had fun with those antennas. We got a couple more minutes. Yes, sir. That's the weekend. That's what I'm doing now. I'm going to, last night, Michael Murphy from DX Engineering, I has a chat. We're going to get together tomorrow. He's going to go through both radios for me. And I'm going to really, I know I sound like a Yaesu fanboy, but I might end up getting the IC705 because it's a pound and a half lighter. I don't know. I'm trying to make my mind up. I swear I don't know yet. I'm just trying to decide. I'll probably do everything this weekend. Last night I went and talked to Ray at ICOM. I'm going to go to talk to the Yaesu people, and I told Ray, I was like, I'm not buying your radio. I want to make my mind up without any brand allegiance to it. I'm trying to find out what is going to be the perfect radio for me to fly to the other side of the world with, and it's going to be one or the other. I'm either going to get the IC705 or the Yaesu FTX1, and I'm taking the little PA50. I don't know if you saw a few videos ago, I took the PA100 and the PA50 out and tried both of them. When I had the 100 going, all I could hear was the fan for me. You couldn't hear it in the video, but I'm just hearing the whole time I'm trying to make the QSO. Plus the power consumption there's not enough juice for the squeeze compared to what I can get out of just 50 watts in that battery. That's really what I'm thinking. Yes, sir.
My elder was on order. He encouraged me before POTA, 10 years ago, to go out and do what he called field radio.
Yeah.
The change that I've seen in ham radio in the last 10 years with your website, POTA, and all the other people that are getting into portable ops, has changed ham radio, in my opinion. In my opinion, it saved ham radio.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you guys. I tell everybody all the time, I'm not a POTA guy, and I'm not. I'll do it. To me, it's the lazy way of spotting yourself for me when band conditions are horrible, and because I'm a YouTuber and a lot of people know me, if I spot myself, I got to pile up. So I don't do it. I'm a DXer. I like to get out and DX and I hunt more. A lot of people go, hey, let us know when you're going to be on. I'm like, I don't really want to do that. I want to be able to talk to my friends overseas, not like, everybody here. It's terrible maybe, but I will occasionally, like I've gone out with the intention of doing a POTA activation just so I can get everybody in the log that I'm friends with here in the States and do it. But thank you for that comment. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, I guess we'll call that a day. I am going to be, if you're interested in either the first or the second book, I will be over at the ARRL area. I've got a book signing I'm going to do in about 20 minutes, and I'll keep going until the last person. They got me set till 2 if I have to go over. If anybody wants to get the book, wants me to, ruin it by writing my name in it, just come on over. This really is what I wanted to do, guys. I want to thank you guys with the questions because last year I didn't get to do this, and there was so much I wanted to talk about. And you guys brought the topics up, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. What's that? She doesn't want to do it. She just wants to be Mrs. K4OGO. Thank you. Thanks for your service. What yeah, you're that's awesome. That's my page. It's good. Early before everybody else. There's nobody there. Love it. Yeah, I don't think it's a big issue. I really don't. I haven't had that problem. I mean, I'm not around trees a lot. I got a manual and it's working. I'm shocked. Yeah. I know I talked to you very briefly last night at FDM. I also want to thank you. That spirit of experimentation, more so because I'm nowhere near saltwater. I'm in Minneapolis, right? Right. That spirit of experimentation really caught me before I even got my license. Thank you. I love hearing that. Thank you. That's the kind of thing I'm trying to do as well. Not quite so often building my own, but I'm starting to build. Thank you. So we'll talk to you. I appreciate it.
I just want to say thank you a lot. I'm new to Paint Radio.
Are you?
Yeah.
Keep chugging, man. Keep
well, I come here and I felt like I know nothing about.
We're not. Hey.
And then I let's.
I am an HF guy. Yeah. Someone started talking to me about VHF, UHF stuff, satellites, whatever. I'm an idiot. You know what I mean? It's like that's the thing about our hobby. There's so many different things. You just find what you like and go with it. Quick question. What was the elevation on your 40-meter Impedance? Oh, it was,
How far off the ground?
I think it kind of beat because I had it between two poles. The lowest part was, I think, about 3 meters, and at the ends, it was probably 4.5. I used the 10-meter poles, but they bent over, so they came way, no, I used 7-meter poles, and they bent down a good 2 or 3 meters, so anywhere from 5 to 3 meters with the wire on it.
Thanks for inspiring people to build antennas.
Thanks.
Well, in a quick question, really appreciated the presentation. Love the way you interface humor. Keeps everybody's attention, makes us laugh. I have an original Alex. Any suggestions on how to fine tune that?
That thing is, I've got one too. You know, the problem I have, you probably have it with you, you got your hand up here, right?
Yeah.
As soon as you pull it away, you were coupled with it when you were tuning it. It's kind of like, what I do is, once I do that and pull away, you can kind of, if you watch especially if you're on a signal, you watch the SDR, you kind of get in your mind, okay, I need to go 3 kilohertz to the left, to the right, or whatever. That's how I did it. But I'm by no means an expert at loops. Loops, I have lost sleep over that Alex loop I have is the only loop I've ever used that I actually like. I've given away 2 other loops. Yeah, it's a great one. It really is.
Are we gonna have good weather in the Outer Banks? That's what I get.
Next week?
Yeah, next week.
Sure hope so. I'm gonna be there. All right, let me know.
I'd love to try. I know you got a question on the beach. Real quick, when she was asking about, when she was asking about you were talking about noise over where I'm an HOA, I run like
Yeah.
Yeah. That's less noise. Same name.
Yeah, usually, because you're not using the ground. You're off with it. Right. Yeah, that probably would be the best.
Low one getting the low angle. How is the angle of the slope of
It really isn't as good as a vertical, but I mean, if you're using the aspects of the sloper, I mean, off the side, you're probably doing well, but it's just hard to say. It depends on the band, the slope, the length.
Yeah.
It's tough.
sort of wrapped around plastic things. So it's one of the ways you can get a charter cell. So it works out good. I have a lot of boys.
Yeah, that's a thought. That's a thought. Let me get down there on these guys' way.
No, you're okay.
Thanks for the help.
Hey, how'd it go?
Really good. Thanks for
How do you like that? Yeah,
Yeah, we might need more. I gotta get a firm head count. We might need one. Those is one of those that I push it in, it wants to slip out. There we go. It's always, you know, you got a 50-50 chance. That's always a good sign.
Good plan.
Yeah. No, no, no. Thank you for your assistance. Now, the question is, am I going to get the right presentation mode here? Well, because we had a problem with Waltz. Come on. Well, I know, but the problem is,
There's a minimize that for a second, because there's a truss screen up on the other screen. Oh, you can't even.
no, because this is the problem. I don't know which button is. I'm used to a Mac, so.
What's going on? That's kind of weird.
This is not for aging other.
It's not that. Let me try something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. The old, and go to the task. Oh, everybody can hear what I said. Now, usually you can find the desktop. Where the hell are the program?
You have to kill PowerPoint, maybe?
I guess
Just can
this.
scroll down. Just kill PowerPoint. That might be the problem. It's
It's not there. No, this isn't. It's usually on the processes.
I might have to grab the AV guy back there.
I usually go here and have no problem, but that's not working.
Can you just click on the, oh,
I'm just trying to.
where did you do that?
I don't know. What?
Here he is. He's coming. We're trying to get this blasted thing working, but, oh, there's the guy I need right there. I think he was coming over here. This thing is just not working.
What's it not doing?
Well, it's not responding to any of the mouse clicks.
Have you tried the down arrow at all?
Oh,
it just
wait a
did.
minute, so,
Yeah. Click.
except I don't want that.
Oh, there you go. Left and right arrow.
Yeah, but the problem is we need it to project. Oh, it's over.
It is.
Should be.
It's up.
All right, so don't touch a thing, right?
It's the pedal on the right. It's the pedal on the right.
Yeah. Hi.
I'm the AV guy.
Yeah,
You need assistance?
I'm the Roomba guy, but I think we're set now.
You went through all the, no, do you really want to?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't get the mouse to respond, but it showed up the way it is.
So
And
that's what the clicker is for, right?
well,
You can use the clicker.
or you can just click the down arrow. Either one.
Sometimes people will deactivate the trackpad because ham radio guys are nerds. and
That's
we have to
probably-
touch everything we shouldn't.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. So Howard, I set up 8 chairs. How many speakers do we have total? Because we don't have a lot of room for more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just really don't get too close to the back end.
No, that's why I tried to have them out.
I don't think there's,
So I'm gonna.
oh, you can get, no, no, no.
Yeah. This collar. There is a wireless mic there for questions. So you can grab it, halfway, run around.
Is that hot?
You gotta turn it on. Just push the button down till you see green.
And then it works.
Yeah, so, it's like year 3 on the agenda, it's going really well, but we have all 4 forums are live streaming to DARA Hamvention is the name of it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Not sure why we did Hamvention, but we're working on it. And then, they'll also, if there's anything missed or the stream dumps, they're hard reporting it as well.
Okay.
And there's a playlist with all 4 forums. So you can run through and do like forum room to.
And take it off, right?
Whatever your guys' CW journeys, Long Island CW club,
Yeah.
and it'll.
Yeah, okay, good. Oh, might be another one, I see. Oh, that's great.
This should be fun, Howard.
Yeah, it's always fun.
So I got the dress all mixed up. I thought we were supposed to be business casual for this, and then Don pointed out that that's tomorrow night. Hence, I don't.
Oh, it was a lot of fun. I played maritime recording for them, so they had forced right on top of each other. And we decoded that. And then I forced them to send and change their speeds while we're sending, whipsaw back and forth, and then to change their tones when they were sending. Yeah, really gave them a good meeting since Mike wasn't there. Beat everybody up. They seem to like it. They seem to like it, unless they were humoring me. I don't know.
I think it like mixed up.
Well, you know, that's the way I used to teach, John.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't like to see.
but you know, we found that
Some things need to be consistent, some things need to be consistently inconsistent.
that needs to be in a class by itself to pull that adverse cop. And we found that that wasn't necessarily the way to teach the masses, so to speak, you know? We needed a more like rounded out curriculum.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, so, but I think they have it, you know? You can see, you can privately ask Dimitri and and Shannon, what they thought about it. That's the only ones that we did. Then we had an 87-year-old guy come in that just joined the club. And he's sending 25 words, and he's sending it too fast. 87 years old, hasn't done CW in 63 years. Just joined the club. 87. Show up to he's back now. Hey, send me a text and say, I haven't done CW for 63 years.
All right, tell me where to go.
never have people annoy you.
Who's not back?
Oh, no. We'll let Mike take it. Wednesday. Was I had.
All right. Did he seem to know what you were talking about?
He wasn't clear.
Is there a portable mic that we can hand?
Sit next to Dad. You want me up?
Okay, let's, since I'm gonna stand here doing the stuff, let's, give that to Howard. And then Howard can hand it.
Makes sense.
Take good care of it. The notes.
That's what right there.
Well, it's a good sign of parents. They know it's better for them. Once they that's great. So they almost no. You did. What are you doing? Tracy and radio. It is so true. Yeah, it's reload. Play music. You play music yourself. Oh, no kidding. I love first. Yeah. I gotta figure out the time. Right. I may not know the keys, but I gotta count the music. Yeah. That's just like CW. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna seem oh, yeah. That's I remember kids. We like a insulation test. That's the last two people touched bottom. You learned a lot. The tone. I even remember the guy's name. I'm sure that would be good for that. You'll never forget. Most funny because his name was Tom Whittier. His birthday's April 21st. Jeff said he was my best show his birthday was April 21st. And mine was April 26th. So yeah, we were all together as a bunch of coincidences.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. And the first thing I'm thinking about is that I think we were in this room last year, and it was so hot, if anybody were here, and it was just almost unbearable. But today it's very pleasant and cool, different type of experience. I'm Howard, WB2UZE. I'm one of the founders of the Long Island CW Club. And today we have a very nice presentation for you. We're going to talk about our CW journeys here. We have a variety of our members of all different age levels and experience, talk a little bit about the club at the same time and how to learn. But we're going to be weaving this in a more personal basis so you can see what it's like that they experienced and what you might experience too. So, just a little bit of a background, what we do and what we're all about. The Long Island CW Club was established back in 2018, and why? We felt there weren't enough field day operators on Long Island to be able to do what was needed. I was involved with one particular club, and there were 3 of us, and we were pressed into service. And I had earphones on my head for about 10 hours at a time, and I had cauliflower ears after that, and I turned into a machine. And I think I did for them 700 contacts in that particular contest, and I said, No more. We got to get people involved in CW. We got to split up the duties so we each can do it maybe an hour or two at a time. So I went to my friend Rich, K2UPS, and I said, how about we start teaching CW on Long Island? And he said, fine. And we started a club. And I went around and I strong-armed everybody I knew from the 3 major clubs on Long Island. And we came up with 52 members, and I thought that was it. But then word started to get out, and on top of that, COVID hit, and the entire nation was locked down and needed something to do. And from there, the club exploded. And as my wife tells me, sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for, because now we have over 8,000 members, and some of us work 70 hours a week just with the management and the administration of this. So it became very big. We're in all 50 states and 72 countries. And we have 182 classes and forums per week. That's per week on Zoom. So not only do we teach CW, every single day we have forums that are related to ham radio and related technology to give people a place to come and commune and enjoy to be besides just, rote learning of Morse code. So on Monday night, we would have forums that could talk on anything from outer space explorations to antennas. On Wednesday, we have a CW Makers class. I'm just giving you some of them. We have 3D printing. Saturday, we have portable operations forum and a boat anchor forum. So it's pretty involved, and that's where we come up with the 182 classes per week. Now, to deliver that type of experience, you have to have teachers and moderators. So we have over 100 instructors and moderators at this particular point, and some of our more famous ones are right here, and they're going to talk about their particular experiences and let you know a little about a club. So, Mike, I think the next slide, right? So next one up is Don. And Don, introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Don, KC0DWZ. I live in Minnesota, and I hope everybody's having a good Hamvention. By show of hands, who's here for the first time? I'm just curious how many. That's great, fantastic. First time after 68 years. Yeah, my first one was 2 years ago, and I was like a kid in a candy store. I was just overwhelmed. So hopefully you enjoy the Hamvention. Hopefully you enjoy this. Now another show of hands. How many are interested in learning CW? Oh, fantastic. Okay, so I'm asking that because I'm an instructor at LICW, and I'm technically the lead sending instructor, except my mentor is sitting right there. He's going to be talking in a minute. But I'm also an intermediate 2 instructor. And I'll talk about our program in a minute. But first, I'll give you a little bit about my background and my CW journey. I was about 11 years old, and I had an uncle who had CB radios, and I was interested in CB radios, and I had a neighbor who had about an 80-foot tower with a 4-element Yagi on it, and I wanted to be that guy. Well, then I found out there was this little perplexing thing called Morse code that I needed to know, and I bought the Radio Shack LPs, and I just couldn't do it. So I went to college, career, kids, you know the drill. I have a lot of folks like me that come into the class. So about 6 years ago, I was watching a video on preppers and preparation, and somebody was talking about communications, and they said, oh, and there's no requirement for Morse code for your ham radio license anymore. I stopped the video, I did the research, I bought the book from Amazon, I studied, and the next month I had my technician license. Next month the general, next month the extra. I was done. I was thrilled. So I had my first QSO on New Year's Eve of 2020. At the ripe old age of, what was I then? In 64 or so, 63 maybe. Anyways, after 2 years enjoying sideband and FT8, I said, got to be a better way. I want to learn CW. I want to conquer my demon, that white whale that's out there that prevented me from enjoying ham radio in my youth. So I had heard about LICW because a fellow I knew who's a member of LICW, he had gone and learned through the program. So I did my research and saw Howard on a couple of videos, and I said, that's it. So I paid $90 for the life membership, figuring After all this time, if $90 would get me on the air with a key in my hand, I'm doing it. So I went through the curriculum, and after about 8, 9 weeks, I was on the air for the first time, poorly, but I was on the air. And then about 3 months later, Howard asked me to be an instructor. Well, how? I didn't even know this stuff. Well, nothing ever came of it. And then Howard saw me again about 3 months later and said, "Aren't you an instructor?" No. Well, the next day I had everything going to become an instructor, and I've been one ever since, and I love it because my experiences with folks, they come into LICW either not knowing a thing, and that's great because we can teach them the LICW method, or they're what I affectionately call boomerangs, who learned the code in the 70s or 80s, never used it, have forgotten it, and they want to get back on the air. Okay? So I'm going to talk a little bit about our curriculum, and we have, at the BC levels, we have 3 carousels. BC1 is where we teach 18 characters over 6 weeks, 3 characters a week. And we have a class every day for BC1. So if you miss 1 week or 1 day, you can go to another class on another day. It's the same characters for that week. BC2, oh, and the speed, this is important. We use a character speed of 12 words per minute. But for the BC1 curriculum or carousel, we are at 8 words per minute effective speed. That's the Farnsworth space we refer to. And that's to allow people to adapt to having characters come at you in a stream. Well, after you've learned those 18 characters, you go to the next carousel, which is BC2, and you learn the remaining 26 characters over 9 weeks. But you're also relearning those 18 characters every week that you had learned in BC1. So really, you're reinforcing. I often get students asking, "I want to go back through BC1 again." It's like, no. You go to BC2, you're going to be fine. The biggest difference with BC2 is we do 10 words per minute effective speed. So instead of 8, it's 10. And we really try to get you used to the flow of characters. That's become a real thing in the club lately, is with new operators working on the flow. Not just character at a time, working on the flow of characters coming at you. And so after you've gone through that, you go to BC3, which is where we actually teach you the protocols of how to get on the air, how you operate on the air, what's the language for being on the air, and how that works. So after you've done that, you come into the intermediate ranks, and we'll probably talk about that further, but I think that's all I had to cover, Mike. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Howard.
Well, thank you very much, Don, and I'm glad that Don was able to give a little bit of his personal background and a little explanation of how we teach beginners. But I want to say something about Don. Some people ask me, how do we find instructors? How do we know who to ask? And it's kind of like, we call it like a karma in a way, like people who are good to take over and to lead the club, kind of, we say, bubble up to the surface. And that's how I felt about Don. And it's a blessing to us because, you know, I don't have to tell the majority of us here, we're all getting on in age, and there's a lot of gray hair in our hobby, and it's very important to have the young people to carry the torch. So we're very blessed to have somebody like Don to be so involved in the club and to be active in administration and teaching and keeping CW and ham radio moving forward. So thank you very much, Don. So Mike, I didn't bring my list. Who's next? You're next. Okay.
The show of hands that Don got was very, very interesting. I'd like to ask a little bit different question. How many of you know some Morse code but might want to get better? This is for you. I learned the code 3 different times in my life. The first time when I was relatively young, although I did it wrong. Instead of learning the characters as single acoustic sounds, which is the correct way to learn and the way LICW teaches, I memorized a visual chart. But it allowed me to license as a 5-word per minute novice when I was 14 years old. I couldn't get on the air back then. It was time to finish education and start a career. But then again, in my early 30s, I re-engaged using the Gordon West cassettes. and it allowed me to progress to the 20 word per minute amateur extra. But for the record, passing a 20 word per minute multiple choice exam at the FCC is a far cry from actually achieving proficiency. But that time I was able to get on the air, and I enjoyed working the world for several years. But again, it was time to focus on career, and 28 more years slipped by. Then at age 60, right before COVID, I re-engaged, this time with the Long Island CW Club, where I found a kind and respectful culture and a encouraging learning environment that allowed me to progress through the beginners, intermediate, and advanced curriculums to achieve both proficiency and fluency, and where today I enjoy helping others learn Morse code. Now, my story is not unique. Many join LICW having learned the code elsewhere, but now wishing to get better, to achieve fluency, something that has eluded them despite their best efforts. And at LICW, we have spent considerable time and energy to understand why so many become stagnant after learning the code, and more importantly, in developing teaching methods and curriculum to allow these students finally to progress. Now, the reason so many become stagnant is not for lack of effort. It's because the path to fluency is not intuitive, and it is certainly not natural. Because the natural thing to do is to employ techniques that have worked so well in your life in other parts. Essentially, work harder, practice longer in a quest for perfection. But the path to fluency in Morse code is not through perfection. It's just the opposite. The path to fluency is through flow, which is the ability to stay in a steady stream of characters without dwelling even for a fraction of a second on characters or words that you've missed. It requires assuming a relaxed state of mind. We call it a loose focus. It is essentially trying but not caring. And that is not something that comes natural, especially to highly successful individuals. But it is at the core of our flow-based learning. And it is what allows us to transition beyond active word building to what we call word discovery, which is where we use context, creativity, and imagination. And that allows us to know the words before they've been finished being sent. And it allows us to project words that have not yet been sent. It's what enables automatic and effortless copy at conversational speeds for extended periods of time, fluency. And at LICW, we are proud that over 60% of our students are actively engaged in flow-based learning at the intermediate and the advanced level. And while my comments have been on academics, it's interesting to note that some people join LICW not to engage necessarily in the academics, but because they want to engage in our rich and vibrant community of like-minded hams. As Howard mentioned, we have forums every day of the week. We have technical forums on radio theory, electrical theory, antenna design, Arduino programming, 3D printing. We have forums for collectors of keys, collectors of vintage radios, and our most popular forum on Saturdays is the Portable Operations Forum, which reflects the energy that's driving the renaissance in Morse code, which are operators that want to do so out in nature. So whether you want to learn Morse code, get better at Morse code, or just engage with our community, there's something for everybody at LICW.
Well, thank you for all of that, Mike. And I always like to talk a little bit about Mike during these presentations. They say he doesn't like when I do it, but I have to do it anyhow. Just a little bit of background. When we started the club, we were teaching in a certain way using G4FON's program. Was a fellow in the UK who had a way of teaching. He passed away a couple of years ago. And, you know, we were using what they call the Farnsworth method, where we were teaching CW at a higher speed, but delivering the CW at a slow rate, like 20 word a minute character speed, but delivered at 5 words a minute, because that's the way everybody said it should be taught. And I said to myself and my friend Rich, I said, who are we to reinvent the way CW is being taught? But after about 3 years into the club, we weren't happy with the progression from beginners to intermediate. There was a lot of drop off. So we thought maybe something's wrong. Now, Mike joins the club. A little bit of background about Mike. Mike retired 2 years ago as the #1 FedEx international pilot. Quite a thing. But part of his job was writing training manuals for the pilots at FedEx, writing the manuals. So Mike took it upon himself to do all the research on all the articles that we could ever find written on CW in the past 100 years, maybe even over 100 years. Some of this was written in High German by Koch. We all hear that name, Koch. Everybody threw the name out, Koch, the Koch method. We learned that the Koch method that everybody thinks is the Koch method is not the Koch method. Why? Because we had the German translated into a really rough English, and Mike suffered through it. We read articles and things written at the turn of the century during World War II, when the Army needed to crank out operators left and right, and they weren't satisfied with their rates. We read those things, and so we rewrote our entire curriculum. And if you want to see some of the academics that Mike wrote along with some of the other people sitting here and in committee, you go to our website, and on the homepage under academics, if you have 3 or 4 hours of your time, you can read these manuals that he wrote on how we teach. That's how serious we took this curriculum. So although we talked maybe for 5 minutes here, the hours and the time that went through to deliver the best way to teach you guys is something that we really took seriously. And I always like to take a moment to explain this. I had nothing to do with that. As a matter of fact, I fired myself as the head copy teacher because I didn't like my results and turned it over to the new way we teach. So who's next, Mike? Roland. Come on up.
Make sure I don't knock my hat off. Hi, my name's Roland Williams, AE6VL, and as you can tell from my complete lack of accent, I come from distant parts. So my CW journey, wow. So it all started when I built a radio as a young teenager, and when I turned it on, I actually heard somebody talking. I didn't touch anything except flick the switch. It happened to be tuned to Shannon Air radio, which pilots would know as Shannick control. And I could hear this disembodied voice talking to an airplane. And I tweaked the tuning control, and I stumbled on some Morse code, and I was infected. And so from there on, it was, now what do you do? Well, I went off to school, and I passed my ham radio exam. In the UK, it was the RAE, the Radio Amateurs Examination, which was an essay-style 3-hour epic. And then the guys in the college club decided that I really needed to learn the Morse code, and they beat it into me. So much like Don, I had previously purchased a set of 3 records. It sounds like the setup for a joke, right? And, teenagers, you learn real quick, but what I learned was the content, not the Morse code. So I knew what the letters were, but I didn't know what the dits and dars meant. So that was a bit of a surprise. And I also learned about a nasty infection called LWL, which is learning whilst lonely. You can't learn this stuff successfully on your own unless you're a very, very special kind of person. So part of the LICW bit is that, we focus on community. You need your buddies. You know, those of you that have seen Crocodile Dundee have to recall the line that he says to the guy that's going off for therapy, "What, ain't you got no mates?" And we provide you with your mates in the classes. And that's kind of important. The idea is we want to train you to be capable and more importantly, to be confident in your own skills. That's kind of important. The classroom part, yeah, the classroom part is a big piece of it, but what you really need is the opportunity to participate. If you're going to get better, you need to be part of it. So, you know, learning to copy letters is what you do at the very early stages. In the same way, you listen to what I'm saying, not to what the words are that I'm using. You won't remember my words, but you may remember the story. So part of the thing that I focus on, part of the advanced curriculum, is we use stories so that people are working on copying a tale, not on copying letters. And changing the focus of what you want to do makes it seem much more natural. Everybody complains it's really hard when they start, but by the time they've been doing it for a few months, it becomes really part of their lifestyle. So what we try to do is we want to try and build the foundation, all the habits. You're going to be mixing with people that feel exactly like you do. When you hold your hand up and say, "Oh, I can't do this," everybody else thinks, "Oh, thank God he said that, because I can't do it either." And once you discover you're in with the same crowd, then suddenly it all becomes a lot easier. It becomes very, very collegial. You build friendships that are going to last you for ages. It's like going out to coffee with your favorite mates. So how do you participate? Well, one of the things you can do is just spend time listening on the radio. It doesn't have to be a radio today. You can listen to streaming stuff. You can listen to the headlines in Morse code while you're driving. Doesn't sound very exciting, but trust me, it is. The number of close calls I've had by not actually watching where I'm driving have come, well, I mean, it sort of sears it into your mind, right? So that's one way. But then you've got these wonderful organizations like the Straight Key Century Club. SKCC does a lot. There's always somebody on the air. There's always someone you can talk to. You don't have to be shy about not being perfect. Heck, I'm not perfect. And I'll tell you, in my early life, my wife yelled at me in a department store, and she said, "Roland, come over here." She said, "I found something." And so I stumbled over, as one does when summoned, and she says, "Look, they're just like you." And she pointed to a rack that was labeled slightly imperfect. And I thought, I don't know what to do with this. And then there was a tap on my shoulder. I turned round, and there's this woman, and she said, "That told you, didn't it?" And she stomped off. So I knew my place. So, you know, we don't mind you being imperfect. And by following the story, you'll start to fill in what your subconscious knew all along. But it's constantly beset by your conscious mind going, "What did he say? What was that? I didn't get that." And that just stops you copying. Just listen to the words. Don't listen to the letters. Listen to the words. It's great fun. For those of you that want to pound along at a goodly rate, there's, for example, the QRQ crew, which is a new group. They've got a bit of a hurdle. They want you to be able to copy at least some of the stuff at 35 words a minute, which seems like climbing Everest when all you've ever done is climb the hill outside the house. But it really does work. And you'll find that with the encouragement of being with like-minded folk, you can do this. Heck, you learn to talk. Look, even the village idiot learns to talk, right? And I mean, this is exactly the same. And trust me, if you're anything like me, you may feel like the village idiot when you start, but that'll pass. That really will pass. So really, we want you to be part of it. We offer you a truly welcoming experience. You'll find people that you would never have dreamed would be interested in this, and they're exactly like you are. They all want to get better, and more or less, everybody wants a little bit of fun. You're here for a good time, not a long time. And that's the thing, really. Practical real-world experience, get out there, do field day, right? Even if all you do is make the tea, just immerse yourself in the Morse code. And really, when it comes to learning, if every time a toilet flushes or a kettle boils, if you don't hear the Morse code, you must be doing something wrong. So let me give this back to Howard. Here you go, Howard.
Well, I think you all enjoyed Roland. As a matter of fact, Roland, yesterday I had somebody give me rave reviews about you in person. So he's a very dynamic and fun teacher to be with. And also, one thing that I want to say about Roland, I don't know if you people know that the only remaining ship-to-shore radio station left on North America is KPH, also K6 KPH, north of San Francisco, and Roland volunteers there. And everybody there who's running that place is 80 and 90 years old. So the fact that Roland helps out, and he's also an engineer, ensures that station will continue. If you haven't been there and you're in the north of San Francisco area, it's a really interesting place to visit. Okay, who's next, Mike?
Steve.
Steve.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Steve. My call's N1SG. Yes, it's a vanity call. It's my initials. My first call was KA1ZFP. And if you're into contesting, that takes about 3 weeks to send. And by the time you're finished sending it, the other person's moved on. So it became obvious to me that I needed to get a different call, and this became available. So that's how I did it. I know Don started off by quizzing the crowd, and I'm going to ask one question. How many of you have failed a CW test while going for a license? Yeah, we're all have done that. I did it 3 times, probably 5 or 6, to be honest. To tell you the truth, the first time I was 12 years old. A friend of mine had gotten his ham ticket, so I started studying. A family friend gave me a Boy Scout book, and I learned the Morse code. Guess what? Off the printed page. Wrong way to do it. Well, we had a family friend who was a ham, and in 1960, any general class ham could come over and give you a test. So I said, I'm ready for it. I know all the letters, and I know I'd studied. He came over, said, well, first thing we do is give you the CW test. Start da-da-da. And I started writing dots and dashes on the page. And he took one look and said, sorry, but you got to learn it as sounds. Well, that ended my ham radio aspirations at 13. And as most of us know, life gets in the way between education, family, and everything else. It took me off the ham radio class until 1991, actually. And a friend of mine at work, he happened to be my boss, said, do you know what ham radio is? And I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, I wanted to be one, but it didn't work out. He says, well, they have a codeless license now, codeless tech. Don't need to learn Morse code. Oh, well, I saw a shirt over there for MIT, and I worked in Boston, and I used to commute up to Manchester, New Hampshire, which is about a 60-mile drive. I stopped at HRO on the way up, picked up the new Now You're Talking book, got it, picked up the code tape that the league had at the time, and I had 5 days until the next exam. So over the weekend, I studied a little bit. I read through the Now You're Talking book, novice portion. Most of that I already knew. Scanned the tech portion. Went to MIT the following Wednesday, and the fellow doing the test, whose name happened to have been Steve as well, came up to me and said, look, we give the code test first. He said, you want to take the code test? I said, no, I haven't been practicing for 30 years. I haven't done anything. He said, oh, take it. Won't hurt anything. So I did. I didn't pass it. I didn't expect to pass it. I took the novice theory, passed novice. You needed 32 questions on the tech to pass it. I got 31. So I walked out of there with what they call a CSCE, which was your credit for having passed it. called up the local radio club up in Manchester and said, hey, guys, I understand you're running a novice class. Yeah. Got in a novice class. 4 weeks later, I passed my novice exam with code. And I determined at that point, guys, gals, nothing is going to code. It will never stop me from doing anything in ham radio again. I just was not going to let it happen. So 3 months later, I got my advanced general and into advanced at 13 words a minute. And then a good friend said, hey, Steve, stop and smell the roses. You got 95% of the privilege you're ever going to have. If you get your extra class, you'll get 5% more band privilege, and you got to get to 20 words a minute. Well, I did that couple years later. My wife was having twins. I took family leave, 6 weeks. Every night I was down practicing code. Every night. I did eventually, February 15th, as a matter of fact, I passed my extra class, and I was walking about this much over the floor, because that's what it felt like. So, how did I get there? Well, I got on the air. I liked CW. So every night I practiced CW. I got on the air and sent CW. And one night, the body was willing, but the mind wasn't. And we all have nights like that. So I'm sending, and this YL comes back to me from New Jersey, and I'm sending it about 5 words a minute. I mean, not fast. And I keep sending QRS. And she keeps slowing down and slowing down. And I'm still not copying it. Well, we got to about 1 word a minute. I think it took about a character every 12 seconds, one of those type of things. And I finally said to her at my slow one word per minute, I said, it's not you, but the body's willing, the mind is not, and I'm going to QRT. And she came back at this same 1 word a minute and said, I'm here because I like helping out. And that has stuck with me for better than 30 years. I love helping out. Novices, I love hearing that 6 word a minute code and going back to them and making sure they're getting the copy and everything. So that's kind of where I came from. Now, first club I joined was Fists. Fists is not very active anymore after Nancy Cott passed on. I used to sit by her. I used to take the money at the booth and whatnot. It was great. You were in the booth. I bought a Bengali key. I could store it in the booth. I didn't have to carry around this 12-pound monster. And that was really important. Anyway, that club has, it's operating at low levels in the United States. In England, it's still fairly active. How did I get associated with this group of guys? That's a question. I'm sitting at the shack one night, and all of a sudden I get this phone call. Hey, I'm Bob, and I saw that you have a particular type of key. I happen to like cootie keys. He said, and I want to know how you think about it, what you like. Well, 2 hours later, we're still on the phone. Bob says, we're hanging up. Bob says, hey, you'd make a wonderful addition to the Long Island CW Club. He says, I'd like to sponsor you. I said, no, you can't, because I'm joining as soon as I get off the phone call. Hence, that's how I got on this club. And I have never regretted it and never looked back. It is that great an organization. Now, I suspect they grabbed me and said, you're going to do the stuff for all the ages. That's because I'm the oldest guy on the stage right now, not because I'm anything good. So I go to a lot of classes every week. It's not that I can't, that I'm, need all the classes, but I go to support the club. I go to help the other instructors. I'm there. I look at the group of people that we have. Most of our people are 25 to 90, 95. And they're all in it because they like CW. It's taught in a very, very friendly way. We don't ever criticize somebody. It's all constructive criticism. Hey, try this. Maybe this will work better for you. And that is important. That is real important. Now, what do I get out of this? I have met so many wonderful, wonderful people. Last class I had somebody from Singapore, another person from Thailand, somebody from Germany, somebody from Costa Rica. These people are not just students, they become friends because I've seen them for 25 weeks. And I go into a class and I start looking at all the people I know, and unless it's a beginner's class where they're just new people, I know typically 90% of the crowd, and they're all friends. If I'm going over to Germany, I say, hey, where should I go visit? And I get real advice. This is not some travel agent saying, you don't want to. I went over to Ireland. The guy said, don't go kiss the Blarney Stone. It's nothing. There are much better places to go see. And that's what I did. I followed the directions. All of these people have become friends. The people I started teaching 3-4 years ago, most of them are instructors now. They come back to me and they say, oh, you must be a great instructor. And I tell them, no, they're good students, because all I can do is give them a direction. They've got to do all the work. And they have. So I want to thank the Long Island CW Club. I want to thank Howard for starting the club, because it has really been a godsend to me. And everybody are friends. We all do that. So thank you for joining us. If you're looking for CW, we're the place. Howard?
Well, Steve, thank you very much for all those kind words, and it's really a pleasure to have you and your experience and your generosity in the club. You know, Steve goes to all these conventions all over the country. Anywhere Southwest flies, that man's going. So he goes, it's incredible. So he's got great energy at his age, and, you know, God bless him. Okay, who's next, Mike? Menlo. Well, we call him Menlo because we have a number of Bobs, and he's from Menlo, California, so he's Menlo. So Menlo, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was in a group of people who met very regularly. There was Menlo, there was Glades. It worked. While we've been speaking, the notion of being able to not get hung up on the mistakes that you make, be able to let the missed letter, the missed word go by. There are other pieces to this, and part of what I enjoy about CW is watching the way my brain works as I learn this art, and it is truly an art. One of the other things they don't mention, you let the error go by. You let the missed word go by, and about 5 or 6 words later, do you remember those 8 balls? Will I be a professional ball player? Not likely. You'll remember that movie too. The word floats up out of the gray, and you recognize the word, and you miss the next 2 sentences because you're laughing at where the heck did that word come from, and how did I do that? It's fun, and the challenge continues and continues and continues. I'm Bob, call sign W06W, and like many of us, I started out failing an initial FCC exam. My mom drove me down to the LA field office when I was about 14, 15 years old. Passed the receive fine. I was too darn nervous to send. I couldn't get anything vaguely resembling Morse to come out of the key. A few weeks later, my mom gave me a ride back to the field office. This time I had a bug with me. I passed that exam. When I did my extra, I only had to copy. Great, I got away from that part again too. Not a great CW operator, and I touched it maybe 3 or 4 QSOs worth over that, however many, surprisingly large number of years. But I'm not a CW operator. I retired. COVID hit. I want to get back on the air. I'm in a high noise Silicon Valley environment. Voice is just going to be endlessly frustrating. Yeah, okay, we'll try CW again. I joined CW Academy, had phenomenal advisors. One of them, Rob K6RB, is CW Ops #3, one of the founders. These are really good folk, and it worked well for me, and I got the rust knocked off. Okay, fine, let's give something back. Hey, anybody out there want somebody to help them with a class that they're doing? I'd sort of like to get some of this. Terry, one of the members of both CW Ops and LICW, hey, you can give me a hand. Really liked Terry, really liked what we're doing. That led me into LICW, and for me, that fit better. It was just the academy worked. It worked really well, but it required a commitment that was challenging for me with a job going on and the tail end of getting into retirement, whatever. There was a little more flexibility with LICW. The class would repeat various times. I could miss it for a few days or a week when I had to travel or something. So just for the way I work, we had a boot camp, a training camp. They had the 6 o'clock people, those were the type A's. We were the 7 o'clock class. I thought of us as type A minus, and it was just a really, really good fit for me, and I loved it. Okay, fine, let's try a straight key. I sort of understand Morse now. I'm getting a little bit of a hang for it. Remember, I failed that exam with a straight key? At this point, I knew what code sounded like. One of the really core things is that you instill the rhythm, the music of the Morse in your head. So when I'm sending, I'm hearing the code and I'm manipulating whatever key I happen to be using to make that sound happen. By the way, my name's Bob. I'm a keyholic. I'm also a nerd. I love keys. I love getting to know the people who make them, how they work, how to repair them, how to restore them. And I operate sometimes when I'm not spending all my time building. I would do much better and learn much faster if I got on the air. That thread will keep coming back. Get on the air. It really does work. So that got me up in through COVID, at home, not getting out very much. There were a group of us who got together every day at about 11 o'clock my time. California, middle of the US, Florida, we had people spread out all over the country, and there were about 5 or 6 or 7 of us who were getting together almost every single day. And I was a shy, isolated kid. I'm never going to have friends like that. I did within the club, and that was my lifeline during COVID and during all that time at home. So this thread about, yeah, you're learning CW, but there's so much more to the club, really can't emphasize that strongly enough. So another thread that's come up here is making Morris, making this community accessible to people. It's really common for somebody to be having problems in a class. Okay, fine, we'll put you into a breakout room. Somebody will go with you and we'll work on that particular problem that's not quite in line with what the class is doing at the moment. We've moved to a different stage, but we'll give you some one-on-one help in a room. Or here's my personal Zoom room. Send me an email. We'll get together and we'll take care of it. So that thread of making code, making this art accessible, I keep saying art, you'll talk about the music of bugs. Bugs get interesting reactions from people. Sideswipers get interesting reactions from people. It is music, and I love mechanical keys. First and foremost, bugs. Sideswipers and straight keys, pretty close second, and paddles are a way distant third and fourth for me. I love that involvement, almost like a musical instrument. And it's wonderful. And sharing that and get enthusiastic about sharing that and wanting it to be accessible. And I'm a nerd. We had a project that was starting within the class, within the club a few years ago. Folks had this brilliant idea. Let's make CW accessible to those folks who are losing their hearing. My Phonak hearing aids, love them. We have operators in the club who were exceedingly proficient. One of the folks, retired LEO, used to operate CW in his cruiser on patrol as a police officer. We have a retired maritime operator, fluent and conversant, 50, 60 words a minute. Superb operator, can't really monitor what he's doing well. We've got people who are still have reasonable amount of hearing, but having an assistance, a haptic device that's helping them. Haptic device, what the hell is that? It's this thing. This is the idea that the other folks in the club had. I loved the idea. I sort of took the bit in my teeth and ran. This thing has a bunch of LEDs on it, which flash along with the code. This thing that looks like a speaker, it's actually a home theater seat shaker. It's a very low frequency, high energy device that's designed to vibrate your seat, you know, that sort of thing. You can put this on the bench, slap your hand on it. Your radio's doing all the hard lifting to get the code clear. This, it's blinking the lights, it's shaking the hand, and people who were unable to operate, had lost the ability, were able to get back on the air. People who didn't have the hearing ability, all of a sudden it's accessible. Okay? But this is not atypical of the sort of thing that goes on with the club. There's something that needs to get done, people will grab it and run with it. And that thread of accessibility is a really common one. It's an art. We love it. We get passionate about it. We want to share it. Okay? Howard?
Well, thank you. And just a little bit about that haptic device I'd like to expand upon. You know, one of the most important tenets of the club is, to me, not how many members we have, not how many classes we have, is what are we doing for those that are not as fortunate as the majority of us? What are we doing? So we started out, and I thought maybe we could help the autistic community, and we had success where we did teach one autistic boy who was nonverbal to communicate with Morse code to his mother. They couldn't speak before, and they were able to communicate after that. But we found a little bit difficult to break into the autistic community to have them embrace Morse code. So I figured if that was a heavy lift, what could we do that could really help the ham radio community? And, you know, hearing is something that we all have a problem with after a certain age, including myself. I don't hear a thing my wife asks me to do. So we had somebody suggest a haptic vibrational device to give the CW to the palm of your hand. And the first prototypes didn't work because they didn't vibrate enough. And it was really a dead in the water project until Bob joined the club. And being that he really, as a career, was a medical component engineer, he found the right components to make this available. And I'm very pleased to say that this device is now available from us, and it's even a patented device. And, you know, if you're having any hearing and you figure that you can't learn Morse code because of that, you can get the vibrations to your hand, and it really works well. So we're very grateful that Bob was able to perfect that. Thank you, Bob. Kathy.
All right, thank you, Howard, and hopefully I'm using this microphone okay, because I don't use the mic. I'm 100% CW, so bear with me if I can't, all right? Okay, there we go. All right, so my name is Kathy. My call sign's W4CMG. I'm one of the instructors at Long Island CW Club. I wear a lot of other hats outside of Long Island, so I'm not going to talk about those right away. We'll talk about my CW journey as the others have. It's a little bit different. Put yourself back to sometime early 1960s, mid-60s. Went to visit my grandfather's house quite a bit. Grandpa had a radio room. I never got to learn radio. Girls don't do CW. All right, so put that back on the shelf a little bit. Years go by. I got married, had a couple kids, got divorced, met somebody else, and hey, you know, seemed like a really cool person, and wound up getting married again. Turns out that about 2 years after we were married, I finally figured out what all that junk that he kept carrying around in the back of his trunk was, also known as boat anchors, you know, those big heavy radios. He just drove around with them in the back of his car. And when we moved, I said, all right, we're finally going to get him out of here. A couple years later, he met somebody, a friend, who did amateur radio, and then I kept hearing his call sign over and over and over again. All right. I said, yeah, this is just nothing I want to do. He took me to a Skywarn Appreciation Day. Anybody do anything with the National Weather Service, emergency communications, et cetera, hearing? And I sat there and looked and said, oh, that's what you guys did. All right, so in a year I had General Tech Extra, and long-term became a single sideband contester. And I kept hearing the YL only. And I kept thinking, what am I, a novelty? And I decided I was going to learn CW. All right, well, the thing is with CW, you learn and you operate on your own merit. Nobody knows that you're a young lady until you've worked them about 15 times, and you know who they are and you know how to find them. But you don't hear that YL only. You operate on your own merit. People will have conversations with you, and I did wind up becoming a little conversant over time, too. I do enjoy a good rag, too, and something called SKCC says marathon. I'm still working on that. That's 60 minutes at a time. That takes a little bit of time. But during that journey, I had started out learning on my own, just like everybody else. Got a book, got a CD, tried to learn CW. Didn't quite do so well. Joined CW Academy. Wound up meeting my friend Ann, KC9YL, who's in the audience. She was my study buddy. We used to get on Skype and on the air, and we talk about everything from, husbands and, different things that we like to do to what's your favorite candy and things like that. We got good at it. And I wound up retiring for a little bit, and I had to go deal with some family things. Put it on the back burner after I finished some CW Academy work. Fast forward another little bit of time, and all of a sudden she said, you know what, you're retiring. Why don't you join Long Island CW Club? Phenomenal move for me, because what I found is that it's very inclusive, very welcoming. Didn't matter what my gender was, just like it doesn't matter when I'm on the air. But what it did is it helped me and helps others to become very involved in CW. And you're saying, why is that important? Did you ever go to a club meeting? You're brand new, all right? And you finally get your tech or your general or, your extra. And you go to a club meeting, brand new club. No one says hi. No one acknowledges your presence. You walk out of the room and say, oh, I don't know what I'm doing. And in my case, as a YL, they'd figure I was with my husband. I didn't know anything about radio. Long Island CW Club, very, very welcoming, very nurturing and supportive toward people who really feel, and gender-based or not, make you feel very welcome. Now, we do have a young ladies group that Ann actually runs as well, KC9YL. Remember, she's my old study buddy. We still hang out with each other at least once a week. Okay. Helps the YLs in the club to sit, talk, very, very technical talk sometimes. Sometimes it's just, I'm new, don't know what to do, and we help people to really get on the air. Very, very wonderful way to make everybody feel inclusive, okay? But you get that little bit of YL in there. Some people feel a little bit nervous going in. Just keep in mind, YLs, they're what, at 0.02% of the ham population, all right? And then you add them to CW, and there aren't that many of those around either. It really just does help. Now, because of this village that Long Island CW Club has promoted, I have been very, very fortunate. I've had the honor of being invited to participate in CW Ops. Okay, I've also had the ultimate honor of being a member of First Class CW Operators Club. And the high point for me, I went to Montserrat on a de-expedition. I was invited to go, had a wonderful time. That's me up on the mountain, and I had a great time, and I really have to attribute it to all of the instructors and all of the people who really helped me to get that confidence to get on the air after that first failed CW QSO. So thanks, Howard. I'm going to give that back to you. In Montserrat? Okay, when as a team, we did about 7 million QSOs over
How many, Kathy, did you say?
That's 7 million.
7 million
7
from
million,
Montserrat?
yeah.
Million
Oh, I'm sorry, 7 million points.
points.
Points, no, we made about,
I was wondering. I beat my 700 in field day, you know?
my own Montserrat call sign, VP2 and VP2.
Well, that's great. You know, let's give Kathy a round of applause for that. That's really great. You know, when we started the club, we wanted to include women too. And to be able to attract women to basically an all-male kind of hobby in a way, you really have to have the right conditions. So just a little bit about how we structure the club. Some of it has been mentioned here. Nobody's allowed to criticize anybody else. Only constructive things are to be mentioned. No one's allowed to say anything controversial on our group's I/O, and if they do, it's shut down immediately. We're very lucky that with this type of culture, the default of the vast majority of everybody is kindness and respect. If you start like that, you find that people will lean to that. So because it was a safe culture and an encouraging, we were able to get women to join, and I'm very pleased to say that we have 472 women now. I thought that if I got 50 back in the day that we would be lucky. So there's somebody here I want to thank very much for leading the YL group. It's Ann KC9YL. She's been with us from the get-go, and she runs a YL group every Monday night. And Kathy's been a part of that, and she's one of our instructors. So not only did the YLs join the club, but they became a part of the administration and being instructors. And to my surprise, and I was really surprised about this, they didn't want their own classes. I thought we were going to have separate classes for the YLs. Outside of what Ann does kind of as a kind of fun thing by just YLs only on Monday night, they wanted to be in the mainstream. Now, for others that are starting clubs, if you want that type of cooperation, you have to have the right conditions, and it has to be supportive and protective. And, you know, Kathy started with us from the get-go, and now she's making 7 million points in Montserrat. It's quite an accomplishment, so congratulations. So I guess what, Maggie's left? Last but not least, Maggie.
Hello, everybody. My name is Maggie, and my call sign is KE2AIZ. I'm 11 years old, and my CW journey started basically at a Hamfest in 2022. My sisters, who are not here tonight, they're busy, said they wanted to get their ham radio license. So not to be left out, I decided I wanted to be it too. So we signed up for an online class with our local amateur radio club. Yeah, I was 7 at the time and wanted to I was very bad at math because I was 7. And yeah, we all got our technician in November. And then after that, I got on the air a tiny bit. And then after that, we decided we wanted to get our generals. So we got that a couple months later, and we had fun with that. We went to Dayton for the first time the next year in 2023, I think. I'm not sure. But as we were walking around, I stopped at the Big Alley Key Station, and I met Katie, KE8LQR. She suggested the LICW classes to me so that I could learn CW. So when we got home, I started going to the classes, and I knew about half my letters at the time when I started. So I got on there, learned my letters, and got going with CW. Yeah, at Dayton, we also built a CW trainer that was very helpful in learning CW. The cool thing about it says that when you send the Morse code on the key, it shows up on the little screen that's there. Oops, sorry. Oh wait, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is weird. Can you help me? Sorry.
Here you go. It's right.
Yeah, yeah, but I have like notes I use as an outline.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, good job.
That's good, thank you. So once I knew about all my letters, I started getting on microwaves with CW because I know from my dad that you need CW to make a lot of cues. So also I met a lot of kids my age at the LICW, which is, I guess, more exciting. So since I know more kids my age, I actually got to meet and operate with them a lot at the Yoda Junior Camp last year. So I'm part of the youth program that LICW does, and the things I love most about it is it makes CW feel fun, actually possible, and they're actually really welcoming about it. I think so. Sorry, that one?
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a picture of me with our 10 gigahertz set up currently. We call it the Death Star. With that, I don't know. How many miles was that? 660 kilometers. So, yeah. I think so.
Well, it's very cute, huh? You know, last year, Maggie and her dad, they did a presentation on microwave, you know, and I watched it. And Maggie was 10 years old last year. I didn't know what she was talking about. I'm not kidding you. It went right over my head. I mean, it's really so bright at 11 years old. And what's your speed on CW, Maggie? 35 words a minute at 11 years old. In a contest, she says. It's amazing, isn't it? So, you know, we really took a responsibility to have a kids program very seriously. We've taught over 600 kids CW since we started. We had quite a few of them during COVID. My daughter and actually Mike's daughter were students in COVID, but as soon as that was over, they went back to boys and sports and everything else, and that was the end of ham radio. So, you know, but some of them, you know, have gotten their license and stayed through it, and we run about 12 classes a week for kids. And we have kids here in the US and also in Europe, so it's a big thing. And so we're very happy to have Maggie, and certainly she's the future of ham radio. So now we'll wrap things up, but how did I learn, right? What's my story? Well, when I was 13, back in 1965, a neighbor of mine had a CB. And I thought that was the coolest thing. They were talking just to people on Long Island. And I came back to my dad, who was a World War II radio operator in a B-17. And I said to him, Dad, you know, I'd like to get a CB. What do you think? He didn't answer me. And he went to his job where there was a ham radio operator there. And he said, my son wants to get a CB. What do you think? Well, of course, you know what the answer was. So my dad came home and said, you want to get on the air? You're going to have to get your license. And I said, get my license? I have to learn electronic theory and learn Morse code? I don't want to do that. But he stood his ground, and it was probably one of the best things he did. But how did I learn? Back then I had a 78 record, which I still have, and I basically memorized the record. And I remember on day 31, I turned around to my dad because the record player was in the living room, and I said, you know, I'm never going to learn this. I just memorized everything. And then on day 32, all of a sudden a light bulb went on and I knew the code. Now, back then, we had to learn 5 words a minute to get a novice or we couldn't get licensed. And then we had to learn within 1 year 13 words a minute or we couldn't get a general and we'd have to lose the novice license and start again. So we had to get from 5 to 13. So why did I learn just from a record, which is something we don't do now? Is because we learned through going through all the historical records that when you're Maggie's age and when you're 13 or 15, it doesn't matter how you learn, because when your mind is very young, you're going to develop those white matter pathways and you're going to learn CW. So we concentrated on what are we going to do with the ham population because they're mostly 50 plus. How are we going to teach to you guys? And that's why we redid the curriculum. But to me, learning from a record, it didn't matter. So I was at 15 words a minute within 1 year. And 6 months after getting my general, I was at 18 words a minute. And how did I head copy? I was running out of scrap paper and I couldn't write fast enough. So I said, okay, someone told me to put the pen down. I put the pen down and all of a sudden I was head copying. But I was 15 at the time. So I didn't have the learning struggle. And when everybody told me about how hard it was to learn Morse code when we started this club and that they had a fear of getting on the air, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But that's the way it is. So we took the time to develop the Long Island CW Club, and that's why we're here. So I guess with that background and what we're all involved, is the slide up, Mike? Now, we used to have a lot more kitsch in the club, but Mike told me we couldn't have that. Anybody who knows me, they know I'm a original Star Trek fan, so we had those slides. You'll see some of that stuff on the website. But the one thing that's left is the Three Stooges. Now, anybody who knows me knows I'm a very big Three Stooges fan, and I'm one of those people that have gone to the actual sites where they filmed these things in the 1930s in Los Angeles and walked all around those places. So this is a great scene, and this is what we do if students aren't paying attention to their teachers. I hope it works after that buildup.
We could act it out.
The suspense here of getting this thing to work. No?
This is the best part.
Yeah, this is the best part. I'll tell me it's not going to work.
I can't get it to work.
No, Don, you don't have a word for this?
No. Couldn't get the mouse buttons to work. Trackpad buttons.
Oh, well.
Unless you- This?
No. All that build up and it's not going to work. You know, we've had this happen before. Well, it's on our website. We can't reenact it. It's a great scene. All right, I'm sorry about that, guys, but it's on our website. You know, this has happened before. Anyhow, that's it for us. We love Q&A. We like that more than boring you guys to tears. So if you'd like to stay and ask us any questions, we're all ears. Thank you very much.
If anybody wants questions, I'll walk around with the microphone.
I really appreciated each and every one of your presentations and gleaned a bit from every one. I'm struck when you mentioned liking CW to music and the rhythm and how it's like learning a language. And just as a musician, doesn't play the notes, but plays the melody. What advice do you have for a 75-year-old who learned CW the wrong way, back when I was a novice, to become proficient?
So I appreciate 75. I'm in spitting distance. One of the ways that I like to work with folks who, by the way, I'm both a student and an instructor, and I didn't mention earlier, in the club, I have some absolutely superb mentors. I love the bugs and the music of the bug. We have retired commercial operators, retired maritime operators who are just superb. And my goal in life is to have, well, one of my goals is to have Dave ring N1EA say, Bob, that wasn't too bad. I'm working on it. But frequently with folks who are just starting, we'll start with the pattern of a letter, it. Don't need to know what the letter is. Just we'll work until they can hear the letter and they can speak the letter. They can sing the letter, it. We're good with our voice. We're good with speaking. This is a practice mechanism. And when they've got that rhythm, I don't know what the letter is. It's it. Who knows? I'll have them manipulate the key while they continue saying it. 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 It's speech, it's singing, it's rhythm, it's music, it's hearing that. And when you hear a bug sending really, really well, and you have to sort of concentrate to tell that it's a bug, it's music. And my instrument was the cello. Yeah, and it's hearing it, hearing the rhythms of it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions? Oh, sure. Figures I turned my back. No, it's all right. I need the exercise.
A question for everyone. I might be the last person to know about it or find out about it. Was a podcast known as ditdit.fm. Are you familiar with it with Bruce? W9, I think it's WKE, something like that. If you haven't heard it, it's a great podcast. It's just interviews with people about CW, much like what we have here. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's how I remembered it. I wasn't sure if everybody else had heard about it, but I thought I'd plug it because I haven't heard from Bruce for a while. I think he basically had covered everything that you could cover in the topic. But anyhow, thank you.
Anyone else? Going once. Over here, sorry.
Just a reminder about the booth change. The schedule's wrong. LICW is in 1607, I think.
What's our booth number? Well, the LICW booth historically was in building 4, I believe. It's in building 1 now. It's right across from Elecraft, right behind DX Engineering. So thank you for that reminder. 1607 if you're interested in stopping by. Thank you for that reminder. They start at 2, yeah.
They start at 2?
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah, we're good.
Any other burning questions before we have to split?
Yes.
For the young lady there, we have a young lady in our radio club in Williamsburg, Virginia, who got the $25,000 scholarship from ARRL for 4 years. Her dad is a Hispanic roofer. She starts medical school shortly. She graduates tomorrow. But keep at the hobby, can pay you back too.
Any more questions?
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Steve?
I think I told you you'd do great, Kat.
No, thank you, except for the 7 million cues. Hey, the points were important.
has helped him set a Zoom channel mentorship program for digital modes, including FreeDV. Walter's the guy to go to if you have a problem with FreeDV. His Zoom channel is always available, and there's always people in there for technical support. So we're very happy to have him do that. Walter will now describe how you may set up and use FreeDV's radio audio encoder, or RAID as we call it. We're now Raiders, and enjoy the benefits of HF digital voice over single sideband. Please welcome Walter, K5WH.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Mel. And wonderful to see everybody. Boy, what a nice crowd. I'm used to doing this into radio clubs where we have about 20 or 30 people. So love to see all the great smiling faces and everything. Okay, so what is FreeDV? Let's talk a little bit about what that is. How many people have at least heard of FreeDV? Oh, there you go. Wow, that's way better. I did this a couple of years ago. I bet I didn't see a dozen hands show up or whatever. So big change. So the word is getting out. We're trying to get it out even more. So watch for a lot of things to be happening in any media choice that you happen to have. So let's kind of drill into it a little bit. So we're going to talk about RAID, a radio auto encoder. So it sounds like a big word jumble or whatever, but really it's just encoding, decoding, but we're doing it in some more magical ways than we used to do this before. Is that slide showing? It looks like it's showing up okay. All right, so agenda-wise, this is going to be kind of loosely put together of talking about what is FreeDV, what is RAID. That's always the bigger question that we get. A little bit of comparison between RAID and single sideband that we all know and love and have for many, many years. Talk a little bit about the supported platforms that this is available on. Some configuration screens. That's where people typically get tripped up the most. Many of us have been working with WSJTX and a lot of other digital applications for years. It's always real simple. You configure the codec and map your audio in, and everything just takes off and works really great. With FreeDV, there's one additional step we have to worry about, and that's where we want the analog audio. In this case, I'm just using a speakerphone here, for example. And then also, how do you find out where people are operating their nets? There are multiple countries even are supporting different nets. And we'll talk a little bit about some of that as well. So diving right in, what is FreeDV? So it's open source. So remember that is a big key benefit to this. So open source, obviously meaning things that we can change. We're not limited by other proprietary codecs or other proprietary software components or anything like that. So all the software is freely available. The speech codec, there's no secrets about it. There's no royalties or anybody that we have to pay. It's all 100% created by our FreeDV development team and everything. And it works on any sideband radio that you're using today. You don't need any special proprietary hardware, or you may have seen some of the audio choices and options from years ago that were where you had to pay for a commercial box and high dollar things like that, but none of that is an issue at all. It's developed by an international team of radio amateurs, just like you guys in the room here, all of us here, using some machine learning and some DSP code to really enhance things, make it work better, faster, and always changing. As many of us in the great technology field that we're in called ham radio, things are evolving constantly. So we have to change with the times. We have to adopt to what's new and take full advantage of what possibilities might be there. Amateur radio transmitting from analog to digital. We've been familiar with doing a lot of that digital stuff with all of our great digital software in the past. But the big part of it is it's done by hams, it's managed by hams, it's run, evolving, and constantly changing by hams and everything. So just a kind of an oversimplified block data of what's really happening. So your voice, like if I talk into my speakerphone here, if I'm on FreeDV, or a headset, USB headset, any kind of audio device, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But you're going into a neural encoder. There's some machine language compression that takes place. It goes over the HF, and then at the other end, it does exactly the opposite. So it breaks it all back out, comes out of the speakers at the other end. So the machine learning core part of it, that's where there's been thousands and thousands of hours of running software to simulate the standard HF conditions like we see today. If you've ever been on, well, many of them, silly question, I know you're on HF. You hear all the static and the crashing, the band fading, all the things that really destroy a pleasant conversation you might have with a friend somewhere across the country or whatever. This has been run through multiple ways of testing that and throwing at it different types of environments so that the software can automatically deal with creating ways to get around that and make the code better to deal with that. So it's been an end-to-end design, so it's not just something done on one side and the other side has to worry about. And then it's, as I mentioned, very, very HF aware. So all the noises that we've been dealing with in the past, this takes care of that. Let's see, you're talking about what's under the hood. So how does it work? So the neural architecture, that's really a major key today. Let's see, the neural network trained, as I mentioned, thousands of hours and everything. The encoder is producing a compressed, latent representation of the speech features and such. The decoder side builds it all back together and then puts it right back out, coming out of your speaker. The HF channel modeling training includes the simulated multipath fading conditions, as I mentioned. And then it also, the model has been making itself better, so it's robust. If you've ever used FreeDV in the past, we had some wonderful processes that with multiple modes, and we had a different mode for each type of condition. One worked better for fast fading, another worked better when you had just static on the band and all those different things. So it was sometimes a little bit of a challenge to figure out which mode should I be in for the conversation I'm trying to have or possibly even struggling with. The RAID takes care of all of that, dynamically is taking care of all of those conditions and adjusting itself to make it better all the time. So none of us have to consider that anymore. And that's part of the codec 2 versus the RAID. So codec 2 was the old codec that we used to use since 15 years almost. And so it's been enhanced immensely because of the RAID part of it. And then more importantly, there's C-port process. In order to install the software for the RAID, to get that part of it working, we used a lot of different libraries. There were a lot of Python code, a whole lot of other helper components for Python. And it turned into a very large, fat application, as I call it, a very resource-intensive application. Functionally, it worked. But when you went to click on it to start the software, it took quite a bit of cycle time, quite a bit of horsepower on your PC to get things functioning. It is just recently, and it just released like a week ago, a new version of FreeDV that the entire software, top to finish, has been completely converted to C++. So all the Python code has been ripped out. It's been completely optimized to run under the C++. So now it's many, many times faster, it's better, cleaner, and we'll talk about some other advantages that we were able to benefit from as well on that. 2.3. There's a 2.21 that we've been using for the last several months, of course, but the 2.3 is where all of this changes. So RAID by the numbers. One of the key enhancements is the bandwidth. Everybody talks about bandwidth. When FreeDV was first created, one of the mission statements for FreeDV was a single sideband being so wide. And 15 years ago, we all remember how great HF was. It was really hard to find a place where you could carry on a QSO. So a target was to shrink down the bandwidth to get it real narrow so we can squeeze in between all the sideband stations. Operating primarily at about 1.5K. It really works a little bit less than that. And then we'll talk about some newer enhancements to that even shortly. But it's 100%, as I mentioned earlier, open source. So anyone who has an inclination, or they can download from our GitHub site, work with the source code, add some enhancements, or do some tricks, or get involved with our development team. We'd love to have other ideas and other hands-on that might want to get involved in that. So I definitely welcome that completely. 3 platforms. A lot of concern. Years past, it was only a Windows application. Today, it works also on Mac OS, also works on Linux. There's even a version that works with a Raspberry Pi. Today, we recommend a Raspberry Pi 5, but a big part of that testing was the certification for that was when we had all that hybrid mode or whatever, all the other Python code. We haven't done this yet, but I highly suspect it should easily run on something less than a Pi 5 by now. Might be a tight squeeze if you have a Pi 0W or something like that. Probably not going to work there. SNR. SNR is a real hot topic. How far below the noise floor can you go? So if we consider single sideband, base level at about a 0 noise floor, you're going to have problems. That's where sideband starts to drop off a little bit. This FreeDV Raid that we're using today will work all the way down to a -4. So 4 dB is significant if you're dealing with weak signals and such. Certainly, it's never going to get to the range where WSJTX, Whisper, some of those other modes, it can go at 20, 28, things like that. That would be a wonderful dream to get there, but I don't think that's going to happen with this. The $0 cost, it doesn't cost us anything. It's all free. And mentioned 2012 is when we really launched FreeDV. We were running a different version prior to this, which is really what drove FreeDV and got it off the ground. We had some really great software. FDMDV worked fantastic. Many of us were running it, but it had a proprietary codec. And of course, as I mentioned a while ago, one of the issues with proprietary anything is that companies change or their permissions change or whatever, and suddenly we wanted to make some code changes to enhance FreeDV, add some new features, and we wanted to get the company to give us a formal sign-off to allow us to use their codec that they've been letting us use for 8 or 9 years. And when it came down to wanting a formal signed release and all that, they went, "No, sorry guys, we're out. We're not going to do that." So then we kind of went into scramble mode. It's like, how can we do this? How can we get around that, make it better, and still be able to control our own destiny and what we want to do? So Codec 2 is what was introduced back then that got us off the ground to where we are today, and then RAID has taken this many steps further. So just some brief comparisons of RAID and single sideband, kind of a head-to-head here. Low SNR, we talked about why that's important. Audio quality, the speech quality with RAID is many times better than it was with the previous codec. So if you've ever listened to FreeDV in the past, as I mentioned, you might have been able to carry on a conversation, but sometimes it was hard to tell who was actually transmitting if you weren't looking at the screen, seeing their call sign. So you really needed to look at the screen to know that, oh, I was talking to John, not Joe, or something like that. We're now with the RAID part, the speech quality is so much better. You really get the full characteristics of the audio quality to benefit significantly. I mentioned the bandwidth already. It's significantly smaller. The noise part, if you're getting like me, I've been doing this for about 49 plus years, and single sideband is always great, fun, and wonderful, but my ears aren't as tolerable as they are or as they were years ago. And sometimes I'll start getting all that crackling and noise on the band, and my ears are in a significant amount of pain. But with FreeDV, none of that is present. It's completely, totally dead silent until you hear a voice come out of the speaker. So I've been tragically surprised and pleasantly impressed by how well that works. The hardware, as I mentioned, you can run that with any radio that has a built-in sound card. Is an easy plug-in to get FreeDV to operate. If you have to run something external like DigiRig or SignalLinks or all kinds of other interfaces like that, any of that works perfectly fine. And I mentioned the cost is certainly free there. And I've talked about already the issues we have with proprietary system patents, are always an issue. As good as they are, there's just limitations you have to work within. Sometimes they may work really great for many, many years, and then maybe the remote company might change their licensing, or they may change their the way they want to deal with free things like what we're doing, and all of a sudden you're shut out or shut down, and you're kind of stuck there for a bit. But with the RAID, we don't have to worry about any of that. We own it 100% end to end. A major part of this that's making this successful, we were pleasantly and very appreciative of a wonderful grant we got from the ARDC team that really got us off the ground in a major way about 3 years ago. So that certainly got us past any type of financial obstruction, which is mostly around software licensing to build the tools and make it better and all of those kind of things. So a big shout out to the ARDC team for sure. As I mentioned, here's just a kind of a quick graphical slide of the different platforms, the Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Android, iOS is not supported today. We would love very much to do that. So there may well be some things that show up before very long at all to make those things possible. Hardware requirements, again, any sideband radio, anything you probably already have in your shack, I'm certain. Computers, you're not limited by the machines. Audio interface, no issue there. Microphone, I use a speaker phone only because it's so easy. You could use a headset, you could use the computer microphone or the computer speakers you have already on your, say on your laptop or something, that works perfectly fine. The software stack and the audio drivers, cat control, that's all built into the software. But a big call out I want to make sure is about internet. A lot of people ask us if you have to have the internet to make FreeDV work, and absolutely that is not a requirement whatsoever. There are some enhancements that we take advantage of if you do have internet, because we have a thing I'll show you in a moment, a FreeDV reporter page that lets you see who's on the air, where they're operating, what frequency, what software version they're on, all those kind of things. It just makes the experience better, but it's absolutely not required for the FreeDV part to work. Now this is a little bit of an eye chart here, so this may be a little tough here. Let me see if I can perhaps make that a little bit larger. Oh, that didn't go. So this is some of the configuration things I was talking about. So where many people get a little bit tripped up when they're trying to capture the audio channels and the cat control, things of that nature, because here we have to deal with, as in the top here, using a flex radio in this example, the DAX audio, and then you have to configure where you want the analog microphone and speaker to come out, things like that. And then over here on the right, let's drag that over a little bit. But this is what it looks like when it's actually decoding a station. So the software interface has multiple options. You can actually, if for some reason you see someone, say on single sideband, it may be pretty close to you, but yet you'd like to let them know, hey, there really is a conversation. This isn't just noise that you're hearing. A hot switch that says switch to analog over here. This will actually let you change right into the analog mode, and then you can use your standard push to talk and talk to someone on analog very, very quickly if you choose to do so. And you go back to that part of the digital side of things. This example here, this is something brand new. So this just came out less than 2 weeks ago with Flex Radio. We've been partnering with them for quite some time. They just released a new feature in the latest 4.2 version of their firmware that supports what they call a Docker container. If you're not familiar with that is, it's an option that lets you, with the 8000 series and the Aurora model, the higher end versions of the Flex, you can bring up the option to go to File and then Waveforms. The Docker container is one of the choices. There's a FreeDV file that you download from our freedv.org website. And then you just point to that file. It installs it right into the Flex Radio. And now it's as simple as we now have 2 new modes. If this shows up on your screen easily enough, FDVU or FDVL if you're on the lower sideband version. You don't need a PC, so no computer is necessary. Whatever you use to operate your flex radio, a local microphone and speaker in the radio works perfect. So no issues there at all. Yeah, this only works on the 8000 series and the Aurora radio. The 6000, it doesn't work there only because there's not enough horsepower, memory, CPU and such. We couldn't get the RAID to function in there. But we do have an excellent solution. And it's probably worth calling out real quickly. So thank you for bringing up your question at a perfect time. So we have a version that we've been running for about 1.5 years to test this, to build us up to the day we were going to get this Docker container. If you take a Raspberry Pi 4, we suggest a 4 gig version of that. There's a file you download from the freedv.org website. You copy to the Raspberry Pi. You launch it. You run that file. You don't have to do an install or anything. You just run that file. And what that does, it'll immediately do a discovery. Any flex radios on my network, the first one that answers, it pushes the FreeDV waveform code right into the radio and then gives you exactly the same experience as if you had installed the Docker. So it's an excellent way to get it. I have a 8600 flex and I have a 6600M, so it's great to have that. With the Raspberry Pi, it has several other enhancements that are very handy. One of which is you can, if you have more than one flex radio, that would obviously be a problem with the standard discovery packet and finding other radios. So what it will do is you can put in a text string of the IP address of the radio you actually want it to connect to. It will do so and connect only to that radio. Then you can add some other things like your GPS, your grid square. You can put in text message, or this is Walter in Houston, Texas, or any kind of information you want there. It will do all of that for you. And then if you can barely see in the middle down here, if you have the spots turned on, the spots feature like DX spotting turned on, any FreeDV contact will actually get logged right to your screen. And if you mouse over that call sign, it will show you the time and date stamp as well as give you the SNR that it recorded at the time it captured that contact. As another solution, there's a new software that just recently came out a couple months ago called Ether SDR. They just added the RAID function to the Windows version just a couple of weeks ago. It's been working with Linux for several weeks, but just another alternative way to run the RAID software in this case. Okay, so quick and easy. I kind of want to show just a simple example of what it sounds like, what the digital sound sounds like, if you should happen to hear about it, if you're not familiar enough with what it sounds like. So you can hear all that, the buzzing sound and things like that. So. Okay, good that. All right, let's go back.
It's not
Okay,
working hard
so
at
then
all,
this is
and
what the
amp's not working
older
hard at all,
the older 700 Delta mode
that's
of
a solid
FreeDV
state
used to
amp,
sound
right?
like.
Like that, it's a single tube. It's 1,000 watt.
Oh, that's better right now.
1,300 watts on it with a
Oops, let's go back there. And then this is what it sounds like on RAID.
It's not working hard at all, and the amp's not working hard at all. And
So it may be hard to tell in this room, but the audio quality is much crisper, much cleaner. You can hear the highs and the lows quite a bit better.
1,300 watts on it with if I push it to.
Okay, so the next question comes up is, how do you find people? Where are the stations operating? So let's go back and let's blow this up a little bit so you can see it. So we have a FreeDV reporter page. There's in the client, if you're running the client version, you can bring up the FreeDV reporter page, but there's also a web-based version that has even a little bit more detail. And you can run that even without running the client. You can see the call sign of the station, their grid square locator, their version, all kinds of information as you see here. So that's a very helpful way to see what's going on. You can, when they transmit, you'll see them light up in pink. on the screen, and then anyone that can receive that station will show up in blue. So that's a great way to know that somebody is at least hearing you. And then it records their call sign and their SNR and all that kind of great information. And talking about FreeDV Activity Day. So that's another thing we've been doing for a couple of years, trying to help get things going. So this brings up all the different nets that are available in different countries and where the stations are operating. And just a little bit more detail about those. And I think how to reach out to us, how to find us. So we have a mailing list. We have a Discord, FreeDV Reporter. I run a 7x24 Zoom channel. If anyone needs help, our user manual, IRC. And then the big thing is just get on the air. That's what we want you to do. Reach out to us if you have any issues, and we'd be glad to help you out. I think I'm about ready for mine. Ready to hand over to Mr. JJ. Okay. Good timing. All right. Let me close here. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the booth. Come by the booth by all means.
Okay, thank you, Walter. All sounds good. All sounds good. Raid is good. Our next speaker is JJ, KG4 VCF. He's a software developer and has been active in amateur radio since in his teens. And he also has a strong background in digital voice modes like FreeDV Raid. In his talk, he'll be sharing straightforward, practical tips to help FreeDV operators set up their microphones, computers, and radios for clear and reliable audio. JJ's goal is to make it easier for everyone to get on the air with confidence. Please welcome KG4 VCF.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Hadn't had a chance to make sure that my sound works on this, so if you'll just bear with me 1 second, going to make sure that we get some computer audio out of this HDMI port. There we go. Okay. Heard sound. Okay, so my intention today is to help you guys understand like how to sound good on the air. I don't know how many people have actually done FreeDV. I'd like to see a show of hands on anyone that has actually done FreeDV on the air. Okay, so about an eighth of the room. So it'll be pretty new to everyone else. But my intention today is to just do a quick guide for setting up good sounding audio on the FreeDV Raid mode. And so about myself, my name is JJ Boyd. I'm out of Western North Carolina, specifically Asheville, North Carolina. And I have a passion for HF, digital modes. I like doing WinLink. In our region, Western North Carolina, WinLink was important during Hurricane Helene for us. So that was fun, not. Doing repeater linking, I enjoy doing POTA. My home station, I have Flex 8600 and a remote QTH Flex 6600, and I've recently fallen in love with the non and open HP SDR class software-defined radios. I have Hexbeam at home, InFed, 5-band dipole, so I enjoy a lot of the HF. And then the remote QTH, I have a non-G2 and RF2KS so that I operate remote as well. So I do a lot of digital modes remote. Off the air, I'm a broadband and fiber engineer. I own and operate a fiber and wireless internet service provider out of Western North Carolina. I consider my core competency broadband routing and RF engineering. And I also enjoy flying aircraft. Okay, so what is FreeDV? FreeDV, like Walter was saying, it's an open source HF digital voice mode where we can communicate over HF, and not just HF, but we're going to stay focused on HF for this talk today. It's built by David Rowe back in the late 2000s on the original codecs. But it runs free app, Windows, Mac, and Linux. connect to your transceiver via your sound card interface. So if I know 7300s are very popular interfaces, these are radios these days. Plug the USB cable in. Just like any other digital mode, you'll select the audio interfaces. And like Walter was saying, one of the things that can really trip people up is you're used to configuring a digital mode with your audio out and your audio in, where in this particular case with this, you've also got the added element of your analog audio, like Walter was saying. So the latest release, also like Walter was saying, we now have a new C implementation, so it gets rid of a lot of that Python baggage. So we're really going to see a lot of fun stuff coming out where it gets integrated, hopefully as native modes in some of the big 3 radios. That's my hope, where you could have it just as a native mode. You'll pick RAID or FreeDV. So why digital voice on HF? Well, a lot of it boils down to intelligibility, and then having near phone grade quality full quad communications over HF, multipathing and fading voice channels. So it's narrower. We're talking about a 1.5 kilohertz wide digital carrier that's being transmitted over the air. And some of this is redundant, so I'm going to kind of just glaze right over on this one because there's some funner stuff in here. Redundant to Walter's presentation. But the neural speech encoder is the magic behind the scenes. A lot of people have put a lot of effort into that over the years. But the width of the transmitted signal is really, a lot of the magic of FreeDV. So, a standard sideband signal to have good communications, we're talking about 2.7 to 2.8 kilohertz, where our RAID voice encoder is about 1.5 kilohertz of actual consumed bandwidth on the air. And if you have like a software-defined radio where you can really tighten those passband side lobes up, you won't, also emit that energy on the air. And that was something I wanted to touch on today, is if you guys do get into that, or into RAID, and you have rigs where you can really tighten those pass bands up, you should do that. I recommend like 650 on the low cut and about 2350 on the high cut, both transmit and receive. And that'll help with co-channel interference. And it'll also help with when you're broadcasting, you won't be putting energy out that you don't need to, because there's going to be kind of shoulders on your digital carrier that don't need to actually go out on the air that will otherwise. So if you leave yourself at a 3 kilohertz wide passband on your transmit, you'll put that energy out on the air unnecessarily. So I see that in a lot of signals on the air, and so that'll really help for those that you are already doing it. If your rig, like some Yaesus, you can't tighten it up to that 1.7. A lot of the older style radios, the filtering isn't quite as capable in that regard. But a lot of software-defined transceivers are in the marketplace these days. You can tighten it right up to the edges, send it over the air, and you'll just see this nice strip coming down the waterfall without extra energy going onto the air. So basically, it's 45% narrower with a similar voice grade channel going on. So it's voice quality that, in my mind and to my ears, parallels single sideband. Other than like 4K or 6K ESSB stuff. You get into that, it's a little bit different game, but the voice quality has gotten to the point with the RAID auto encoder that just sounds good. There are, I've noticed, just my on-the-air tests and all the QSOs I've had over the years, certain voices seem to behave better with it. In particular, if you're like a nice, mellow baritone, it seems to do really well. If you have a real deep bassy voice, probably needs a little more training there on the machine learning. But I've got a little video here that I want to play. And so this software that I'm using here is an application that I'm the maintainer of called Nearest, and I've embedded FreeDV into that application. And so this is for, again, like a non-style radios. And so this is just a little off-the-air recording I did on the 40-meter net that is called every Tuesday night this past week. So I'll play this real quick just so you guys can hear and see what the waveform looks like coming down the waterfall, and also what the audio sounds like. So hopefully you guys will be able to hear this while I play it.
I'm gonna go ahead and sign out, but it was went along pretty good, and then suddenly you just dropped off, Norm. But very good, and glad to have you check in. And yeah, you're not that far away. You're in Grapevine, so I don't know if this got to be ground wave. But the band's been so squirrely. I mean, earlier in the day.
Something I want to point out in this transmission is you can see that sideband signal that is overlapping slightly with this carrier. That's a very strong, probably 40 over signal on my receiver here. But you can see also I'm completely having 100% decode success on this audio. There's no glitching, no audio, although I've got a very strong signal. Dudley lives in Texas, and I live in North Carolina, and this was on 40 meters live over the air. He's definitely amped up, but still having 100% decode success, even with overlap on this polite gentleman that was transmitting over the top of our net there.
I'm going to go ahead and sign out, but it was went along. So I don't know if this got to be ground wave. But the band's been so squirrely. I mean, earlier in the day, 40 meters was just all over the place. So, all right, very good. Thank you.
Another really cool thing I want to just show here is it's 100% duty cycle mode. So in the waterfall, you can actually see the band fading conditions. You know, I love watching that. You'll see all sorts of different patterns. If it's fast fading, slow fading, it's kind of mesmerizing to me to watch it come down the waterfall. You'll see, then since it's 100% duty cycle, you'll see waves come through it. You're like, actually, I liken it in my mind to watching waves come across like the surface of a lake or something. But you can see those. In this case, we're having some pretty fast fading, and then back to really strong SNR, and then back to fast fading in this particular demonstration. And then at the bottom here of the screen, we have the FreeDV reporter, and that's kind of how we can see who's transmitting. Like in this case, the red at the bottom there is who's talking on the channel. And then over on the right-hand side here, you will see signal to noise ratio of that, like everyone that's decoding that's reporting it back to the internet. So this feature does work through the internet. So you put it back out there, so you can just key up and then see who all's hearing you at what signal to noise level. So that's, in my opinion, that's one of the coolest things of FreeDV, other than just how many conversations you could put on the air with this quality that you've heard here. So it's really great for holding together through QSB, just like we saw in that demonstration there. There was a lot of QRM on that channel, and it was still decoding quite well. I can say that the person that was operating sideband probably wasn't having as pleasant of an experience as we were on that co-channel interference that was going on there. So like Walter was saying, it also decoded down into low signal noise ratio. -4 is kind of the published. On quiet 15-meter stable band, I've seen it down to 6 and 7. I had an hour-long QSO one night with a guy in Australia for an hour and a half or thereabouts. And I was -7 just about the whole time. And it was just armchair copy the entire thing. We switched over to sideband at the end of it, and he wasn't even there. I mean, I cranked the gain all the way down and jacked the volume up, and I could just hear him scratching around. So also it's graceful on the edges, so on the resyncs, so you don't fall off a cliff. If you guys have done DRM, you'll hear a lot of R2D2ing. This handles those events a little bit more eloquently. So what do you need? Well, you need a transceiver that ideally could do digital modes, a computer, a Windows, Mac, or Linux. It takes a modest CPU. You don't have to have the latest and greatest. But, you know, if you get, you know, some 20-year-old computer out of out of the basement, it's probably not going to work so well for you. Audio links, anything that'll work with digital modes, your signal links, your rig blasters, or the USB interface that's built into most modern rigs. And then for PTT control, you can use Vox if that's your only method, but it's recommended to do cat control. There is some work being done on also using TCI if your rig supports that. So the FreeDV graphical user interface, it's cross-platform, works on Mac, and updates ship regularly, probably about every 3 months on average. We've seen a lot of progress over the last year, where many people have kind of gotten on board. The first time I ever made a FreeDV QSO was about 2013, and it took me about a week to schedule it through the QSO Finder, just to find somebody else that would come and talk to me on FreeDV. It's a different world now. You can get a FreeDV QSO at any time of the day, and the reporter helps do that. And freedv.org, there's a lot of really great information on there, and the GitHub repository, and there's a README on there on a lot of really great information. So just like Walter's tabs here, I was going to touch on the Receive tab. You select the audio interface from your rig, and then you, on the Transmit tab, you select the audio interface to your rig. That'll be the modem sounding data going into the radio. So that's one of the most important things. And then you pick what you hear, like what comes out of that's where it kind of starts, being different than like a WS-JTX digital mode. You pick the speakers, so that's going to be like the Receive tab on the speaker side. So like think of it as the decoded voice channel coming back to your ears. So you're going to pick your local speakers or your headphones or whatever. And then on the analog audio side, you'll pick what you're feeding into the voice encoder. So you'll do like a microphone select. So there's 4, kind of major things, the modulated audio into the rig, the modulated audio from the rig on your sound card interface, your microphone audio into the program, and then the speaker audio from the program to your ears. So those are the 4 elements that it takes, and of course some kind of way to PTT. So there's kind of 5 pieces to configure the software. So if you guys take one thing away from this conversation, I want it to be this little video that's on loop right here. It's supposed to be on a loop, but the amount of deviation on those green bars here, you want 2 to possibly 3 units of deviation when you're configuring your microphone inside the FreeDV application. FreeDV likes a nice flat response from the microphone. It also likes to not be overdriven at all. If anything, it likes to maybe be underdriven a little bit. And you'll hear that on the air. People, like pump a lot of audio into it and it just starts falling apart. But you want about, when I say 2 units of deviation, you want to be about minus, 4 to minus 6 here. And, if you're peaking up here to 1.0 on this chart, it's going to sound awful for the operator on the other side. So there's kind of what it looks like as you're talking. It'll be pumping when you got the microphone configured correctly and you have PTT engaged. A microphone that I like to use, it's a USB microphone. It's $40 off Amazon. It's called an FDUCE SL40. It's a great microphone for sideband as well, but it has a nice flat response. It's got a built-in sound card, so it works really well for doing this. But that doesn't mean you have to use that. You could use any microphone off. I mean, a lot of times I'll just use the microphone on my MacBook here, but I do notice, I get a lot of comments on the air like, "You sound good. What are you doing?" And I attribute it to that $40 Amazon microphone. It works great. It's the FDUCE SL40 Sierra Lima 40, and I've seen it as little as $35 off Amazon. But it's a great little USB microphone. You plug USB-C in the back of it, and it's got a sound card built in, and you're off to the races. But this is one of the most important slides of my presentation today because setting that audio level is really critical to sound good on the air. So if you go to Tools and Filter inside of the FreeDV application, we have basically a 3-band EQ. Again, FreeDV likes a nice flat response, so this becomes important if you have like a real boomy microphone. Let's say you've got some audio interface and you've got something like a Hall PR40 that's a real boomy microphone. You want to cut a lot of that bottom end out of that mic, and you can do that here at the filter. You can also drive your gain up here to get the deviation to about 2 units of deviation on that scale. So that's kind of and something else that's enabled by default, but I just want to point it out, is the AGC. That came out in a fairly recent, in the last year of the software. That's super important because FreeDV likes to have a nice level amount of audio coming into it. If the audio is really variable, the voice encoder, gets kind of wonky. And if you guys listen to FreeDV on the air, sometimes you'll hear this kind of sound inside of it that's like at the very low level when the person's not talking. This button right here, the TX noise suppression, that helps with that. So make sure that that's on. That'll keep the basically it's electrical noise from the microphone that it's trying to encode into to voice, but it can't. So it creates this like, what is that? I'm going to do something with it. And it kind of comes out like, it sounds like, it just has this like cadence to it. If you hear that from someone else, you might ask them to check that. But leave these on, the AGC, TX noise suppression, and then the mic equalizer is flat by default. You can just leave that alone. Now on the rig side, you want to make sure that your speech processor is off on any profile or whatever you're running. You want the TX equalizer on the rig itself to be disabled. You don't want to be doing any EQ on top of the modem waveform with your radio. That'll help the other person decode because you really don't want to be messing around with the sound of the modem through some post-processing. The noise reduction or noise blanker needs to be turned off. You don't want to be feeding that noise-reduced modem audio back into the program. And then, and most of the time when you set these rigs to USB, D mode, it'll automatically turn all that stuff off, but it's just something to be aware of if your radio doesn't have that mode and you're using like an upper sideband mode with a like Signal Link or, something like that. But you want the ALC to barely flicker on most radios or not have any deviation at all, just like you would with like a WSJTX or any digital mode. It does have a loop back, so you can listen to what your audio sounds like coming through the audio encoder back into your headphones, like if you plug in some headphones. And that really helps know like what your response is going to sound like over the air. So just quick checklist, you can go to freedv.org, download the software on your computer platform of choice, and then you set the audio devices up like we covered here in the slides. And then you just, I left this in here if you happen to have an older version, you select RAID mode. The latest versions don't have a selector, it's all just RAID. And then you can set the EQ. I recommend just keeping it flat, but get those levels set to about 2 units of deviation. Again, that's the most important thing in my presentation today is 2 units of deviation. That's you will sound good, I promise, if you do that. And then you can do the loopback test so that you can listen to yourself through maybe a pair of headphones or even through the speaker. And then set your radio to upper sideband digital if you're on 20 meters or lower if you're in those regions. And then kind of the format of a QSO inside FreeDV is kind of the watering hole, if you will, is about 14,236 on 20 meters. That's kind of where a lot of people just hang out. They'll leave their rigs sitting there, and you can see a lot of people in the FreeDV reporter. And then once you go there, sometimes you can just hit transmit and see who's decoding you and what SNR, kind of prime the well, if you will, and then start calling CQ and see who comes back. There's almost always somebody to talk to on 20 meters at this point. And so kind of further than that, on 20 meters, 14,236 is our kind of hangout spot. And then on 40 meters, Your general class, it's 7197 seems to be a good spot. I see a lot of activity on. And then this kind of comes from, the pedigree of this software. 71, I think it's 77, which kind of sits right on our general extra class band. It sits right on that dividing line. That's really popular frequency internationally for FreeDV. And then I've seen a lot of activity on 80 meters lately on 3803 at night, at least in the southeast United States. QSO.freedv.org is kind of a great starting place. You can see where the activity is at. So you can just go on there and see what's read and who's transmitting where, and then just roll your dial over there, and if your software is working right and you see the waveform coming down your waterfall, or you hear that modem data, if you don't have a waterfall, it should start decoding. And you should hear audio coming out of your speakers if you have everything configured correctly. So here's another quick little demo. So this program that I'm using here is the actual FreeDV user interface, and then at the bottom half of the screen is the FreeDV reporter. And something I want to point out here is when it's red, that's the person that's talking. All of the green are the people that are receiving that talker, if that makes sense. And then in this column over here, the SNR column, we can see that this guy is being decoded. I have this sorted by SNR, so the strongest person decoding him was a plus 24, so dB of signal to noise. So I'll play this real quick, and we can watch the fading conditions. You can see all the blue areas in the waterfall there. That's where the signal just didn't exist at that time, but we can hear how well FreeDV continues to decode that, even with those missing band fading events.
Of the Docker version of FreeDV, and anyway, had problems with the released version, so testing this out and seeing if it works any better. The audio sounds really good here tonight too. So anyway, back to you, W7.
Good afternoon, everybody. How can you hear me in the back row? If I'm less than 5'9" plus 40, it's not good enough. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Stewart. I'm KB1OIQ, and it's my pleasure to once again present at the Dayton Hamvention. This is my 4th consecutive year, and thank you very much for coming to the talk. I'm used to having a 9 o'clock in the morning talk where either people are stuck in line and they couldn't get in here in time, or they stay awake because they've had plenty of coffee. Now, I don't expect you've had that much coffee this afternoon, but if you have, thank you. I appreciate that. So I just wanted to give a little bit of biographical information about me. I've been in the hobby since 2007. Got my extra in 2009. I've been a ham radio club president, and I stepped back from that, and I missed the meeting where they nominated me vice president, and then I missed the meeting where they nominated me field day chairman. So I guess I have to go to more of those meetings. I did a little bit of work with the section for a while. I founded my first Linux users group back in 1997, and that group is still going strongly today, even though I haven't participated in a while because I moved out of that area. But I founded a couple of Linux users groups in the meantime. I've taught Linux courses through the adult education program in my local town back many years ago. And I've been using Linux exclusively since 1997, and I have not regretted that. And about 1.5 years ago, I retired from a 40-year career as a computer engineer, having spent the last 14 years at NVIDIA, and I have no dearth of projects, and Ham Radio Linux is one of them. So one of the things I decided to do is if I'm going to sniff solder and kill off some weak brain cells and let the strong ones thrive, I wanted to do it by fixing antique radios. And some of them are 1920s and 30s receivers. Some of them are some of the old Hallicrafters boat anchors. And I fixed quite a few for my friends, for myself, and so forth. And haven't found one yet that would take a Linux install, but I'm working on it. So another thing I did is I joined a makerspace. How many people here are familiar with makerspaces? A few of you. So there's a makerspace up in Nashua, New Hampshire, about 20 minutes north of me. I'm from Massachusetts, and it claims to be the largest makerspace in New Hampshire, and it's got a membership of over 425 people, and I very much enjoyed the crowd there, and there's a big ham radio community there as well. Fox hunting, POTA, chasing rare DX. I think I'm at 236 right now for DXCC and climbing and having fun doing it. I recently joined Long Island CW Club because I want to improve my CW skills, and there's a few programs in the software suite here that are, can help with that. And of course, Andy's Ham Radio Linux continues to be a passion of mine, and that's why we're here. So what are my goals? I've been working on this since 2011, and of course I want to promote Linux because I think that's the way to go, and I hope you do too. That's why you're here. But it's also part of giving back to the ham radio community and also giving back to the Linux community. Many people have helped me, Elmered me, loaned me equipment, and so forth. That's probably true of most, if not all of you. And this is a way that I can use my expertise to give back to the community. So that's what I like to do. But I want to build it on top of an existing Linux distribution. I don't want to rebuild the building from scratch. I want to stand on the shoulders of giants and get the software out to you folks so that you can use the software to enjoy the hobby, and hopefully you don't have yet another computer that's a pain in the neck. That's the goal, and we'll see how well we get there. The software collection is all free and open source or MIT license or other licenses that are compatible with free and open source. There's nothing proprietary in there. I don't care for proprietary software, and I try very hard to avoid it. But also, I don't have the right to distribute somebody else's proprietary software. So if you see something in there that's proprietary, tell me. It wasn't meant to be. And the goal is everything just works. Now, that's a lofty goal. And I won't tell you about the 2 bugs I put in version 27 by accident, but the focus is on the hobby, not on messing with another computer. So this is where the ideas of Andy's Ham Radio Linux came from, and I've tried to stick with that over the many years that I've been doing this. So what is Andy's Ham Radio Linux? Well, you can tell I'm an engineer, not a marketing person, and that's just what I've called it over the years. And sometimes you'll see it as AHRL. So it's ham radio software that I found on the internet. The whole community of people has written this software. I might have written one program in the whole 80 or 90 pieces of software that are in the collection. But what I did to try to make it easier for you folks is, and me too, is I put it all in one place. And recently I wrote a script to just go through and install all of it, one fell swoop. Because it can be kind of a pain to go download one from over here, download one from over there. There's 3 in the repository. And that's kind of a lot of work. And you're not likely to get exposed to all of the stuff that's out there. You might load the 4 or 5 pieces of software that you like, and then you miss out on all the other stuff that you didn't even know was there. So that's why I pulled this all together. So at least you can go through the menus and say, oh, hey, wait a minute, there's a program that does this. I had no idea. And maybe that will spark an interest in another aspect of the hobby. So I packaged it for what I hope is easy installation. And now multiple Linux flavors are supported, many Debian-based versions, Ubuntu-based versions, and so forth. Raspberry Pi OS version 6 is now supported. That's an upgrade from version 5, which was supported in the previous release. And I support that on Raspberry Pi 4 and 5. Don't try it on anything less than that. It either won't work or you'll be very disappointed. On a 4, it's kind of pokey. On a 5, it runs pretty good. And I customized the menus in a way that I think makes it easier for you folks to use. So how did I do this in the past? Well, version 25 and everything, including that version and earlier, was a heavily customized version of Xubuntu Linux, or some people might say Xubuntu. And I basically remastered Xubuntu Linux. So I took out some software that wasn't ham radio related. I added some stuff that was, and I distributed it as one single ISO file. And on some note, that worked well for 13 years, give or take, but it had its shortcomings. You know, it wasn't easily customized by the user. And I'm sure you could add things to it or take it out manually, but I had hoped to make it easier for people. No other flavor of Linux was supported. And many people said to me, well, Andy, how come I can't run Linux Mint, or how come I can't run on Raspberry Pi? And the answer was, well, the ISO is Ubuntu, and right now that's all I provide. And each release was an awful lot of work for me. It was, you know, New England, old world, hand craftsmanship on 2 flavors, 32-bit and 64-bit. Now it's just 64-bit. But still, it was an awful lot of work to do that, but I did so because I wanted to, and I wanted to get that software out to everybody. And there was no documentation of how I did it. So if I retired for whatever reason from doing this, the bits were going to rot because nobody knew how I did it. And I said, no, I have to be able to do better than that. And plus the downloadable ISO file was humongous. It was getting to be 5 and 6 gigabytes. And for some of you, that's no big deal. And for other people, that's quite onerous. And so it all depends, you know, what your internet connection is and perhaps what part of the world you're in. And the last thing was that there was no upgrade path from AHRL version 1 to version 2, let's say. You had to wipe out your hard drive, install it. Hopefully you backed up your home directory and then restored it. And for Linux novices, that's asking a lot. And I'm not picking on the novices. We were all there at one time. But I said, I've got to think of a way to make this easier for people. So here's what I came up with. In August 2024, I released version 26, and it had quite a few things that I hope were improvements on the previous state of things. So first of all, the user installs an AHRL supported flavor of Linux. And when I say supported, what I mean is I've tested it thoroughly and I have high confidence that it's good to go. Now, having said that, there's zillions of flavors of Linux out there. This probably works quite well on many others, but I haven't tested that, so I can't swear to it. So what I ask people to do is, if you try this on a flavor of Linux that's different than what I'm supporting, and if it works for you, tell me. And what I'll do in the release notes is I'll say a user tried it on Linux XYZ and reports that it works well for them. And a fellow that I know did that on an old Macintosh computer. He installed, it's Intel based, he installed Linux on it, it's about 12 years old. I think he needed one proprietary driver for the hardware, and he installed Andy's Ham Radio Linux, and he says it works well for him. So I reported that so other people might benefit from that experience. So get yourself whatever flavor of Linux you want that's supported, configure it however you want, do all of that, and then download Andy's Ham Radio Linux and install it on top of your favorite supported flavor of Linux. And we all know that magically everything will just work perfectly, right? And then you can sit back and have fun with the software and enhance your enjoyment of ham radio. So in getting more specific, what did I change in version 26? Well, I created an installation script. It's just a simple bash script that does all of the installation work, whether it's downloading from a repository, whether it's compiling the software. I include the source tar files for many of the pieces of software that are in there, so you don't have to download it off the internet every time. But also the installation script serves as documentation. So if I ever retire from doing this, someone might choose to take that and pick it up and run with it. And that's my hope that, you know, someday when I don't do this anymore, that somebody will do that. But it's also customizable, and it's pretty straightforward the way it's written. So I've got a bunch of variables that say install _FL digi as an example. Equals 1, install it. Equals 0, don't. How much simpler can I make that? And there's, you know, a long list of them because there's so much software, but if you chose to go in and customize it at that level, you can. And sometimes I use that to debug just 1 or 2 programs. I'll set them all to 0 except the 2 that I care about and debug those quickly and not wait for, you know, 2 to 4 hours for the install to happen. The other part of this that I think is a big improvement is that the tar.gzip file is down to around 850 megabytes instead of 5 or 6 gigabytes. And so that makes it much easier for a lot of people. And multiple Linux flavors are supported. So for example, I support Debian Live version 13, Linux Mint Debian edition, 3 flavors of Ubuntu Linux 26.04, which came out at the end of April, Linux Mint Cinnamon, which I think is about a half a step behind the rest of those, and Raspberry Pi OS version 6. Now, the previous version supported 24.04 Ubuntu. It supported Debian 12. I cannot say with any certainty whether version 27 still works on those or not. I didn't explicitly break it, but I tested 7 or 8 versions already. It's hard to test those same versions back a version to 24.04. So I would encourage you, if you're running 24.04, to upgrade to 26.04 and then check your Andy's Ham Radio Linux and install version 27. And another thing that's nice about this is you can install version 27 on top of version 26. The right thing happens. And you might have a few extraneous files on the storage medium, but in fact, it'll just work. I do it all the time on my system and many times through when I'm testing this stuff. So I know that that works. Now, if you try to jump 2 or 3 revisions, I haven't tested that, so I can't say, but it should work. So people say to me, what's a target computer? Well, many folks have approached me and said, Andy, there's a vendor that claims that my computer is not good enough to run the new version of their operating system. And I said, it'll run Linux more than adequately, and go for it and get rid of that other thing. But they have to decide what they want to run it on. I arbitrarily picked 12 years old or less because a friend of mine gave me an HP 2000 laptop, which is about 12 or 13 years old, 4 gigabytes of memory, over 100 gigabytes of storage. It's not rotating drive, it's something else, SD card probably. And it took about 3.5 hours to do the install. It runs just fine. So as long as you have enough memory and enough storage, I hate to say it's only a 2 gigahertz CPU, that sounds weird to me, but in fact it runs just fine because most of the software, or hardly any of the software actually, is really truly compute bound. It just runs. So make sure you have at least 4 gigabytes of memory, and the installation program checks that and refuses to do the install if you have less memory than that. Question? It's all 64-bit, that's correct. Yes, well, those are well over 10 years old at this point, and so no, I'm sorry, I don't support 32-bit anymore. You could try it, maybe it'll compile on a 32-bit machine, I just don't know. Like I said, Raspberry Pi 4 or 5, Raspberry Pi 400 and 500, I have a Pi 500, have the Pi 4 and 5 processors in there respectfully, and that all works. And I believe 500 Plus is out. And besides having a better keyboard, I'm not sure what else is different about it, but I'm pretty sure it's a Pi 5 processor in there. So, I have not tested it on a 400, but that contains a Raspberry Pi 4. I think it's a little bit sluggish, but I'm used to a Pi 5, but it does work. Right? So I also recommend 8 gigabytes of memory. 4 will work. Memory's cheap, put in 8 gigabytes, but you have to know that before you buy your Raspberry Pi because you can't swap out the memory. I haven't, no. Not no more? Okay. Well, yep. No, well, that's unfortunate, but get 8 gigabytes if you can afford it. Don't go less than 4. And thank you for pointing that out. So the storage for Andy's Ham Radio Linux, not including the operating system itself, is on the order of 15 to 20 gigabytes. And with the OS, you're talking probably 25 to 30 gigabytes of storage. That shouldn't be a big deal these days for anybody. But I point that out because some older computers, maybe that's a challenge, maybe it's not. I don't know. You must have a functioning network. Yes. You can run it on a USB if you want. Well, you'd have to put it there. That's just it, because this is, so if you had something on USB, you could potentially install it there. I haven't tried that, but I don't see why it wouldn't work, right? If you try it and it works, let me know. Okay, you must have a functioning network, and I don't care if it's Wi-Fi, I don't care if it's hardwired, if it's smoke signals, I don't care what it is, but a lot of the software is downloaded from Ubuntu repositories or Debian repositories online, and you can't do that without a functioning network. And in fact, the installation script checks for that, because I had one user that reported some very, very strange errors, and it turns out his network was down and he didn't know it. So I added that in just to, one less thing to worry about, and it will tell you. So where do you go to obtain Andy's Ham Radio Linux? Well, you download it from SourceForge. So you can do sierrafoxtrot.net, or you can spell it out as sourceforge.net and search for Andy's Ham Radio Linux. And you'll find that the latest version is version 27, which I came out with on May 3rd. I explicitly wanted to come out with it before the date in Hamvention so that I could say I came out with it. And how many people here are running Andy's Ham Radio Linux at all, any version? A few of you. How many are running version 27? How many want to run it because your machine won't run Windows 11? A few people admit it. Okay, that's fair. And I assume the rest of you are here for curiosity to see what this is all about. So however you're here, thank you. I appreciate it. So I released that on May 3rd. When you go to SourceForge, the next slide will show the big green download button that you would click to get the source tar file. And then there's a couple of other files that you want to download also. The Getting Started document is a must read. That's the installation instructions. If you've installed plenty of software from tar.gz zip files and you think you know how to do it, no. Please read the document. It's not quite standard in that way, but I think it's clearly explained in the document. Just type the commands that are there and sit back and enjoy your coffee while it does its thing. Since this release, I have discovered 2 bugs. One that I've let a workaround document get released. It's an easy fix, but I don't want to re-release the whole thing for that. And another one for WSJTX improved. Some systems it works, some systems it does not. I did not discover that in my QA testing. That was reported by a user. Bill, VE3BOK, are you in the audience here? No, perhaps not, but he reported it and I verified it. So I will get those things fixed. The other one, unfortunately, was Ham Clock Next, and I really wanted to get that into people's hands. It's a simple fix to work past this bug. So when you go to the SourceForge website, you'll see the top of it looks like this with the banner, and the big green download button is set to always let you download the latest and greatest version of Andy's Ham Radio Linux. But that's only the gzip tar file. That's not the documentation for how to install it. And it's been tempting to flip that so that you download the documentation first, but people are getting much better about doing that. But I've had folks report errors to me because they never read the document. So please, I wouldn't waste your time asking you to read it if it wasn't important. Please take a look at that and you'll save a lot of time there. So when you go into the files area here, you'll see where the version 27 directory is listed. And yes, the past versions are there also, but I don't know why you'd want to go back to that, but they're there. And version 27 is what you want. And then, of course, there's the two files there. There's the bug workaround text file, which you want to look at first, and then the getting started guide second. And you have to do a little mental interpolation of where do I put the fix before I run the install script. It's a one-line fix, and it should be very simple to add that one line. It helps when you define a function to actually call said function. So if you've programmed software, you know what I'm talking about. If not, just add the one line. It'll work. The question is, do I provide an MD5 hash so that you know you downloaded the file cleanly? Absolutely, it is there. And you can download that and check to make sure your download was clean. Because if it's not, I have seen some bizarre errors that just make no sense. And then I find out someone's download was mostly clean, but not enough. So please take a look at the two text files, getting started and the V27 bug I said workarounds because I will put something in there about WSJTX improved when I figure out what the problem is there. So the short version of how you do this is you unpack the tar-g zipped file in a particular directory. You edit the install AHRL script, adding the line so that hamclock next will get installed. You run the install script and there's a specific instruction to do that and save the log file output and so forth, all documented in the getting started guide. Reboot the computer, and yes, you do have to reboot it because it adds your username to different groups and other things that need to be reinitialized. And then peruse the menus, see what's there, and have fun. So one thing I've noticed about different flavors of Linux is they represent menus differently. There's the more traditional menu structure where you have, you slide down, there's a menu, you slide over, there's another menu. You do that 3 or 4 times and you finally get to the program of interest. And I'll call that the more traditional menu structure. And that's what Andy's Ham Radio Linux looks best on. I picked the categories to work best in that kind of system. But for example, Kubuntu by default has a very different graphical appearance of the menu. Now, some people think it's a lot prettier graphically, but when you click Andy's Ham Radio Linux, you get this long list from A to Z of all the software. The organizing in categories is not there. Now, yes, you can change the Kubuntu menu to be more traditional. I found this out from a user just the other day, but I give you a heads up that there's a couple of different styles and just pick the one that you prefer. So Raspberry Pi OS is Ubuntu and Debian Live. They use the more traditional menu style, whereas Linux Mint and Kubuntu by default use something different. It'll all still work, it just won't be organized the same way. So on Debian Live, and I specifically said version 13.4, it probably works on 13.1 and 0.2, but I didn't test those, so I can't swear to it. But there shouldn't be that much difference between those dot variations. And you can see what I'm calling here the more traditional menu style. You get an Andy's Ham Radio Linux menu, you slide over from that, and you get the second menu that starts with antenna and ends with workarounds, and that's a grouping that I created to organize the software in a way that I thought made sense to ham radio operators. And then over from that, of course, you get the individual programs related to that category. But Kubuntu, for example, has a menu like this where everything is in order, and I scrolled ahead to the letter F and G there, and you can see one nice thing about it is it gives you a terse description of the software. So if you didn't know what FLAA was, you have a slight clue there. Maybe that clue doesn't help, but at least there's something there. But it's all alphabetical. But the big arrow is showing the search bar. So if you know the name of the software that you want to run, you can type it in there and it will show up. But what often happens with new Linux users is they say, Andy, I want to do X, Y, Z, but I don't know what that program is called in Linux. And I would say, find an Elmer, send me an email, or surround on the internet or do something. Eventually, you'll learn the names of these pieces of software, and I think you'll feel right at home. I don't think you'll, so the question was with regard to the different menuing structures in XFCE versus Kubuntu versus these, all of the programs will work just fine. But it's a matter of how they're presented to you graphically. Sometimes you get the traditional menu, but graphically it looks a little bit different, but it has the same structure. They all work. It's just a matter of what they look like and what your personal preference is for what you want them to look like. Well, you can see here in Kubuntu, if you click the right 3 or 4 buttons, you can get it to look like a more traditional menu. And I would encourage this, but Linux is all about freedom, so you can set it up any way you want. So what I want to do at a high level is go through the different categories of software just to give you an idea of what's there. Now clearly in the time allotted, I can't cover 80 or 90 pieces of software, and you'd likely fall asleep if I tried. But I want to at least give you an idea of what's there. We have a multifaceted hobby. I can only put the software in there that exists online, but it covers a lot of ground, and I just want to get you to appreciate that. So the first menu that's in there is the antenna menu, and there's quite a few programs in there. AntScope 2 is the free and open source program that is put out by RigExpert for getting data out of the RigExpert antenna analyzers. I'm a RigExpert customer. I like it. I have no other affiliation with the company, and thank you to RigExpert for making that free and open source. Some of the other programs that are in there are related to antenna modeling and things of that nature. So this is a program that I wrote about a dozen years ago called FL MoxGen. And for somebody who wants to build a Moxon rectangle antenna, you see the basic structure of the antenna there. You fill in the frequency, the wire gauge, and in 3 or 4 different units, it will tell you the dimensions. You can print that file and then take it to your workshop and build it. It will also write a file that feeds XNEC2C, which is an antenna modeling program. So you can actually model this antenna and see what does it look like when you do that. So this is, I'm trying to cram quite a few screens onto one monitor here, but you can see the Moxon rectangle antenna on the right is in a vertical orientation. A picture in the middle shows what the radiation pattern looks like on a particular frequency, and the graphs that are partly covered show front to back ratio, predicted SWR, and gain. So these are the kinds of things you can get from that. Learning the input format for XNEC2C is challenging. It's not a simple thing to do. So I figured, well, I'll at least help with this one type of antenna so you can get a feel for what the software is capable of doing. So one thing that I'd like to do is I'd like to point out that ARRL's Teachers Institute has chosen to use Andy's Ham Radio Linux when they teach the teachers about our hobby. And I was thrilled to find out last year in June that they were doing this, and they continue to do this. So I have a couple of contacts in headquarters that have been very, very helpful to me with a couple of new features that came out that I wasn't aware of. Now they're in there. The RTL SDR dongle has a version 4 hardware now, and I didn't know that. And a fella said, oh, by the way, you need the version 4 driver. Here it is. It was trivial to put in there, but a user told me about this, so now it's in there for everybody. So they use Raspberry Pi 5s in Teachers Institute so that the teachers can take these home and hopefully use this as part of STEM education in their classrooms. And the whole Teachers Institute program has been very, very successful. I'm thrilled that they chose Andy's Ham Radio Linux to do this. And I think this has been great on so many levels. It's been great for ham radio to get more people to know about it. It's been great for Linux, for Andy's Ham Radio Linux, for ARRL, and most importantly, it's been great for the teachers and their students. And so I'm very pleased that ARRL has chosen to do this. So I gave the Teachers Institute folks their own menu because they don't talk about all of the pieces of software in there. And these menu choices are available in other menus as appropriate. And so this is the set of things that they wanted to focus on, and I thought that I would make it easier for the students to find these things. So CW, I put a few programs in there that can aid people in learning CW, and I just want to quickly go over what I have in here. There's a program out there called Morse Runner, and it was the first program that I put in Andy's Ham Radio Linux that requires the Wine environment. Now, Morse Runner is a community edition. It does have a free and open source license on it now, so I was happy to do that, but I'm skeptical of anything that runs in Wine. And as I've had bad luck with it, other users have reported bad luck with it. So I did one of these and lit some incense and chanted a few things and put Morse Runner in there. And in my experience, it runs perfectly in the Wine environment. So I was happy to do that. It's a simulator, so if you program it for field day, let's say, and you fire it up, you'll hear pile-ups, you'll hear lids, you'll hear fading, all sorts of things. And when you type in the information that you think you heard, about 2 or 3 seconds later, it pops up in the log window as you got it right, or maybe you made a mistake. It's great for practicing that sort of thing in Morse code, and I really like this program. So the documentation menu is there, and I'm tempted to rip it out because I don't know how many people use it. It's a little bit tricky to maintain, but instead of ripping it out, I might just reduce it a bit. So initially, I put the documentation menu in there because there are a few programs that run in terminal mode, and I said, well, how are people going to know those are even in there? So I put the man page is in here, and it brings up a terminal and shows that. And the man page environment is something that new users are challenged with. It's like, how do I get out of this thing, right? And we've all been through that learning curve, I suspect. So what I may do is I may cull that list to just the terminal programs and a few how-to guides that I created, and anything else like the Dire Wolf docs or FL Digi or whatever, you're better off going to those websites because that will be the most up-to-date stuff. So I don't think I'll rip it out entirely, but I will reduce it a little bit. So the other thing that I was doing is I was using the Firefox browser to access all of this documentation, and that works when you type in your file colon and give it a path. But I will say, unfortunately, Ubuntu decided to ship Firefox in a snap package. And that greatly restricted Firefox's ability to do things, and some would say deliberately, and I found it to be an annoyance because it wouldn't let me access my own local files. And apparently that's by design. So I went to great pains in the installation of Andy's Ham Radio Linux to remove the snap version and put in the non-snap version so that capability was maintained. And it was a bit of a nuisance. But then I realized, why don't I just bring up a file manager and not have Firefox do that at all? So in version 27, I do just that. For the documentation, I bring up a file manager and you can access it that way. And I will double check for the next release if I need to go through this business of fussing with the snap or non-snap version of Firefox. So there's an awful lot of digital modes out there. I put an awful lot of software in here related to digital modes. You can see a long list in there with Dire Wolf and FL Amp and FL Digi and JS8 Call and so on and so forth. I put those all in there for people, and I'm sure people are familiar, or I assume people are familiar with WSJTX for running FT8. Other folks use MSHV, which is another program that will do FT8, and other ones, FT4 and some other digital modes. So you're probably familiar with the waterfall at the bottom. The QSOs are decoded on top, and if you click the right buttons and configure this correctly with your radio, you'll be making QSOs in no time. WSJTX talks very, very well with Grid Tracker 2, which I'll talk about in a minute. And as the owner of Xlog, the simple text-based logger, it talks to Xlog as well. So your QSOs will be logged in a couple of places and you won't lose them. So here's a screenshot of Grid Tracker 2, and I'm afraid the screenshot doesn't do it justice. This is awesome software. It runs on all 3 operating systems. It's free and open source. You can configure the maps to show anything you want. And what you probably can see there is a whole bunch of small red boxes, which are grids that I have contacted and have been confirmed on Logbook of the World. This software can talk to Logbook of the World, Club Log, EQSL, and probably 5 other logging services if you configure it to do so. And every QSO that you make gets automatically uploaded to Logbook of the World. You don't have to save your log file and upload things and do TQSL manually and all of that kind of stuff. It just does it for you. And so I happen to like this software. Whatever QSOs are happening that your radio can hear, it will draw on the map a dotted line between the 2 entities that are having a QSO. So that's kind of cool to see where all the traffic is going. And when that guy in Japan pops up all of a sudden and everybody jumps there, you see that pretty quickly, and maybe you can jump in and get a contact. So this screen's a little bit distorted, but what I'm trying to show here is another part of Grid Tracker is to show the call signs that are out there. Are they calling CQ? Are they talking to somebody else? Is it a grid that you need? Is it a DXCC entity that you need? And there's more information there. You can configure this to your heart's content. So you could say, I only want to see stations that I need, from a country that I need, or I only want to see grids that I don't yet have. And it doesn't have to just be for FT8. It shows my grids in CW too, because it has all that logging information. And I suppose it could do it for sideband and other modes. So if you're interested in chasing the Fred Fish Award for 6 meters, I believe you could use this software to do that. So electronic design, sometimes people are creating kits or doing other types of electronic design. I wish more people soldered and enjoyed that aspect of the hobby. The newer folks I see coming into the hobby haven't yet learned the pleasure of that, and so I try to teach them. But I don't see as many builders as what I think used to be in this hobby. And I think that's unfortunate, but maybe we can change that. So there's a whole bunch of software in here related to electronic design. The Arduino program is in here, of course, for people who want to program Arduinos. The MicroBitX and SBitX and all of those, I believe, still have Arduinos in them. So if you wish to modify that code to make your radio run differently, you can do that. The Coil 64 program is nice for people who want to wind their own coils, because you can give it the size of your coil form and tell it how you want to wire it and tell it your wire gauge, and it will make a prediction as to how many turns of wire you need to do it. Add 10 more, and then it's easier to cut than it is to solder it back on, right? HF propagation is something that's of interest to all of us, and along those lines, there's a whole bunch of programs that I put in here. You'll notice in the menu, the original ham clock is still in here, and I put menu choices in here for each of the 4 supported resolutions so that you know what's available and you can pick the resolution that matches your monitor. Now, that said, there's another version of ham clock out there, and there's several that are what I call ham clock-like. So since the original author of Ham Clock is now a silent key, a lot of people stepped up and said, we like this work. We don't want it to go away. So one person has stepped up to keep the original Ham Clock going. Other people have stepped up and re-implemented it, or came up with something in their view of what a Ham Clock-like program should be. So I took the ones that I knew of and I put them in this menu for you. So Open Ham Clock is in here. Ham Clock Next is supposed to be in there. Sorry, I goofed, but it's an easy fix. DX Look is another one that I found out there that shows a lot of information that's similar but different from Ham Clock. Ham Tab is in there, and I'm not going to decide which one of these is better and so-called wins. Maybe they're all going to stay out there because they provide different functions. So we'll have to wait and see, but this has all been within the last month or two that this flurry of activity has taken place. And I think that's great, because that could only happen in the open source community. You're not going to see a big vendor jump that quickly on these sorts of things. I've already taken care of that because version 4.24 is what's in here. So if what the gentleman was getting at is if you've got version 4.22 of Ham Clock, you had to play a little bit of a game to direct it to the new server so that the software could be updated, and then it's baked into that software. Some people are having trouble with that. Other people, it's a piece of cake, but it's something that needed to be done because the server at Clear Sky Institute will no longer work with the ham clock software as of June 2026. I don't know the exact date. So if you are running ham clock on any sort of device, if you're not running at least version 4.24, update it now while it's easier, because after the server goes away, I don't know what's going to happen there. You might just have to reinstall from scratch. But you can see a picture of ham clock here. I think this is a great program. I use it to look at DXpeditions and see to whom they are talking, so I can look and see, okay, are they coming to Massachusetts where I live, or are they working Europe? They're not working me at all. And this helps me, coupled with what I see posted on DX Summit, to figure out, okay, do I have a fighting chance of contacting that DXpedition? And if so, I give it a go, because the VOA cap predictions are good, but sometimes Mother Nature does something different than what's predicted. Speaking of VOA cap, this is a web page. It's not an app running locally, but I think it's something important enough to the community that I made it easy, put a menu in there for you, and it just pops up the browser and brings this up. So if you want to put in your location and some other location of interest, it will predict for you the likelihood of making that contact on a variety of bands. And you can see this colorful circle chart with yellows and oranges and whatnot in it that indicate the likelihood of making a contact at that time of day on that band. With solar flares and things, that can change, but in general, this is a good starting point. Logging menu. These days, pretty much everybody is logging via electronic means and uploading it to Logbook of the World or EQSL or wherever they're uploading it. There's quite a few programs in here to do this. One critique I have heard from people who are contesters, and I am not one, there is a claim that there is no good contesting logger for Linux. And they say to me, oh, but I run N1MM. And I said, okay, but do you know that Linux has a program called Not1MM, and it's a clean room re-implementation? And they say, oh yeah, that doesn't work. And I say, in what way? And they can't articulate why. Because what you should do is, if it doesn't work, report it to the author, and it will probably get fixed. Now, I can't speak to what features they're talking about, A, because I'm not a contester, B, they didn't tell me, right? Or I'll say, have you tried CQR log? Yeah, but that doesn't do it. But they can't tell me why, or they won't tell me why. So we can't fix it if we don't know what's wrong. So please, if you come from the Windows world and see some of these programs, if they don't work to your liking in the Linux world, talk to the authors. I'll bet you they'll fix it or improve it, as the case may be. So here's a picture of CQR log. It has a lot of data in there that contesters typically want. It can talk to the internet and download a lot of these things and fill in the blanks for you. So when people call me Andrew on the air, I know they've done this, because only my mother with a wooden spoon called me Andrew. Not1MM is here, and I used it briefly. I didn't use all the F keys to talk to the radio and all, but I did use it for logging, and it did that quite well, just like I would expect. Xlog, it's at least 20 years old. I'm the current maintainer. When the original author didn't want to maintain it anymore, perhaps 10 to 15 years ago. It's a very simple, casual logger. Yes, I've used it for 13 colonies in Massachusetts and put 2,000 calls in a log in a week, but that's because I know the keyboard shortcuts and I'm very familiar with this. If you mess it up, you can fix it in a text editor. Okay, just don't mess with the format. But it's there for people who use the, are casual loggers, and it'll do the job for you. The narrowband emergency messaging system. This is a system, I don't know if I want to say competing with WinLink, but it's another system out there that folks in MCOM use across the country. It's made only of open source software. It runs on all 3 major operating systems. No infrastructure is required. If I have a radio and you have a radio and we're both doing this, we can exchange appropriate messages and hopefully help with a situation. It's tied in with an email program so that simple text emails can be sent in this way. I'm not an MCOM person, so I don't know all the details, but if somebody uses NBEMS on Linux and thinks that there's some deficiency here, please come talk to me, because I'd like to fix this if necessary so that people can use it for that purpose. I said all that. Rig control, there's quite a few programs in here for rig control. You can see a few there. And WF-View is a program that a gentleman wrote that right now interfaces to modern ICOM rigs, and you get a few of the features of the rig available in this GUI. It'd be very difficult to put all of them in there. And I know that this works when I'm physically tethered to the radio. I do not know if this works in any kind of remote internet situation. If someone tries that, tell me one way or the other if it works, because A, I'm curious, and B, I can tell other users. In a remote mode? Okay, so gentleman's reported that he's used it in remote mode and it works. So there you have it. And thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, satellite work. I like to do satellite work, but I also like the large trees around my yard. That doesn't always go well together, but I put some software in here for you to help with that. The Fox satellites are up there, and the telemetry that they send out can be decoded with this software, and I believe this software also emails that to AMSAT. The GPredict software is great stuff for looking at the footprint of the satellite as it comes over your house, and literally, the satellite revolves around the planet, but your life ends up revolving around the satellites if you want to do this. There's a few SDR programs in there. There's a lot of SDR programs out there for Linux, and I had to pick and choose a few. And so GNU Radio Companion has been available for a long time, where you can make a block diagram of your signal processing application and literally hit the go button and it brings it to life. And this block diagram I found on the internet is for an FM broadcast receiver. And it's kind of cool to hear that stuff coming out of your speaker. GQRX is another program that's out there that will talk to things like an RTL SDR dongle. You'll probably recognize the frequency there as NOAA Weather Radio, and you tell it what the mode is for the transmission, and it will decode it for you. I didn't know what to call this menu, so I called it tracking because objects are being tracked. So this virtual radar server will track commercial aircraft using the 1.09 gigahertz transmissions. I live within 25 miles of Logan Airport, so there's always something overhead. And if I let this sit for 10 or 15 minutes, it will populate with airplanes that are either coming or going from that airport. So what's new? We talked about ham clock and similar programs. I'm trying to keep up with that and put that out there for all of you to use. The FT2 digital mode is out there, and you may have seen what Joe Taylor and company had to say about that, but other folks are incorporating it into the software and they're using it. If you can click the mouse real fast, you might enjoy this mode, but it's not for me to decide if you should use it. I put the software out there and let you folks decide how you want to spend your hobby time. And the AX25 software is or will be removed from the Linux kernel. I don't know that there's too many programs that use that anymore. Debatably, it doesn't need to be in the kernel. It can be in user space. And so I don't think that's a big deal, but I just point that out so that you know about it. So what is the status of Andy's Ham Radio Linux? Well, the first release was in May 2011. I believe it's 37 versions later that I've come out with. More Linux flavors are supported, as I mentioned. The Raspberry Pi is now supported. And I want to thank all of you and the rest of the community who send me emails, who mention pieces of software to me that I didn't know about, who file bugs, who say attaboy, whatever it is. I appreciate the contact, and all of you collectively help to make this better by your contributions. And so interest seems to be high. I've noted approximately 150,000 downloads since this started, and I'm very happy about that. And maybe you can tell I'm still enthusiastic about it. So the downloads for version 26E, 6,689 downloads in the time that was available. I'm very happy about that. And version 27 has only been out since May 3rd, and there's already, well, as of last night, 581 downloads. So thank you for that. It usually takes about a month to hit 1,000 downloads. So by version, you can see where interest seems to be improving, but to be fair, I wasn't entirely consistent about how I report these numbers. So don't read too much into the graph, except that more people are finding out about it. By geography, I don't know how people in far-flung corners of the world find out about this, but they do. And so, while USA and Canada and Europe are among the top countries, there are many others, the one or two people in Japan or something like that. I don't know how they find out about this. Maybe they're at Hamvention, but it's people all over the world are trying this out. The SourceForge people let me know in 2022 that we hit 100,000 downloads. So I don't know if that's 100,000 users or maybe 1,000 users with bad internet connections and a lot of persistence. That I don't know, but either way, there seems to be a lot of interest, and I'm happy about that. So Dayton Hamvention folks have a YouTube channel, and each year they take all of the talks from 50 or so speakers and put them on their YouTube channel. This talk is no different. So if you have friends that couldn't make it here today, send them over there. The Rat Pack folks have a talk. The Picara group in New York recorded a talk. If you just search for Andy's Ham Radio Linux and videos, you'll find many of them out there for you to view. Again, go to SourceForge and download things. And this is the last slide. I might have 1 minute for questions and so forth so we can get out before the next speaker. But thank you very much for your time and attention. Sir. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so the gentleman is asking what happens if you install this software and you have multiple ham radio operators that want to use the same computer and everybody's data wants to be kept separately. Most of the software, that's fine. But I will say, unfortunately, people who write Python programs assume the Windows-esque thing that you're going to install it in your local directory and your data will be there. Those programs don't seem to have a concept of being installed in a system level area and keeping user data in your home directory. I don't.
9-inch vertical leap. How do we know she can do this? As a kitten at 3 a.m., I heard a thwack and I was hearing stuff rattling. She had jumped from the floor to hit a ceiling fan pole. Yeah, and she hasn't stopped. Then we got a new guy, Sasquatch. He's 22 pounds, 3 feet 8 inches long. This is nearly a 4-foot long cat. And that's a 4-foot long desk that he's on. How many of you have never been to one of my forums? Somebody lock the doors real quick. How many of you have worked with the Arduino? Very good, very good. And the ESP32? Cool, very cool. How many of you played with the wireless features on those microcontrollers? Gosh, you're ahead of me. But today, we're going to take that Arduino and other microcontrollers to a whole new level. We're going to focus on those remote control and wireless communication features of these microcontrollers. What can we do with this stuff? First, we'll back up a little bit. The Arduino is a small, inexpensive microcontroller that can be basically used to sense and control things. The original Arduino microcontrollers, such as the Uno and Nano, are based on that ATmega 328 microcontroller chip. They're easily programmed with a PC, Mac, or a Linux workstation using the free Arduino integrated development environment that we also refer to as the IDE. The Uno is an 8-bit 16 megahertz microcontroller with 14 digital I/O pins and 6 10-bit analog to digital input pins. It's got a whopping 32K of flash memory, and it's used to store programs. The 2K of static RAM for your variables and everything, and 1K of EEPROM for values you may need to save. It's still very popular for Arduino projects. The Arduino Nano is nearly identical to the Uno, but it's a smaller form factor, and it's one of my favorites because of that small size. But neither has got built-in wireless functionality. Due to their similarity in function, and because nearly all are programmed using that Arduino IDE now, the term Arduino is really becoming a generic term to use to describe almost any microcontroller. So it's kind of the point that you can say Arduino and you mean the STM32 or the ESP32 or even the Raspberry Pi Pico. So that's, you'll catch me doing that from time to time. The ST Microelectronics STM32, Espressif, ESP32, and Pi Pico have become the microcontrollers of choice for the more advanced projects. These newer 32-bit microcontrollers have much more power and speed than that original Arduino Uno. But these new microcontrollers also have built-in support for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and Bluetooth Low Energy, BLE. And we'll talk about the differences between all of these in a little bit. The Espressif ESP32 is becoming the primary microcontroller that's used for projects that the Uno and Nano can't do, and is really my personal choice for more advanced projects. And it's inexpensive as well. It's typically only about $8. Before we continue, something we all need to be aware of, Arduino was sold to Qualcomm in October of 2025. Qualcomm wanted Arduino's new Q microcontroller. The Q is really for Linux and AI. It's designed to compete with the Raspberry Pi Linux version. It's got an STM32 microcontroller and the Qualcomm Dragonwing chip. This will really have no effect on us as hobbyists working with the Arduino and other microcontrollers. The Uno, Nano, all those, they're still out there as open source, and we are free to do with them as we've done in the past. Most of the development, though, it has moved up to the ESP32 and others. What modes do we have available to us? Microcontrollers have several ways to communicate wirelessly. Infrared, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Bluetooth Low Energy, and LoRa. Here's a fun little thing to know, though. Bluetooth was named after a 10th century Danish king, Harald Bluetooth Gormson, who united Denmark and Norway. Bluetooth was also chosen as the temporary project name used by engineers developing a short-range wireless technology to reflect the technology's ability to unite different devices. So essentially, what we really have is a technology that was named after a king with a dental hygiene problem. But of course, microcontrollers can also be used to communicate using RF on the ham bands. They can be used to communicate using the FRS, GMRS, the Family Radio Service and General Mobile Radio Service, and cellular radio. But these modes are really not what we're here to do today. We're going to first talk with infrared. It's pronounced infrared. I've always called it infrared when I was growing up, but it's infrared. The wavelength of infrared light is longer than visible light. It's between microwave and visible light on the electromagnetic spectrum. It's used by most of our appliance remote controls. Because it's a form of light, you've got to have line of sight between the transmitter and receiver, and the data rate is about 2400 baud. The maximum range, of course, is about 10 feet. It works by using pulses of light to send and receive serial binary data. The microcontrollers use an infrared LED to transmit, and the receiver is just picking up that infrared frequency. The module receives these pulses and passes them on to the microcontroller for decoding. The controller then performs actions based on the commands and sequences that it receives. The cool thing is the receiver modules are compatible with just about any remote control, because there's just a handful of IR standards that's everybody using, and all of the Arduino libraries support all of those communication standards. So this is why you can buy and train a universal IR infrared remote. Fortunately, as we mentioned, there's libraries. Among them is IR Remote and the Arduino IR Remote. The iRemote library is actually included when you install the IDE. These libraries allow you to build projects that support a whole wide range of existing IR protocols, so now you can use a standard control with your projects. Wi-Fi is based on the 802.11 networking standards that we've all become familiar with for 2 gig and 5 gigahertz. They're very similar to wired Ethernet in their basic protocols. Wi-Fi uses hardware MAC addresses just like physical Ethernet for the packet delivery. It supports TCP, IP addressing, and routing methodology. The typical range is about 60 feet with speeds from 1 megabit to 600 megabits, and that depends on the band and the mode used, of course. And you can also use a standard Wi-Fi extender to extend this range. Not all microcontrollers have built-in Wi-Fi, though. So there is a Wi-Fi shield that you can use, and the ESP8266, which is the older version of the ESP32, has the Wi-Fi on board. That can be used with the Arduino Uno, Nano, and other microcontrollers. It's just going to be easier to use an ESP32, a Raspberry Pi Pico, or some other microcontroller that has the Wi-Fi already on board. Wi-Fi is going to allow your microcontroller projects to interact with other Wi-Fi devices such as PCs, smartphones, and all that fun stuff. Wi-Fi also allows your microcontroller projects to access and communicate the internet. So now we're really bringing ourselves into the future. Now we've got internet access. Most ESP32 versions only support the 2.4 gig band, but it can operate in client mode, access point, or both modes simultaneously. So now you can use it on both ends in just one little chip. The new ESP32C5 also now supports 2 gig, 2.4 gig, 5 gig, Wi-Fi 6. Which is the 802.11ax. So now you're really right on the cutting edge with your Wi-Fi capabilities. And of course we do something stupid. As with IR, there's a number of libraries that automatically support Wi-Fi, so you don't have to know how to make it work. You just call the library and get everything going. The ESP32 Wi-Fi library is installed automatically when you install the ESP32 core library to the Arduino IDE. The Wi-Fi library supports both that station client mode and access point modes and can operate both of those modes simultaneously. It allows you to interact with existing Wi-Fi networks. and client devices just as if they were standard devices on your network. Now you can scan for and connect to a Wi-Fi network, get connection status, Wi-Fi signal strength, get a DHCP address, set a static IP, as well as connecting and disconnecting to a network. So now you've literally got an internet-connected device in a little $8 chip. So what can you do with this Wi-Fi? You can turn your projects into that powerful IoT thing that we keep hearing about, the Internet of Things. I don't know why they came up with IoT, but whatever. This includes projects for home automation, data logging, creating custom devices with wireless control. Your microcontroller can now connect to the internet, act as a web server or other standard internet application, and interact with other network devices. And it can do this all wirelessly. So now you can extend your entire home internet wirelessly. I saw something real cool over at the Buddy Pole booth today. They've got a little add-on to the MastWorks rotator that they have, the little manual crank for POTA that reports the actual position of the little beam to an app. I'm like, give me that sensor and I can do it with an Arduino. And now I can do my little POTA apps and build a little box that has the bearing that my antenna is doing just by communicating with that sensor wirelessly. It's going to happen. But now you can connect to the, it applies to ham radio. Think about being able to use Wi-Fi and the internet to control your rigs, switch your antennas remotely, rotate antennas. So now you've really got a remote shack. You can even create your own smartphone app to control everything remotely over the internet. So you just think of the fun we can have with this. Bluetooth, we've all got Bluetooth, is a wireless technology that allows devices to communicate directly over short distances, typically about 300 feet, with a transfer rate up to 2.1 meg and a transmit power of up to 100 milliwatts. This operates in the 2.4 gig range, utilizing frequency hopping technology to minimize interference and improve security. I've got a question with that. How can hams use Bluetooth that's frequency hopping? Nobody said anything about it, but that's just one of those things that, like, we're not supposed to be able to do that. But they let us play with Bluetooth. I don't know. I guess I'm old school. We weren't allowed that all the time. See, I'm old school. I'm older than that. That's just one of those things to think about. But before these devices can communicate, they've got to be paired, which improves, requires a one-time authentication. Unlike Wi-Fi, though, Bluetooth doesn't need a network address or TCP/IP to connect. And now it allows devices to exchange files, stream audio, connect to devices such as your smartphone, speakers, headphones, all that fun stuff. Did it again. My finger keeps sliding down, is what it is. Now we're really messed up. The ESP32 supports both Bluetooth Classic and BLE, and we'll talk about the differences between those two in a minute. It includes on-chip antenna switches, RF balun, power amp, filters, and power management modules. Bluetooth Classic is very similar to nothing more than a simple hardwired serial port. Data is sent serially between the two nodes. The Bluetooth serial library, again, is provided as part of the ESP32 add-in to the Arduino IDE. It allows you to establish serial communications with other Bluetooth devices, including smartphones and other microcontrollers. Pairing two ESP32 in a master-slave configuration uses nothing more than a pin and a node name in the sketch for each ESP32. The two devices will then connect, and you can simply transfer data between these two ESP32s as if you were just sending serial data. It's really that simple. Here's a really cool Bluetooth application, and it's currently being used. At the Dayton Hamfest 2 years ago, ARRL CEO Dave Minster asked me to create a wireless project for use at ARRL headquarters. He wanted a wireless CW keyer for the flex radio at W1AW. The reason for that is they wanted to put the radio behind the operator and have all of the operating equipment in front so that it was completely remote controlled. They had desk space available and everything. And about 3 weeks later, I shipped him a Bluetooth-based wireless CW keyer that can be used with either paddles or a straight key. It uses a pair of Arduino Nanos and that HC05 standard external Bluetooth module to wirelessly remote the CW key or keyer and is capable of speeds up to 60 words a minute. This has been used on the flex rig at W1AW ever since. How many of you have worked at W1AW in the past year or two? Did you work CW? There you go. Did they show you the remote keyer that you were playing with on the flex? Because one of the things they love to do is have somebody operate it. Dave Minster himself has tested it up to 35 words a minute. But what they would do is you'd operate it like you're doing a rig. You know, keyer's working, everything's fine. But at the end of your QSO, they would show you the box with no wires and said, who do you talk to? Are you sure? And it took a while. But what this thing does, see if I've got it. Yeah, here we go. The physical key is plugged into the remote unit that's on the left, which wirelessly transmit the key closure information, not data, but it transmits little codes for the key closure. So you can hold that key down as long as you want, and it matches on the receive side. The main unit plugs into that key jack on the flex rig, and as far as the rig's concerned, the keyer is physically plugged in. Well, now we've got the first half of our wireless station. We can now take this out into the living room and work CW from our armchair. Bluetooth and Bluetooth Low Energy are two separate technologies. This is something we need to be aware of. They both use the 2.4 gig band. BLE has a shorter range, often around 30 to 150 feet, a transfer rate of up to 2 megs, and a maximum transmit power of 100 milliwatts. It does support the peer-to-peer, star, and the mesh technologies. BLE does consume about 100 times less power than Bluetooth Classic, so it's great for those battery applications. And BLE also remains in sleep mode until a connection is initiated, so it's great for battery and low power stuff. And it's optimized for that low power consumption with immediate data transfer, while Bluetooth, now known as Bluetooth Classic, it's designed for higher data rates and continuous connection, and they are not compatible between the two. So if you see BLE, you can't use regular Bluetooth, vice versa. But BLE is ideally suited for applications that need to exchange small amounts of data periodically. In point-to-point mode, BLE has two types of devices, server and client. The ESP32 can act as either. The server advertises its existence so it can be found by other devices. We do this all the time when we pair a headset to our phones. The client scans the nearby devices, and when it finds the server it's looking for, establishes the connection and then listens for incoming data. In broadcast mode, the server will then transmit to many clients. In mesh network mode, all of the devices are connected in a one-to-many configuration. So now you're forming that mesh. Web Bluetooth, also known as Web BLE, allows you to connect and control BLE-enabled devices using a web browser and JavaScript. Web BLE allows you to create web applications that can interact with your ESP32, allowing you to control I/O pins, exchange data, manage your devices remotely using a web interface. There's the other half of our remote control. Now we can institute cat control from our armchair. So now we can literally sit in front of the TV and work CW or whatever we want to work. Web BLE applications are web-based. They can run on any device with a modern web browser that supports Web BLE. Currently, it's supported in Chrome, Edge, Opera, and Firefox, and it's supported on Androids and Windows. Guess what? Doesn't work on iOS yet. The operative word there is yet. Now, here's one of my crazy, those of you that know me know that the most dangerous words you're ever going to hear me say is, wouldn't it be cool if? Because we have just come up with some really strange things. I'm not a web developer. I don't do HTML unless I can absolutely have to. I don't do JavaScript, but the web BLE features really do appeal to me. I love web-based stuff. And so I asked ChatGPT, good old AI engine, if it could do the web page for me. It responded that while it can't generate the full application, it could indeed write parts of the project, including the web page portion of the application. There's the win. And I'm also going to try to slide this past and have it write my next book for me too, but we'll leave that alone. Oh, hi, Mark. Long range LoRa, it's a low power, wide area networking technology that's specifically designed for connecting low power devices over long distance. It's often used in conjunction with LoRaWAN to create a full-fledged networking architecture. It operates in the unlicensed industrial, scientific, and medical band. This means we're not subject to the ham radio limitations on encryption and stuff. It's got a data rate from 300 bits per second to 50 kilobits, so it's slow. It's got a range of a few miles in urban areas to over 6 miles in areas with line of sight. Longer distances are theoretically possible, and they've actually been achieved under ideal conditions such as temperature inversions, other phenomena that affect microwave level ground data propagation. And it's rapidly becoming the mode of choice in wireless for microcontrollers. Uses a proprietary spread spectrum modulation called chirp spread spectrum. The power is limited to 1 watt. It's EIRP in North America with a maximum dwell time, which is the time you spend on the channel transmitting, of 400 milliseconds. It's optimized for transmitting small amounts of data. It's not optimized for streaming. LoRa in Europe uses different frequencies and has different power limits. However, since LoRa operates in the ISM bands, no license is required. So now you can integrate served agencies, friends, family, non-hams, and hams all in one environment. Since the ISM band is shared with the 900 megahertz ham band, we can operate under Part 97 rules with higher power limits. So we do get a little bit of benefit there. Encryption is not allowed, it is allowed when you're operating under the Part 15 general public regulations, as this band does not fall under Part 97 specifically, unless you choose to operate under those Part 97 rules. Now, when you do that, then you cannot run encrypted and stuff like that. You have to follow the standard FCC rules. Most of the people using that are doing the standard Part 15 and not going the Part 97. The LoRaWAN, it's a networking protocol is used with that LoRa long-range transmission mode to create our networks. Using a star topology where end devices communicate with gateways, they then connect to a network server. So now you're creating this mesh that just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading. And it's an open standard that's allowing interoperability between all these different devices and networks. And it can be deployed publicly, privately, however you want to do it. Some of your microcontroller LoRa options, the basic Arduino, Uno, and Nano don't do this. There are several newer microcontrollers that are ideal for this. The STM32, it's about the only mainstream microcontroller with the built-in LoRa capacity on board right now. However, there's a lot of ESP32 variants, such as the Heltec LoRa, the LilyGo TT Go LoRa 32, and the add-on LoRa modules that can be used with any microcontroller, including the STM32, ESP32, and the Pi Pico. Here comes one of the favorites, Meshtastic. This is one of the up-and-coming technologies. You've seen several Meshtastic vendors here, and several of the LoRa mesh vendors. Meshtastic is an off-grid mesh networking LoRa protocol. It's designed around exchanging text messages and data in an off-grid environment. It uses that LoRa peer-to-peer protocol to form that mesh network, and it's formed automatically. And by rebroadcasting these messages to each other, and it extends your communication range. Each device can also connect with a smartphone, making it useful for those text messages and data transmissions. This is typically based on microcontrollers such as the ESP32 and the NRF 52840, as well as they both support LoRa and BLE. Can't do voice over LoRa just yet. The data rate's just a little too slow to support streaming data of any kind, video or audio. And so while it's primarily designed for text messages, a small amount of data, the voice messaging is theoretically feasible using LoRa. For example, LilyGo does offer a video communications kit that uses a low bit rate codec at 3,200 bits a second. So keep in mind that LoRa, Meshtastic, and the IS band usage limitations are designed for these low duty cycles. Europe also has duty cycles as well. That being said, there's a number of projects happening right now to add voice and streaming audio capability to Meshtastic. There's a lot of commercial Meshtastic gear coming out. It's highly popular with the off-grid enthusiasts, the preppers, and people like that nature. Remember, Meshtastic typically operates under those Part 15 rules, and no license is required if you're going to operate that way. In ham mode, we can run higher power limits up to 10 watts of EIRP, but it can only be used between hams and cannot use encryption. Many vendors, you're going to see them here, are now offering Meshtastic radios that include that messaging and voice. Don't let this confuse you. At this time, the ISM band does not support that level of communication. Typically, the voice communications aspect is handled by an onboard or on box, GMRS module or cell phone, and the Meshtastic radio is used for the text messaging portion. Spec 5's new Spectre device actually links a Meshtastic radio with an Android cell phone. So which wireless mode do you want to use? The mode you choose will depend on the application you have in mind. Infrared would, of course, be used for very short-range remote control applications, similar to a TV remote control. Wi-Fi would be used for internet-enabled applications such as web servers, file servers, remote control, and Internet of Things, applications over the actual internet. Wi-Fi would best be used for internet-enabled applications such as web servers, file servers, etc., remote control, and again, Internet of Things. Did I screw that? I screwed that up. Bluetooth and WebBLE would be good for your short-range streaming applications using serial communications, audio, and video data. And LoRa would be best for the longer-range, wide-area communications such as mesh networking, remote control, text-based communications. But think about, when you look at this mesh thing and think it just constantly grows automatically, that in an emergency environment, you could literally get the whole community online in just mere minutes. But now let's look into that old crystal ball that I love to look in. I'm finally finishing up the remodeling of my house, thank God, wrapping up all my medical issues, thank God, and recently finished writing the all-new digital networking book for ARRL, as well as contributing to the data networking section of the 2026 handbook. ARRL and I have worked out a plan to produce 7 new themed mini-books of Arduino and microcontroller projects, with all new projects in these books. A lot of the new remote control, wireless, IoT, and similar projects are planned as part of this. The hope is that the mini-book format will reduce the cost of each book and allow you to select the book or books that contain the type of projects that interest you. Here are the planned mini-books. We're going to do weather projects and satellite projects, test equipment projects, exploring ham radio modes such as FT8, JT65, PSK, all that fun stuff, Morse code projects, fox hunting projects, transceiver, receiver, and transceiver projects. And one of my favorite fox hunting projects that you may have heard me talk about over the years, they don't let me play fox hunt anymore. What is a fox hunt? Triangulation. So all I need is a bearing, another bearing, and another bearing. Let's bring a GPS into play. Now I've got a GPS and a compass. I got my bearing precise. Just a little math, I can calculate the point where they all cross. And now I can give myself GPS coordinates of where the fox is, walk straight to it. That's why they don't let me play anymore. But here are some of the planned projects. How many of you work satellites? The hardest thing with working satellites at field day is tracking the satellite. You've got to look at your laptop if you can see it in the sun and try to track it. Well, what if you had a display on your handheld antenna and had voice tied to it, and now you've got a Bluetooth link back to the PC to tell you up, down, left, right, whatever, and have a little targeting display right in your hands. And this is going to be done using that ARRL antenna that they just started selling for satellites. How about a weather station with wind speed, temperature, pressure, humidity, rain, and lightning detection? Now let's remote it. Now we can remote multiple units. So now you can build a complete weather station for your entire neighborhood, and even from town if you tie in the mesh networking. A Morse code visualizer. I wished I had come up with this idea. What this does is as it receives each element of the Morse character, it lights. So if you get a dit, it lights the E. But if you get a dit da, it lights the A and continues on to complete the character. That's a wonderful way to learn Morse code because now you can see it creating the character. A PSK decoder, a beacon monitor. How many of you have seen that old MFJ beacon monitor and wanted to play with it thinking that, oh, this is going to tell me when the DX is on. It ties to an atomic clock and I need a receiver. That's not what I want. How about if I get my own receiver, listen on that beacon network, it knows when these stations transmit, so it knows who it's hearing, and now it will light an LED, so now I can look in my shack and see what lights are lit, and I know where the bands are open to immediately. You can do that easily with this stuff. A Bluetooth CW keyer that we just talked about. I'd love to be sitting in the living room in my comfortable chair working CW. The Fox Hunt triangulation, and there's a bunch of other projects using the remote control of IR, LoRa, Bluetooth, and BLE. Some of the new modules we have to play with. The SI4700 series of radio receiver modules can be used to build complete AM, FM, sideband, and remote radio data system receivers on a single chip. So now you can use basically a single chip transmitter, single chip receiver, and build you a radio that'll work all bands, literally that small. That's planned for the book. You've got the DF Robot Gravity Speech Synthesis module. This is great for text-to-speech applications. It's got a built-in onboard speaker, and it connects using standard TTL serial or the I2C bus. The ISD 1820 is a voice recording playback module, can record up to 8 to 20 seconds with a sample rate of 3.2 kbits. So that's quality audio. It's got an onboard microphone and a speaker driver. It's perfect for building your own contest memory. So now you can build your own little multi-voice contest memory. You've got voice recognition modules that supports 121 built-in commands and allows you to add 17 custom words. It's also speaker independent. And this came straight from the manufacturer's documentation, including cat meows. It connects using the standard serial and the I2C. So now that voice or meow-controlled shack or cat feeder cannot be far away now. But think about it. Wouldn't you love to be able to sit back and say, take me up 5, take me down 5, switch to 40, change from CW to sideband, and not have to move? Don't even need your hands. This is another one of my favorites, a gesture sensor. This can recognize 12 hand gestures with a sensing range up to 30 centimeters, almost a foot. Again, connects uses the standard buses. Imagine the possibilities. Take me up 5, take me down 5. Let's change bands. Turn it off, I'm done. And now you can have it recognize 12 different gestures. That'd be fun for friends and family too. You've got a wind speed sensor. This uses a unique method to measure your wind speed. It's known as a hot wire anemometer. It doesn't use the spinning cups. It measures the current that's needed to maintain the temperature of precision resistors on the board and to calculate your wind speed. And it includes onboard ambient temperature compensation. So this is a smart little thing. Comes in 2 versions. The revision C module does from wind speeds from 0 to 60 miles an hour. And then we have the Arkansas version that measures speeds up to 150 miles an hour. But again, for your storm chasers, wouldn't you like to be able to put a 150 mile an hour wind speed sensor on your mesh network and scatter these around the county? Now you don't have to go storm chasing, just watch the display. So now everybody stays safe, and you're still providing that community service. You've got an MP3 module player that uses a micro SD memory card to store, play MP3, WAV, and WMV files. These files can have up to 100 folders of 255 MP3 files. So you can have all sorts of fun with that thing. And the good news is now that I'm retired, all the house projects, the doctor stuff is all done, that I now can focus on book projects. At this point, there are 70 plus microcontrollers that I personally want to build. And I'm thinking new ones up every day. I just came up with a new one or two just this morning. So before we wrap up, be sure to catch some of the other really great forums. Here at the Hamfest, I heard Salty Walt had a really good one this afternoon. And my 2 latest Arduino books are available at the ARRL booth and chat radio. But wait, there's more. ARRL has just released my latest book, Digital Networking for Ham Radio. Covers the high-speed digital networking on the microwave bands. It includes the Arden, the HamWAN, and Meshtastic. So now you can learn more about the Meshtastic we've talked about here as well. So now you can build your own Meshtastic node with an ESP32, Raspberry Pi Pico, or the Nordic microcontroller. And just one more. I have partnered with an award-winning Food Network chef, George Marquardt, and we're going to create a ham radio tailgating cookbook. Why cook plain old hamburgers and hot dogs at your Hamfest tailgating events when you can easily prepare and cook fabulous tailgating recipes from your fellow hams around the world? This picture here is of Orlando last year. George made brats and peppers while y'all were out there eating charred hot dogs. We had the brats and peppers. We're currently looking for your recipes, fun stories, and pictures to include in the book. If you're interested, please send your recipes, stories, and pictures to George at WD4ORM@ARRL.net or me, KW5GP at ARRL.net. But for you guys, I hope your journey is just beginning. You're thinkers, creating, inventors. You're a perfect match for this Arduino and microcontroller world. Imagine the fun projects that you can build with the stuff that I've thrown out to you today. And then go make them happen. It's really that easy. Those of you that have worked with the Arduino knows it really can be that easy. The biggest times I've gotten in trouble is when I overthink a project. Back to basics, works just fine. So anyway, thank you very much. Any questions, comments? Yes, sir. Right. What I would do would link into that the Bluetooth side of that interface and use the Arduino to communicate via Bluetooth just as a smartphone would link in and create and receive my data that way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm not exploring that. I have heard that it's there and in the code, it's just nobody's brought it out. I'm almost certain it's embedded in the Meshtastic code. I just think nobody's investigated that area. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. On the devices themselves, no. You would have to provide Wi-Fi level security that you would do on your home network. So it would be up to you to probably create a firewall or some sort of methodology to secure that network. Right. But again, if you're in the ham mode, you can't use encryption. So, very good. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir. Well, correct. And actually, if you use the Arduino IDE and all the standard programming, it takes care of that conversion between the two microcontroller types for you. The libraries convert automatically for you as well. Just keep using. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I love about it. Anybody else? Yes. Yeah, I saw one over in building 4, I think, back in the back. And Seed Studio is here in like building 4 that is selling that stuff. Anybody else? Thank you very much. By the way, I will be signing my digital networking book or my Arduino books at the ARRL booth tomorrow morning. Please stop by. I'd love to talk to you. And of course, if you want to talk after here, I'm more than welcome to talk. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
It's not a question. Their ability. No. It's just that I've been on alpha test. I'm just reaching for one. Let me send you. And you want to watch? I'm Peter. I'm in Germany. I actually appreciate your discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. There you go. Yes, sir.